Ladies and gentlemen, so we are still waiting for one of our keynote speakers, still on the way. So perhaps we can allow 5 more minutes waiting time, and then let's see. Hopefully by then we already have our keynote. Your patience.
Check, check. Check, test, check. Check, check, sir. Check, check.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you this morning? Good, wonderful. So this is our 7th day in the Indonesia Pavilion. Welcome. Welcome back for those of you with familiar faces, but welcome for those of you who just first joining us. This is Indonesia Pavilion COP26 2021, and this morning we are going to have a very important sessions on avoiding deforestation and forest degradation through permanent moratorium policy on primary natural forest and peatland utilization permits in Indonesia. This is a pathway in achieving forest and other land use net sink by 2030. I would also like to say good afternoon for those of you who are joining us online from Indonesia. Hai Bapak Ibu, selamat sore semuanya. And also for those of you who are joining from anywhere else in the world, because this is us being streamed online. So without further ado, I would like to say good morning to all distinguished speakers that are coming here today and to share your perspective on this important topic. And I would also like to invite our moderator for today, Bapak Nur Adi Wardoyo, the head of Center of Environment and Forestry Standard from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcome Bapak Nur Adi Wardoyo.
Thank you, Kak Lia. Good morning, everyone. And good afternoon, good evening to all of audience joining us in the Scottish Event Campus in Glasgow, and also in our audience in online channel. Welcome to the first session today in Indonesia Pavilion with the title Avoiding Deforestation and Forest Degradation Through Permanent Moratorium Policy on primary natural forest and peatland utilization permits in Indonesia, a pathway in achieving FOLU Net Sink 2030. The goal of this session is to convey implementation successes and challenges of the permanent moratorium policy on forest utilization permits in Indonesia, or we call it PIPIP, in supporting the achievement of Indonesia NTC targets. And the other goal is to facilitate dialogue and fostering cooperation with the global audience and stakeholders on how to support the achievement of Indonesia forest governance in order to preserve the existence of primary natural forest and peatlands and reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, as well as strengthening the implementation on the ground. And we are honored to have with us for the keynote speakers. The first one is Bapak Alu Tohong, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Good morning, Pak Alu. Yes, good morning. And we have also His Excellency Mr. Budi Satrio Ciwandono, the Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the House of Representatives of Republic of Indonesia. Good morning, Pak Budi Satrio. Thank you for joining us today. And we will have panelists. Bapak Ruwanda Agung Sukadiman. Good morning, Pak Ruwanda, Director General of Forestry Planning and Environmental Governance of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. And we have Ms. Reni Windiawati, Director of Regional Spatial Planning Development for Region 1, from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning of Indonesia. And the third speaker will be Dr. Indrayana Susilo, Chairman of Association of Indonesia Forest Concession Holder. Speaker number 4, Ms. Diah Suradireja, Senior Policy Advisor from Kehati Foundation. And the fifth speaker will be Ms. Sophie Kemkace, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Indonesia. Now I would like to call to the stage His Excellency Dr. Alutohong, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. Bapak, silakan.
Izin lepas masker. Please allow me to open my mask. Honorable Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Budi Satrio Ciwandono. Welcome and good morning, Pak. Honorable distinguished speakers, among others, Bapak Ruanda Agung Sudargiman as a DG of Planning and Environmental Governance, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ibu Reni Widiawati, is it here or in Jakarta? In Jakarta, good day in Jakarta, Ibu Reni Widiawati, Director of Regional Spatial Planning Development for Region 1. Professor Indroyono Susilo, I think also from Jakarta, yeah? Chairman of Association of Indonesia Forest Concession Holders. Ms. Sophie Kemkace, also Deputy Representative of UNDP Indonesia, I think also live from Jakarta. Mbak Dia, I always call her Mbak Dia. Honorable Senior Policy Advisor of Kehati Foundation, and of course our moderators, Pak Nuradi. Very good morning to all of us, and I'm pleased to be here with you all in this side event or in Indonesia Pavilions on COP26 UNFCCC in a special topic we discussed today about avoiding deforestation and degradation through permanence of moratorium policy on primary natural forests and peatland utilization permits in Indonesia, a pathway in achieving full netting by 2030. The moratorium of the utilization of primary forests and peatland is a very significant policy formulated by the government of Indonesia. In order to implement this policy, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry issued ministerial decrees equipped with indicative map for the suspension of the issuance of new licenses for the utilization of forest resources and forest areas and other use areas. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the moratorium actually started in 2011, it's about 10 years already, with the issuance of a presidential instruction, or we call it in Indonesia, Inpres, number 10, known as moratorium policy or PPIP, which suspends the granting of new permits on primary natural forests and peatland in order to improve forest good governance in Indonesia. I need to emphasize here that this moratorium on primary forest and peatland is not the same as palm oil moratorium, because we have two moratorium, right? Which is contained in Presidential Instruction number 8, 2018, on the postponing and evaluation of oil palm plantation licensing and increasing productivity of oil palm plantation. PPIP, or we call it Peta Indikatif Pemberian Izin Baru, or new license indicative maps. I can translate it that kind in English as a new permit termination map. Is an indicative map on the termination of new permit issuance, which applies to primary natural forests and peatland in national and private forests, as well as other use areas. The PPP policy has been renewed for every 2 years since it introduced. In 2019, His Excellency President Joko Widodo reinforced the policy from moratorium to permanent termination, through presidential instruction number 5 to reduce emission from deforestation and forest degradation more intensively. So there is no moratorium, or there is no longer suspension, but more, we call that permanent termination policy, which means the PPP is permanent already. This demonstrated that Indonesia's strong commitment to improve primary natural forests and peatland governance, as well as effort to reduce emission from deforestation and forest degradation. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, both from here and live from Jakarta. In the periods of 2019 up to 2020, Indonesia has succeeded in reducing deforestation by 70%, or equivalent 115,000 hectares compared to previous years. This decline of deforestation rate is one of the evidence of the successful implementation of this PPP policy. The success of reducing deforestation rate is an important achievement in order to achieve our NDC target, which is to reduce GHG emissions by 29% by 2030 with our own efforts, and by up to 41% with international support. These are significant results, and given the extent of tropical forested land owned by Indonesia, and then Ministry of Environment and Forestry state that Indonesia could achieve carbon net sink from forest and land use sector by 2030. Again, I need to stress here in this forum, but both here and in Jakarta, I would like to stress again that statement from the government of Indonesia that for carbon net sink from forest sector by 2030 does not mean zero deforestation, right? So it's not equal with zero deforestation. Of course, we try our best, we try our effort to reduce the rate of deforestation as minimum as possible. Mitigation of deforestation and forest degradation by PPP policy is one of the optimization strategies in achieving Indonesia full net sink by 2030, which is integrate the NDC target, the Indonesian National Forestry Plan and strategic plans of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Indonesia has made and continues to make significant efforts to establish sustainable forest governance. That requires strong support, of course, and collaboration with various stakeholders, including government, private sector, public, as well as national and international communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and participants, each presidential instruction has been equipped with the issuance of moratorium map through a degree of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. This map was first issued in 2011 and has been renewed every 6-month interval every year. So in August 2021, the updated versions of VPIP has been published. Following the issuance of Law 11 2020 on job creation, or omnibus law we call it, the VPIP nomenclature was adjusted to indicative map for termination of granting new business licenses, forest area utilization approval, and forest area reallocation approval in primary natural forest and peatland. Nevertheless, this new degree retained the VPIP abbreviation. As the latest VPIP in August 2021, the area covered by termination stood at 66.1 million hectares, of which 51.2 million hectares was accounted for the entire area of land conservation forests and protected forests, or hutan lindung, and 5.3 million hectares consisted as all peatlands, and 9.6 million hectares consisted of all primary natural forests, of which no business license was allotted in this production forest, or hutan produksi, or in areas of other uses, or APL we call it. So actually we already secured this more than 66 million hectares as a primary forest in the country. Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, today's discussion is extremely important for all of us to brainstorming, to provide input, and to give insight in order to formulate a strategic plan for us to avoid deforestation and degradation through this termination policy on primary natural forests and peatland utilization permit in Indonesia. Any suggestion, any insight, any ideas are welcome as a pathway in order to achieving, we call it forest and land use snatching by 2030, sorry. In conclusion, I wish you all have a fruitful discussion and have a very good day for all of you. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Now I would like to invite Mr. Budi Satrio Ciwandono, Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the Indonesia Parliament House. Pak Budi Satrio, you have the floor, sir.
Allow me to also take off my mask, Mr. Vice Minister. Thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Your Excellencies, Dr. Aludo Hong, Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia. Your Excellency, Professor Dr. Indroyono Sosilo, Chairman of the Association of Indonesian Forest Concessions, or APHI. Dr. Rwanda Agung Sugardiman, Director General of Forestry Planning and Environmental Governance, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. And I think from the Director of Spatial Planning Development from the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs is Ibu Reni Windiawati, joining us from Jakarta. Excellency Ibu Diah Suradireja, Senior Policy Advisor of Kahati Foundation. Excellency Dr. Sophie Kemkats, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Indonesia. And all distinguished speakers, guests, and participants, a very good morning from Glasgow. Selamat siang, selamat sore di tanah air tercinta Indonesia. I would like to take this valuable opportunity to thank all of the speakers and participants who have agreed to share their views and thoughts in this talk show. I would like to also express my profound gratitude to all of the parties involved in the Indonesia Pavilion COP26 UNFCCC series of events, especially the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, and right now represented by His Excellency Dr. Aludo Hong. Thank you very much, sir, for this incredible event, an incredible pavilion in Glasgow, Scotland, United Kingdom. And to everybody who have supported and made it possible for this talk show to be held. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, currently Indonesia is accelerating its national development plan, guided by a series of structured, systematic, and measurable policy directions based on priorities with the hope of achieving its long-term development goals equitably, inclusively, and sustainably. The accelerated development approach would be focused on achieving food and energy sovereignty, infrastructure development, human capital investment, and community welfare by optimizing the use of all available resources in a sustainable manner. Forests, as a life support system of our planet and national asset, cannot be separated from its role in providing real benefits ecologically, socially, culturally, and economically. Historically and until today, the contribution and potential of the forestry sector in the growth of the Indonesian economy is immense, and especially the opportunities it can provide for small businesses and local communities by ways of ecotourism, education, environmental services, and conservation. To meet Indonesia's commitment towards the Sustainable Development Goals, we endeavor to develop and empower local indigenous communities who has lived in and around forests for generations. As such, forests must be managed, protected, preserved, and utilized wisely to support sustainable development and demonstrate the country's serious efforts to meet climate goals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, deforestation has been a major global concern, especially in relation to sustainable development, as it contributes significantly to carbon emissions caused by severe land and soil degradation, in many instances due to conversion of prime forest as well as peatland areas into other economic zones. The government of Indonesia is very concerned about the issue and have enacted various policies to tackle it, such as Vice Minister Aludo Hong has mentioned, through Presidential Instruction Number 10, 2011 on the suspension of new licenses and improving governance of primary forest and peatland, also known as, abbreviated as PIPPIB. The policy has been a strategic breakthrough in reducing emissions from deforestation to demonstrate Indonesia's active role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions globally and to achieve good forest governance. The PIPPIB policy was intended as a temporary policy, and the Indonesian government subsequently strengthened the policy by making it permanent and changed the name of the policy into termination, suspension of new permit issuance for primary forest and peatland through Presidential Instruction Number 5, 2019. The new policy aims to reduce the rate of deforestation significantly. And as mentioned, and according to a report by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, in 2020 alone, Indonesia succeeded in reducing the deforestation rate by over 70% to 115,000 hectares compared to the previous year. This is a historic low for Indonesia. And I must commend the Ministry of Environment and Forestry for this great achievement. This demonstrates the effectiveness of the PIP-PIB policy, which is also designed to meet the NDC targets submitted to the UNFCCC, which is reducing emissions by 29% with its own resources and by up to 41% with international support by 2030. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, based on the real outcome I mentioned before, the PIP-PIB policy has been indeed a major political breakthrough, especially in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, promoting forest conservation, and increasing carbon stocks. The PIP-PIB policy is an important aspect of Indonesia's initiative and commitment to achieve forest and other land use or FOLU net sink 2030, which is the main program that includes reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, which is in line with the implementation goals of the PIP-PIB policy, and thus would contribute substantially to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Commission 4 of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, also known as House Commission 4, through our supervisory and legislative function and authority, will always continue to support and will always continue to monitor the implementation of the PIP-PIB policy by the Indonesian government. We would maintain the goal of the PIP-PIB policy to make sure that it is implemented successfully, consistently, and cohesively. Through our budgetary function, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia must also ensure that the ambitious target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and all other programs that is relevant to combat environmental and climate issues are supported by adequate budget allocation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in carrying out its legislative function, the House Commission 4 is currently drafting a bill to amend Law Number 5, 1990 on conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems, which I strongly believe will be crucial and detrimental for climate change mitigation and for Indonesia to meet its goal to achieve full net sink 2030. House Commission 4, myself included, will strive to include the following important provisions. First, the designation and expansion of conservation areas, which would include suspending the conversion as well as the change in status of conservation areas. This must be done given that conservation areas are the last bastion in our efforts to protect and preserve our forests as well as our oceans, along with their biodiversity and ecosystem. Second, a sustainable rehabilitation plan to restore conservation areas which have been damaged and destroyed as a result of inappropriate use and other causes. A plan to restore its function to its original state and purpose. Third, the implementation and execution of effective law enforcement, which includes severe penalty for individuals and other actors or entities. Lastly, public-private people partnership, which entails the inclusion and empowerment of local communities, especially indigenous communities living in forest areas for generations, to safeguard these conservation areas. I will not go into too much details as we are still deliberating the bill in House Commission 4, but we will always welcome constructive inputs, criticism, so that we can leave a better framework for conservation efforts for generations to come. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the key points I would like to convey in the talk show today. Once again, I would like to reiterate that House Commission 4 strongly supports the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia as a partner, as the UNFCCC national focal point responsible for the achievement of emission reduction targets and climate resilient Indonesia, which plays a direct role in achieving FOLU Net Sink 2030. Let us debate together, let us collaborate together, and let us hope together. Hopefully what we do today, together, will create lasting and meaningful impact for the future of humanity, for the future of all living things, and the future of our planet. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom. Om Shanti. Shanti. Om. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. And now we would like to start with the panel discussions, and may I invite Dr. Rwanda Agung Sukardiman, Director General of Forestry, Planology and Environmental Governance of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also Ibu Diah Suradireja, Senior Policy Advisor of Kehati Foundation. And we will have 3 other speakers joining us online via the platform, from Jakarta. They're joining from Jakarta. And without further ado, would like to call Dr. Rwanda Agung Sukardiman, Director General of Forestry, Planology and Environmental Governance of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. He was former DG for Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. But Rwanda, you have the floor. Time approximate is 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Glasgow, good afternoon, good evening in Indonesia. Today I will give some information about Indonesia's target of achieving forest and other land use net sink 2030 through permanent moratorium policy on primary natural forest and peatland. Ladies and gentlemen and audiences, this introduction where the PP policy, so the indicative map for the suspension of the giving the license for natural forest and peatland. So it's known as a PPIP, is extremely significant policy formulated by the Indonesian government for avoiding deforestation and forest degradation toward important pathway in achieving FOLU Net Sink 2030. The initiative of permanent moratorium that declared since 2011 has been improved from suspension to termination in 2019 by President Instruction number 5 to reduce emission from deforestation and forest degradation more intensively. This policy implemented for primary natural forests and peatland, whether in national or private forests, and as well as other land use area. So the implementation goals, in order to complete the various efforts in improving forest and peatland governance to balance and harmonize economic, social, cultural, and environmental development, the implementation goal of the PPIP policy are, the first, to preserve the existence of the primary natural forest and peatland, and the second, to reduce emission from deforestation and forest degradation from those areas. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the background or history when the policy is created. So basically, start from 2011 is a moratorium, it's a suspension, and now 2019 has become fully a termination by the decree Presidential Instruction number 5, 2019. So what is in the regulation is stated that termination means that the area which is usually prevail for 2 years and need to be extended become permanent and doesn't need to be reviewed every 2 years. So it's become really permanent, so there is no review in the next 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the area where the area is terminated for the license. So in the conservation and the protected area is about 51 million hectares, and the peatland area is about 5 million hectares. So its total is about 66 million hectares. This is distributed to Indonesian islands. And this information you can download, you can get the information from the website of Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the interesting figure from the forest cover of Indonesia, and especially what is now is happening the forestation rate in Indonesia. So this is the historical map of Indonesia. We have the historical data and starting from 1990 and until today. So you can see from here, the line in the center is we can divide it before and after a period, and also the red line vertically in the right. This is divided before and after the termination completely. So you can see the deforestation rate is become the lowest within 20 years in historical in forestry. So it's become significantly the PT policy, the termination of the new license in the natural forest and peatland area is significantly improve the condition of the Indonesian forest. From that one, this is a proof of the successful implementation of PP policy on primary natural forest and peatland. This policy is able to reduce the annual deforestation rate of less than 400,000 hectares per year as one of the NDC target, which is to reduce emission by 29% from the business as usual scenario by 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, related to the Indonesia Volume Netting 2030 is an ambitious initiative by the government of Indonesia to achieve netting in the forest and other land use by 2030 through the key mitigation effort in volume sector, including first, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation or RDDD+. The second, implementation of sustainable forest management through prevention of logging in natural forests, development of planting of industrial forest plantation, application of reduced impact logging, intensive silviculture, forestry multi-businesses, and the third, forest restoration, and the fourth, peatland management including mangrove forests, and last but not least, increase the role of biodiversity conservation and also law enforcement. So from that one, the PP policy is an optimization strategy for reducing deforestation and forest degradation in order to meet Indonesia commitment to achieve volume netting 2030, which is integrated to the NDC target, the Indonesian National Forest Plan, and also the Ministry and Environment Forestry Strategy Plan. So we can see from this figure how we can achieve the volume by implementing the permanent moratorium policy on primary natural forest and peatland. With this one, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Rwanda. Now I would like to invite Ibu Reni Windiawati, Director of Regional Spatial Planning, Regional Spatial Planning Development for Region 1 of the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, ATR BPN of the Government of Indonesia. Ibu Reni is joining us through the online platform. Ibu Reni, are you ready?
Yes. Yes, yeah. Is my voice here from there?
Hello, good afternoon, Ibu Reni.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Yes. Yes, hello, Ibu Reni.
Okay.
Yes, you're in Jakarta. You have the floor, Ibu Reni. Time approximately 8 minutes. You have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody in Jakarta, and also good morning in Glasgow. First of all, I hope that everyone is in good condition and healthy today. On behalf of the Directorate General of Spatial Planning, Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning, in this meeting I would like to present the role of spatial planning in terms of climate change issues, especially for these topics is implementation of permanent moratorium policy on primary national forest and peatland, as is known as PPIP. As we know that PPIP is one action that already mentioned by Pak Dirjen, is one action in controlling the forestation and forest degradation to achieve forest and land use or follow net sink 2030. Okay, next slide. Next. Okay. Why we should talking about spatial planning here? I think we all know that spatial planning has very important role because we have the limitation space and also the land, limitation land to support human activities, so that the spatial planning will be needed to manage how the land utilization used by every activities. Whereas the spatial planning is made to harmonize life between natural areas and human-made areas, and it also creating protection in planning and using space and mitigate the negative impacts of natural changes that caused by spatial use. And also the important role of spatial planning next is also mandated by law number 11 2020 on job creation, or UCK we know, whereas in the future spatial planning will be the only one or single reference for giving land use or activity permits, so that every activity, especially business activities, must have land use suitable approval, or we call it KKPR, as the basic requirement for business license. The land use suitable approval is giving for conformity with the activities and or business location with the spatial plan. If that in the area, if there is a detailed land use spatial plan or RDTR, so the land use, the LUSA, is given through confirmation mechanism. But if there is not RDTR, the LUSA is given through approval on a thorough and complete principle based on all of the spatial plan in that area. So in the, it is expected, next slide, the process of land use or activities permit can be simplified and more efficient. So also about the land conversion will be controlling by the LUSA, because the LUSA will be made, will be given based on the spatial plan. And next, and how spatial planning has the role. Next slide. In the climate change response. I think if we talking about climate change management, we have mitigation action and also adaptation action. The spatial planning will be important as instrument to reduce disaster risk in the adaptation response, and also as instrument to reduce carbon emission or greenhouse gases by preventing land use change or conversion in areas of high carbon stock. Because in the spatial planning, we will identify all the area which is, has a risk location, and we can make it as a protected area. Next. And specific in the deforestation rate and peatland degradation, spatial planning will accommodate the protection of the peatland area. As we know, there is already the issuance of President Instruction number 5, 2021 about the termination of the new permits and primary forest and peatland management. This instruction has to be considered, and also has to be accommodated if they're needed in the spatial planning, all spatial planning, from the national spatial plan until the detailed spatial plan, because we have many spatial plan here according to the level of administration, national, provincial, kabupaten, kota, or agency, national strategic area, and also detailed spatial plan. Next. And this is the map of PPIP. I hope this is the right map, because the Ministry of Environment and Forestry has the map. I think this will be the information, the data that should be considered in the process of spatial planning. Next. And we have in technical, we have the spatial planning guideline. That in the guideline, the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs and Spatial Planning Regulation numbers 11, 2021, there is a classification criteria of zone and subzone that will be made in the pattern of planning. One of the classification is protected peatland. Another classification is also the protected forest, and we have the definition, the proportion, and also planning area, so that the decision maker will know what kind of criteria that should be protected as a protected peatland or as a protected forestry. And this for the protected peatland, the planning criteria is peat soil with a thickness of 3 meters or more, and located in the upstream swamp, and it should be considered in the spatial plan. Next. Yeah, this is some of example of the spatial planning that already stipulated. Then we can see that in the national spatial planning, there are some instruction that the area of protected as a protected area is the area that protect is subordinate or downstream area, consists of protected forest or protected peatland or water catchment area. And how to control, how to manage the protected area is we can see in the zoning regulation, because the zoning regulation is the instructed the limitation of land utilization. In this national spatial planning, the zoning regulation of the peatland is only the utilization of ecotourism, resort on environmental reserves, or prohibition of activities that influence the water system, the sediment control, or the rehabilitation. Next. This kind of the map of spatial planning map, we can see which one is peatland, which one is the PPIP, and we also see the the protected forest, the conservation area, and agriculture. In fact, that some of area maybe is overlay between peatland, between PPIP, or between protected area or cultivation area. Next. This is the example of Sumatra Spatial Plan. Is also we can see the zone, and there is also zoning regulation. The Sumatra Spatial Plan is scale 1 to 500,000. The National Spatial Plan is 1 to 1,000 scale. Next. This is the peatland map in Sumatra. Next again. We can see there's a overlay between peatland, between PPIP, and also protected area and agricultural area. Next. This is Kalimantan Spatial Plan. This also stated in the strategy to preserve the protected area and rehabilitation of the degraded protected area. Next. This is the map of Kalimantan area. Next again. This is one example of national strategic area. We see in the Loser ecosystem area, there is a zone L1 is the protected peatland. So this already focused on the protected peatland, and the zoning direction indication will be regulated in accordance of statutory regulation. Next, this is the map. We can see which one is urbanized area, which one is protected area. Also, there is a overlay between urban area, between protected forest, also peatland and PPIP. Next. And also we have a capacity building on local spatial planning in the local government. This is the example, South Sumatra province. There are also some area for the protected forest, peatland, and water catchment area, and the general provision of zoning regulation, how to control this area to be a protected area. And this is in the local government, the effort on mitigation greenhouse gas emission from land use conversion on high carbon stock can be endorsed during the process of local spatial planning approval mechanism, or we call it persetujuan substansi, because all the spatial planning in local government should be submit to the Ministry of Agrarian to have the approval that it can be stipulated in the peraturan daerah or region regulation. I think that's all that I want to say about how the importance of spatial planning in the implementation of permanent moratorium policy on primary natural forest and peatland or PPIP. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mentioned that Professor Indrayana Susilo has some technical challenges in connecting to our online platform, and he might join us later or his representative. So
I'm ready, moderator. I'm here already.
Ready?
Yes.
Indrayana?
I'm here.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Indrayana, we'd like to invite you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Can you see my presentation? Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, Excellencies, Vice Ministers, Excellency, the Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of Parliament, Indonesian Parliament, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me this afternoon. I'd like to share with you that in 2011, just like to reiterate what I mentioned, the Excellency Vice Minister, that took the Presidential Decree number 10, 2011, there is a moratorium on policy and on primary forest and peatland. And then in 2019, it became permanent. Okay, this is a quite a good policy in terms of how can we proceed to preserve our natural forest and peatlands? At the same time, also how the business perspective sees in this through this approach. You know, after 1 decade of the implementation of these policies, we see that a very impressive result of the reduction of the Indonesia deforestation by 75% into 115,000 hectares in 2020, which is as compared to 2029. And I like to also reiterate that this result has been also recognized by many international and national and bilateral organization by having award provided for Indonesia able to reduce its deforestation. So in 2013, to support NDC and enhancing forest and other land use 2030 target, I think Indonesia should decrease deforestation rate an average of 400,000 hectares per year to achieve reducing emission target of 29%. Good achievement in 2020 will encourage us to maintain deforestation rate under 400,000 hectares per year by 2030. We from the association fully support these permanent policies. However, I think I'd like to share one idea. Parallel to this policy, there should be a mitigation action to manage this area, to avoid encroachment, to avoid illegal activities, and to prevent forest fire. So I think we should prevent the very good achievement. Also, we have to do with the new policy of law number 11 on job creation. We can do more about it. So from our perspective, I'd like to share with you that the concession holders now manage 30 million hectares of production forest, and they will play a very important role to reduce emission to support full net sink target by 2030 through reducing deforestation rate on dry land and peatland, reducing degradation rate on dry land and peatland, accelerating plantation forests, sustainable forest management, reduce impact logging, silviculture, intensive, sealing, and so on. Because by doing this kind of activities, will give an incentive, to improve our capabilities to develop carbon storage. Peatland restoration also there, water management also over there, and conservation and on biodiversity. Just one example, with the best management practices in the concession area, like the sealing, intensive silviculture, to strip planting, cluster planting, this will preserve our natural forest. At the same time also will improve our storage, our carbon storage. It's a good incentive for Indonesia to promote their carbon net emission absorptions of the carbon in the futures. We also should be able to do some enrichment on planting. This is in the forest concession area, and at the same time also by doing a reduced impact logging C or a real C, we should be able to reduce the waste. At the same time also, this will bring incentive into the concession holders. By doing this kind of activities, we should have to be able to increase our carbon storage in each of these concession. Peatland management, peatland restorations, we have to do some cultivation, we have to do a trial species. At the same time also we have to preserve our dome. So by doing so, we also be able to preserve our peatland, we are able to conserve our peatland, we are able to restore our peatland, and we should be able also to get incentive in doing carbon storage in this peatland area. At the same time also, we have to improve our agriculture activities, combine with agroforestry, rubber plant with cassava, for example, we just have a downstream product, the tapioca, and so on. So those are the things that I think we should work together. We have a good permanent policies in terms of permanent policies of to stop the permanent moratorium on the primary forest. At the time also, by doing so, we should be able to improve our stand in the global activities regarding the capabilities of the carbon storage in our Indonesian forest area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Indrayana. Now I would like to invite Ibu Diah Suradireja, Senior Policy Advisor of Kehati Foundation. If you can make it 6 minutes. Thank you, because time is constrained. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Nur. Good morning, Excellency, Pak Ludohong and Pak Budi, and then participant here, and then also very good evening, afternoon for Pak Indroyono, Ibu Reni, and then participant in Jakarta. Yeah, I think I will give the point of view from the civil society to see what the policy, the PP policy in Indonesia. And then I think, as we know, the effort of to cross-resolve the forest and land management dispute cannot be separated from the resolving issues. But of the term of the real problem in the site level, in the policy issues and the capacity issues for forestry administrator, I think identifying the fundamental problem are accurate information, data will determine effort to improve the performance of forest and land resource utilization. And then I think PPIP is a policy implementation is proven as a strategy for how to solve this problem operationally. I think the CSO, civil society, critical note on the implementation of PPIP is it is about the coordination with the local stakeholders. In several cases in the region, there was a conflict in the settlement of land rights in the region with the PPIP policy, which result in the loss of the land right by the community whose land was included the PPIP categories. I think so that is the high call from the civil society that the determination of the PPIP must pay more attention to the actual coordination in the field. So it's not the land right of the community. That also another note from the lesson learned in the field, that stakeholder involvement in the active must be increased. This will include how civil society organization can play their role through the mobilizing the collective action in the monitoring and evaluating the implementation of the action plan, performing identification and profiling the actors, including factors that hinder in the process of implementation action activities in the field, and conducting campaign and advocacy to accelerate the implementation of the resolving action in the forest and land resources licensing dispute. I think from many criticism, it seems that the government is increasingly aware of the condition on the ground. This can be seen from the derivative regulation of government regulation number 23 this year, and then I think this is also the preparation of the forest management plan as well as forest utilization in the protect forest and forest production. The government make the policy utilization of the protected forest and forest production in the it is accommodate the substance of the forest utilization permit in the area of PPIP. Also accommodating the social forestry activities. It is very it is the key in the field, and then I think it is the activity is being environmental restoration, collection of the utilization of the non-timber forest product with the criteria such as the shall not changing the landscape, shall not damaging the environment, and shall not be reducing of primary forest function. And this means is for the effect of the implementation PPIP policy, on the condition biodiversity of tropical natural forest and peatland. I think this is the issue of the presidential instruction number 5. I think concern to the moratorium is really giving the implementation, giving the impact to the biodiversity, and then goes well, and then the impact is on the biodiversity improvement will be accelerated, and then I think this is one of the proven activity implementation of this policy. The key to improving biodiversity in the real action in resolving the cross-link of forest and land management. I think it is one of the notes from the civil society that the PPIP implementation in the field should be really having a positive impact, and the involvement of the stakeholders in the accelerating the improvement of biodiversity is very serious effort by the parties to ensure, and then it's very giving the impact in the field, and then I think many research, and then also seeing what the adequate supervision and law enforcement. I think it is in the framework of the government, and then it will be improving the forest and land governance in Indonesia. The last, I think there is 3 aspects that fall into the category of technical factor for the destruction of the biological resources. This is human activities, the technology utilized, and then the natural condition itself. These 3 aspects are estimated to be able to cause the damage of the biodiversity, and then I think in this progress, the impact and then the implementation on the people should be focusing also in the progress that in the 3 aspects. I think we will see the ongoing process in the field. I think Pak Maratin, this is the view of the civil society, and then Kahati as one of the civil society organization always working with the government to make the implementation of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Budia. Now, would like to invite Ms. Sophie Kemkache, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP Indonesia. Ms. Sophie, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. Good morning.
Hello, good afternoon, Indonesia. So you have the floor, Ms. Sophie. If you could make it in 6 minutes, that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to colleagues in Jakarta, and very good morning to you all joining from Glasgow. Honorable Bapak Dr. Alu Dohong, Deputy Minister of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Bapak Budisatrio Jiwandono, Vice Chairman of Commission 4 of the House of Representatives, Republic of Indonesia. Distinguished panel members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to be part of the Indonesia Pavilion at COP26 in Glasgow. Thank you to the speakers and panel members for the insightful reflections about COP26 results thus far, and way forward to further consolidate and strengthen Indonesia's efforts for climate change mitigation and forestry sector. UNDP has worked in partnership with the government of Indonesia over the years, and we have seen remarkable commitment and progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. I'd like to mark a few of these. Of particular note, of course, is the implementation of the permanent moratorium policy on primary natural forest and peatland, or PIPPIB, which was a joint effort of the government, but also civil society and the private sector, and allow me to take the moment and acknowledge this partnership in making this happen. Indonesia has also made remarkable progress towards halting deforestation, as it was mentioned here. And in fact, the very fact that deforestation rates fell by an impressive 75%, the lowest since 1990, speaks of itself. Government figures actually show that the total area which was saved by the PIP-PPIB moratorium is as big as the size of France or nearly twice the size of Germany. It's quite impressive, isn't it? We are also encouraged by the downward trend of forest fires in recent years following forest protection policies, and Ministry of Environment and Forestry figures show that loss of forest land due to forest fires in Indonesia was down by nearly 80% if we compare 2020 to 2019. In recognition of Indonesia's policies to reduce deforestation and address forest degradation, the Green Climate Fund recently approved $103.8 million of REDD Plus result-based payment for Indonesia. As we know, Indonesia successfully reduced emissions by 20.25 million tons of carbon between 2014 and 2016. So we are also especially encouraged by the forestry sector's goal to be a net carbon sink by 2030 and the country's pledge to phase out the use of coal by 2055. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as we applaud these gains, we also recognize that more work remains if we are committed to cutting emissions by at least 45% by 2030. UNDP will continue to contribute to climate mitigation efforts in the forestry sector and support green recovery from COVID-19 through sustainable, socially inclusive, and gender-responsive development. Proceeds from the Green Climate Fund result-based payment will support the Indonesian Environment Fund to strengthen funding mechanisms as part of the country's vision of preserving its forests from pollution and degradation. In partnership with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and with funding from the Global Environment Facility, UNDP has supported conserving national parks in Sumatra and Sulawesi. We've also worked with the government to strengthen and modernize capacities to combat wildlife trade and supported forest communities in Kalimantan. We have also worked with smallholder commodity farmers and supported them to adopt greener and more sustainable practices. And in whatever we do, we remain committed to the principle of leaving no one behind by ensuring that women are involved throughout the entire process. Our experience suggests that a gender-responsive budget on climate change can lift women out of poverty, empower them, and make them agents of change. In Kalimantan, for example, we have worked with women entrepreneurs to diversify their forest-based products without engaging in the endangering natural habitat and the forest. We have also empowered women to be national park defenders or rangers in the islands of Kalimantan, Sulawesi, Sumatra, and other places of Indonesia. Now, we all understand that ambitious plans require equally ambitious financial resources. That's why one of the main areas of UNDP's partnership with the government of Indonesia is leveraging financing for SDGs and climate change. Through this partnership, we have strengthened public climate finance management through the development of climate budget tagging, which triggered many positive developments in Indonesia. Among them, I want to highlight the successful issuance by the government of Indonesia of the world's first sovereign green sukuk on green Islamic bonds in 2018. In the years since then, the government has successfully mobilized over $3.9 million for the country's climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. Coming back to the issue of forests, last week during the World Leaders Summit on Forest and Land Use, President of Indonesia highlighted 3 perspectives which serve as key parameters as well as entry points for development partners to support the 2030 full net sink target, which is also, as mentioned, incorporated in the NDC target. These parameters are applicable here in Indonesia, but also globally. And they include promoting a landscape approach to mapping forest products, biodiversity, and community interaction with the forest, providing market incentives for sustainable forest products and better prices and better access to the global market and access to financing and transfer of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude here by saying that while Indonesia is indeed vulnerable to the effects of climate change, but it also offers solutions to global carbon absorption, UNDP stands committed to the people of Indonesia to turn this vulnerability into a positive force and build on the government's, private sectors, and civil society's many encouraging developments and work towards achieving the country's net zero emission target by 2060. And finally, allow me to thank everyone who has contributed to organizing the Indonesia Pavilion at COP26 in Glasgow, with a special thanks to the DG of Forestry Planning and Governance, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and UNDP and GEF joint project strengthening forest area planning and management in Kalimantan, which helped to bring today's talk to you. Terima kasih banyak, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ibu Sophie. And as time is limited, so I cannot offer you for a question and answer and discussion. Unfortunately, I apologize for that. And for further communication, you may contact the Director General of Forestry Planning and Environmental Governance of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Republic of Indonesia. And in wrapping up this session, I would like to share with you this perspective so that at the policy level, the policy and regulation is set already of the permanent moratorium policy, in the issuance of the permits, in the natural forest area. And that policy is set at the highest level of the government of Indonesia and with the support of the Parliament of Indonesia at the policy level. And at the implementation level, we see that the government, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and Ministry of Spatial Planning, and also with the in collaboration with the business, and also with the CSO is implementing this policy on the ground. And number 3, that international collaboration is very much welcome, and we have the support from the UN agencies, and Indonesia is keen to share best practices and learnings from this policy implementation on the ground to the international community. Thank you so much for this session, and thank you, Excellencies, Bapak Alu Dohong, Vice Minister of Environment Forestry, and His Excellency Bapak Budi Satrio Jiwandono, Vice Chairman of the Parliament of Republic of Indonesia, and we'd like to acknowledge Bapak Satya also, thank you to all of audience and all the speakers today. Over to you, Leah.
Thank you very much, Pak Nur Adi, and I would like to invite all the speakers and keynote speakers as well to come forward to the stage to take some pictures together with our online speakers here. So the format of the event is hybrid, so the photo is hybrid too. Yeah. And if maybe we can make space for the screen. Yeah, so maybe a little bit in the side. Yeah. All right. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for all the speakers and the moderator as well, and also the participants. We're going to take a break for 8 minutes. We will resume to our next session on leadership on climate village program or ProClim and collaboration opportunities. Please feel free to grab a coffee and snacks outside for the participants. See you again in 8 minutes. Hopefully. Bye.
J6. J. J.
Ada beberapa.
So ladies, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our session very shortly. I would like to invite you, ladies and gentlemen who are still outside of the pavilion, to come and join us inside. Our next discussion will be about the Climate Village program. The Leadership on Climate Village program, or PROCLIM, and collaboration opportunities. Thank you. So in 1 minute, we're going to start our session. So please feel free to take your seat. It's limited seat here. And feel free to bring your coffee or snacks inside. It's fine as well. This will be interesting to hear from various sectors on their view on Climate Village program. So ladies and gentlemen, see you soon, or see you very shortly. For those of you who are in Indonesia, we're here live from Glasgow. This is our 7th day of Indonesia Pavilion at COP26. It has been packed with important discussions on how we move forward in climate actions. So yeah, see you very shortly. We're still waiting for some participants and then also speakers to come in. Okay, let's start. I think we have participants already joining us online. Hello, selamat sore. So we're live from Glasgow, and we will begin our second session of the day, which is about leadership on Climate Village program, PROCLIM, and collaboration opportunities. This event is initiated by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And I would like to one more time invite the participants that are still outside to come join us here inside, take your seat to listen to the discussions and views from the panelists that will be joining us here in Glasgow and also online. And hello Bapak Ibu speakers that are joining us online too. I hope you can hear me right now. Hopefully the technical side of it will be on our side. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start our session. And before I introduce later all the moderator and speakers, I would like to welcome Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, the Director General for Climate Change from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ibu Laksmi Dewanti will be delivering the welcome remarks. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, the Director General for Climate Change.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, colleagues here in Glasgow. Dan selamat sore untuk bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, teman-teman yang ada di Jakarta, di Manggala Wana Bakti. So, distinguished colleagues, participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laksmi Dewanti. I'm the Director General for Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So welcome to this interesting yet important session, which is conducting hybrid here in Glasgow and at the same time also in Jakarta at the Manggala Wana Bakti. So during the session, we're going to discuss important issues of multi-stakeholders partnership in strengthening climate change adaptations and mitigation effort in the local levels or the very site levels as part of our strategy in implementing the nationally determined contributions. My special greetings to all speakers. Thank you, and here who are present in person here in Glasgow, as well as virtual in Jakarta or other wells. Colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as you might aware well, Indonesia has submitted its updated nationally determined contributions officially to the UNFCCC back in July this year. So the updated NDC include various new elements, including strengthening of partnership and involvement of the non-party stakeholders. Indeed, the government of Indonesia, recognizing significant strides in multi-stakeholders' effort in combating climate change. So therefore, it's clearly mentioned in our updated NDC document. Indonesia also highlights existing best practices and intends to scale up the diversity of traditional wisdom as well as local initiative on climate mitigation and adaptations by all parties, the government, local government, private sectors, communities, academics, and individuals. So today we're going to discuss the Climate Village Program, or well known as PROCLIM, Program Kampung Iklim. PROCLIM has been developing in Indonesia since 2012, and strengthening the implementations will be continued as one of strategic programs to encourage multi-stakeholders partnership and active participations of non-party stakeholders in different levels, from national, subnational, district, till the village or local level. The President of Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Joko Widodo, during the Climate Adaptation Summit, which was held virtually on 25th of January this year, emphasized that all countries must fulfill their NDCs, nationally determined contributions. The President also mentioned that entire potential of the community must be mobilized. In this regard, Indonesia has been engaging. Strengthening the involvement of community and all stakeholders is one of the key aspects of the implementation of NDC and the successful in achieving the NDC target, both to just reducing the greenhouse gas emission and building the climate resilience. Through the implementations of Proclaim, we are possible to translate climate change policy into a concrete actions in the local level with the involvement of non-party stakeholders. We are taking into consideration that local leadership may play essential role in supporting implementations of the program, as well as mobilizing community active participation. Indonesia has been building cooperation with private companies to implement Proclaim, which consider as the innovative approach of public-private partnership for climate change actions. In parallel, we also continue to improve existing modalities and tools or instruments for implementations of Proclaim, such as e-learning platform, technical guidance of optimizing foliage fund for Proclaim, instrument for calculating or self-calculating greenhouse gas emission reduction in the site level. We call it spectrum applications spectrum, and other information system related to climate change adaptations and mitigations that could be used to enhance capacity and capabilities of relevant stakeholders in increasing resiliencies and adapt of low greenhouse gas emission lifestyle. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to reiterate that climate change are numerous challenges that may seem daunting, if not totally overwhelming for all the nations. But with strong coordinations among the stakeholders, concrete effort by the government, a supportive cooperation with international bodies or institutions, and broader international community, private companies, and with great commitment, especially by local people and local government, I'm confident that we will be able to overcome the climate change challenges. As a result of this talk show or this discussion, I do hope we could identify further potential collaboration for strengthening climate change real actions, including through the Proclaim. And finally, I would like to express my appreciation to all distinguished speakers, resource persons, for its support to make decisions possible, and for the continued support to strengthen climate change program in Indonesia. I'm sure that this is the reflections of our concern about the urgent needs to tackle climate change issue for sustainability of the present and next generation. I wish you will have productive and fruitful discussion and a very successful following up of the discussion. For me, the most important thing is not the talk, but walk the talk. So thank you very much for your kind attention and active participation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ami, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, Director General for Climate Change from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, next we're going to go into the panel discussions, which will be led by our moderator, Ibu Nur Masripatin, the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Please give warm welcome to Ibu Nur Masripatin. Ibu Nur.
Thank you. Good morning from Glasgow. Good afternoon in Jakarta, and good evening in Tokyo. Now we come to the session, the dialogue session. We'll start with a presentation by 5 panelists. In this session, we have speakers from private sector, and one represent the civil society, the young people that will be in charge in the future. So, as mentioned by the Director General of Climate Change, we have ambitious target to have 20,000 of climate village by 2024. The message behind that is the importance of collaboration as the theme of this session. We will start with the presentation. Most of the speakers join virtually. Only two who are here with us. So we will start with the presentation by Pak Brahmantia Satyamurti Purwadi, the Corporate Secretary of Pertamina, then followed by Ibu Diah Suran Febrianti, the Head of Environment and Social Responsibility of Astra. The third speaker will be Bapak Agung Wiono, Head of Corporate Social and Community Engagement, APP Sinarmas, with introductory remark by Ibu Elim Sri Tabi, Chief Sustainability of APP Sinarmas. We will have the representative of young people, Mas Satya Hanggayuda from IE21. Then we have a speaker who joined us virtually from Tokyo, Ms. Akiko Ishii, Senior Manager and Young. Colleague, now we will start with the presentation from Pak Brahmantia. I would like to request all speakers if you could please finish the presentation within 7 minutes so that we will have time to have 7 minutes each. The key message, what is the leadership that you have played for contributing to the Indonesia target to have proclaimed 20,000 by 2024. With that, we will have time for a question from moderator to the panelists. If we have time, then we will take the question from the floor. So I would like now to invite Pak Brahmantia.
Hello Ibu, good morning. Everyone can hear my voice? Okay, good. A very good morning, Ibu Ami, Ibu Nur Masrispatin, honorable speaker, moderators, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself. My name is Brahmantia Satyamurti Purwadi. I'm the Corporate Secretary of Pertamina. We'll make it like 7 minutes, which is very thrilling to have the session in regards to the Climate Village program, or we call it Proclaim and collaboration opportunities. I would like to begin my presentation about introduce Pertamina and our concerns on development issues. Next, please. Okay. Pertamina is an Indonesian integrated energy company and one of the Fortune 500 company. And to be a world-class national energy company, we carry out integrated core business in oil, gas, and also new and renewable energy based on strong commercial principle. Those spirits have driven aspiration to be a leading energy global company. On this slide, I would like to show our view on looking about sustainable development from 3 perspectives. First is global, and secondly is national, and our position as a business entity. As a global level, at the global level, we are all understand that SDGs is the commitment that we must fully support. In the national context, Indonesia government has supported through policies and mechanisms to implementation level, and of course, Pertamina as part of the state-owned enterprise provide a strategic role in energy sector by providing energy for sustainable development itself. Next, please. In energizing sustainable development, we have established a sustainability policy to as the fundamental, basic for our action to support the sustainable development. First, energizing community resilience. In its implementation, Pertamina used an inclusive approach by collaborating with the key stakeholder to create positive impact in the social, environment, and economic field. Energizing value creation. We do believe that our collaborative action together with stakeholders and beneficiaries would create added value in building self-resilience in the society. The sustainability policy covers the strategy and implementation of Pertamina Corporate Social Responsibility Initiative. This policy also a manifestation of Pertamina commitment to support sustainability through environment, social, governance, and our ESG aspect. In the four pillar sustainability, environmental, social, economic, and legal governance, Pertamina carries out programs that support the realization of sustainable development goals. Next, please. Sustainability policy is the core of our responsibility as an integrated energy company. This policy aims to promote regulatory compliance and create long-term value for stakeholders through business-wide sustainability practice. Pertamina target to become the best and leading global energy company must reflect our role to be environmentally friendly, having excellent social responsibility, and also in the good governance. To make it happen, Pertamina has set a commitment in line with the pillar sustainability development. In energizing the economy side, we are ensuring energy availability by develop local potential, community engagement, and also development. In energizing the social side, we conduct HR development, implement health and safety and environment practice, and be the locomotive of socio-economic development. In energizing the environmental side, we support and implement emission reduction initiative, environmental conservation, and environmental impact reduction. In energizing the law and governance, we are supporting campaign of compliance with the rules of good governance, anti-corruption, and anti-fraud action. Next slide, please. We believe that to achieve climate action target, all elements at various levels should work hand in hand and build climate resiliency and minimize the greenhouse gases emission. Pertamina implement 4 community-based adaptation and mitigation approach supported by sharing and implementation of our core competencies. First is a greening to increase and maintain vegetation covers. Second is waste management of solid and liquid waste. The third is increasing awareness of utilization of new and renewable energy by energy saving and conservation. And the fourth is agricultural cultivation with low greenhouse gases emission and preventing land and forest fire. In conducting to the climate village program or program, Pertamina facilitates multi-stakeholder and multi-level collaboration in implementing a concrete climate action at a local level, especially in its nearby villages, requires collaboration of Pertamina, state-owned company, the government institution, from national to local government, businesses, universities, non-government organization or NGO, and development partner institution together with the community live nearby our location. In the next slide, I would like to share what the collaboration action program we have achieved. We conduct a special program focusing on mangrove planting. This, next slide please. Okay. We conduct a special program focusing on mangrove planting. This is solely related to Pertamina presence, some of which are located in coastal and offshore area. Therefore, the preservation of mangrove has become our concern. By having planted more than 300,000 mangrove, siding with the community, local government, and multi-stakeholder, Pertamina has succeeded in helping to develop economic independence to ecotourism program that has provided positive social and economic impact to more than 3,000 beneficiaries. Next slide. In accordance with our core competencies in energy sector, Pertamina takes this opportunity to develop awareness and increase the utilization of potential source of new and renewable energy available in the community. It aims to build energy independence at the community level as well as develop economic and value creation for the community. The energy source are varies from solar, wind, water, and which are simply provided by the nature and can be easily found and utilized by the community in their surrounding area. We estimate that more than 4 million peak of solar electricity is generated and economic value of impact of group income is close to 200 million rupiah per year. Next slide. Pertamina, next slide please. Next slide please. Pertamina is also implement its competencies in waste management by transforming waste to energy. Through this program, Pertamina developed the use of biogas for cooking and electricity needs, also transforming used cooking oil into biofuel. The program is implemented in number of areas. The utilization of more than 400,000 cubic meter of methane gas per year is estimated have created added value for more than 5,000 beneficiaries. Next, please. The slide before that, please. In the agricultural sector, Pertamina and the community in Sumatra area have made a simple, unique breakthrough by empowering the firefighter community group. The development carried out consists technology for extinguishes forest and land fires, as well as the cultivation of productive plant on peatland. With this activity, the community have succeeded in taking steps to prevent forest fire. In addition, Pertamina also helped the community to develop integrated farming. Through the program carried out in several operation area within total area more than 100 hectares, it has a positive impact on more than 1,000 beneficiaries and also improve the group of income, which total value more than 900 million rupiah per year. And to conclude my presentation, I would like to emphasize on three things on this initiative, which first of all is care, and second of all is commitment, and the third of is collaboration. With the three Z's, we can emphasize a good way to develop the collaborative action to prevent and to tackle the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Brahmantia. Colleague, after following the presentation from Pertamina, how Pertamina engage with the community-based program, now I would like to invite Ibu Dia Suran Febrianti from Astra to share the leadership that Astra has played in the area. Ibu Dia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Nur. Good evening, audience in Jakarta, and also good morning for the distinguished guests in Glasgow. My highest gratitude to the committees for having me in Astra today as one of the speaker today among the others impactful speakers. Well, I will sharing today about what Astra do in the sustainable development programs, especially in the building climate resilience for the community. Maybe firstly, I want to ask the committee to play my video plus first. It's okay? Yeah.
Tahukah kamu ketika rasanya gak bisa berhenti memikirkan tentang dia? Tak bisa tidur, tak bisa makan, bicara pun menggebu. Ini semua pengaruh aneh cinta terhadap otak kita. And now, I'm feeling in love. Inilah perjalanan Atika untuk lebih mencintai alam, lingkungan, untuk investasi di masa depan.
Selamat datang di Wisata Edukasi Konservasi KBA Pulau Pramuka, Kepulauan Seribu, Jakarta.
Hai penggiat kampung berseri Astra di seluruh Indonesia dan di seluruh penjuru dunia. Nama saya Atika dan kali ini Atika sudah tiba di salah satu pulau yang indah ada di Indonesia, tidak jauh dari ibu kota. Lagi cinta-cintanya nih sama alam, dibawa ke sini ke alamnya yang begitu indah. Tidak hanya terkenal dengan alamnya yang indah, di sini juga terkenal kegiatan masyarakatnya yang cinta lingkungan, mengimplementasikan banyak hal untuk menyelamatkan tempat tinggal mereka. Ya, selamat datang di Kampung Berseri Astra RW 4 Pulau Pramuka, Kepulauan Seribu, DKI Jakarta, Indonesia. Ikutin Atika yuk, explore keindahan Pulau Pramuka dan bagaimana implementasi masyarakat terhadap proklim yang sudah dijalankan sejak hampir 20 tahun lalu. Luar biasa ya, let's go!
Di sini kami melakukan banyak hal sebetulnya, tapi saya spesifik di lab plastik. Jadi kami di Rumah Hijau punya satu area yang namanya lab plastik. Sebetulnya so-soan aja sih, tapi di situ kita melakukan banyak hal, terutama terkait dengan sampah plastik. Gitu. Kita menerima donasi ya. Hibah atau apalah bahasanya dari warga gitu ya, sampah plastik warga kami terima di lab plastik, kemudian di situ kita catat lab plastik plastiknya, kemudian setelah kita catat kemudian kita pilah berdasarkan jenis plastik, kan plastik ada 7 jenis tuh, kita pilah berdasarkan 7 jenis plastik, dan kemudian setelah itu plastik-plastik yang tidak mempunyai nilai ekonomi itu akan kita olah menggunakan alat pirolisis. Jadi kita olah menjadi bahan bakar minyak atau bahan bakar cair.
Sudah berkontribusi dengan sampah dari tahun 2010. Cuma masih beberapa orang sampai akhirnya pas di tahun 2015 untuklah bank sampah Rumah Hijau yang sampai saat sekarang itu ada di Bank Sampah Rumah Hijau ada 136 nasabah. Setelah kita pilah di sini dan ditambah dengan adanya mesin pirolisis yang bisa mengubah sampah plastik menjadi BBM, alhamdulillah yang paling pertama itu Pulau Pramuka menjadi lebih bersih yang pastinya. Terus timbulan sampah di TPS lebih berkurang.
Jadi sejak 2007 ketika kita booming itu problem-problem baru ada. Begitu orang banyak berkunjung, mereka mau snorkeling di mana-mana, karangnya pada hancur. Ya kan? Yang tadinya kita kepengen ini cara kita untuk membangun ekonomi berkelanjutan, tapi kemudian alamnya malah justru tertekan.
Ya, ya.
Nah, kita mesti mikir ulang lagi tuh.
Ya, gimana gitu caranya rehabilitasi alamnya lagi?
Iya. Nah, kemudian akhirnya kita berpikir tentang edu wisata konservasi. Ini sebetulnya bagaimana cara kita meng-create problem, masalah menjadi solusi dan kemudian menguntungkan. Tapi kemudian bisa berkelanjutan gitu kan. Jadi harapan saya sih sebetulnya kepada para penggiat yang masih muda-muda, ya ngambil inisiatif gitu, ngambil kreasi itu justru yang paling menarik kalau menurut saya tuh justru bukan dari potensi, tapi dari masalah.
Iya.
Bagaimana kita membalik masalah jadi sumber daya.
Oke.
Jadi masalah sampah kita ada kerusakan terumbu karang, ada gitu, kemudian abrasi pantai ada. Tapi kemudian sanitasi yang buruk tadi itu kan, orang BAB di pinggir pantai masih ada. Tapi kemudian itu pelan-pelan kita geser gitu ya, kita geser dan kemudian menjadi sumber daya baru. Ya, mangrove yang tadinya orang anggap bukan apa-apa gitu, tidak berguna, tapi kemudian ini luar biasa gitu ya. Dan kita bisa mengajak orang ke sini bukan cuma untuk belajar, tapi juga selain berwisata dan berkontribusi sama alam.
Oke, penggiat kampung berseri Astra di seluruh Indonesia bisa dilihat nih surrounding environment di Pulau Pramuka bener-bener indah, asri, biru banget lautnya. Terus ibu juga bercerita di sebelum 2003 bener-bener sanitasi buruk, abrasi, terus sampah, kerusakan lingkungan. Akhirnya mereka bisa berubah walaupun hampir berapa ya? Hampir 20 tahun ya, Bu?
Iya, pelan-pelan.
Pelan-pelan tapi bisa seperti ini lingkungannya. Wah, ini berarti bisa nih, patut dicontoh oleh semua pegiat kampung berseri Astra di seluruh Indonesia. Pulau Pramuka,
Pulau Kuno Sampah.
Yeay, sampai berjumpa lagi. Kita lanjut jalan-jalan.
Dampaknya itu kita dapat membantu suami kita kan kebanyakan nelayan. Jadi kita dapat membantu penghasilan dari sampah. Dari Astra ini kita banggakan lebih banyak sekali membantu, terutama dari ilmunya, kewawasannya.
Support sekali gitu Astra ke kita, khususnya di KBA Pulau Pramuka ya. Sampai yang tadinya kita bukan apa-apa gitu, sekarang jadi apa-apa. Terus bisa dikenal di luaran sana gitu. Terus Astra selalu memberikan kita hal-hal baru gitu. Misalnya butuhnya apa, seperti itu gitu kan, kayak pas yang mesin pirolisis juga kan sama itu kan dari Astra. Dan bukannya itu aja, kayak pelatihan juga Astra ikutkan kita gitu, seperti itu.
Rasa cinta terhadap alam semakin menggulung dan semakin besar, hingga mereka mau untuk menukarkan hal yang paling berharga, yaitu waktu, dan waktu tidak akan bisa diputar kembali ataupun dibeli. Ini semua dilakukan demi investasi alam di masa depan. Atika jadi penasaran, kemana ya rasa cinta alam ini akan membawa Atika ke kampung berseri Astra selanjutnya? Yang jelas, Atika semangat banget sih untuk terus belajar dari penggiat kampung berseri Astra di seluruh Indonesia. Nama saya Atika, sampai berjumpa lagi di virtual tour selanjutnya. Bye-bye!
Ikuti terus virtual tour selanjutnya ya di channel YouTube Paguyuban KBA.
Yeah, Ibu Dia, if you could speed up your presentation, because actually...
We can come back with the slide, please. Yeah, I think it's not the right slides. Okay, well, I will start my presentation with these statements. We all have our portion on how we can contribute to prevent the inevitable climate effects in our planets. So that's why, besides addressing climate action in our internal operation, Astra also actively promotes climate action initiative among the community. Next slide, please. First, I will introduce about Astra. As of today, Astra has expanded its business based on diversification within 7 business lines and has contributed to fulfill the daily needs of Indonesians since 1957. It contributes to the economic growth for the country and also directly benefited more than 180,000 employees and more people involved in Astra value chain all across Indonesia. Astra continues to contribute on the sustainable social action, where the CSR program, the main focus of CSR program are education, health, entrepreneurship, and environments that are conducted by our business unit and 9 foundations. Of almost 1.9 million people have experienced direct impact from the CSR programs. Okay, next, this is specific for the environment program. Astra, as one of the leading corporate in Indonesia, has committed to support the Indonesian government by realizing SDGs point 13 to address climate change in Indonesia as part of our NDC. We have built climate resilience program, which aim are to mitigate and adapt climate challenge. First, for mitigation, we have plastic reduction movement for community and promoting renewable energy innovation for students. In adaptation, we are also establishing the conservation program for rare fruit, tree planting and water seed, and also fostering the green school or Adiwiyata school and fostering the waste bank community. And Astra Green Lifestyle campaigns and Kampung Berseri Astra, as you see in the previous videos, as our flagship program, serve both function of mitigation and adaptation. Next, yeah. Through the engagement with the community, mitigation and adaptation program are always implying appropriate answer to 4 main focal points, which are tree conservation, waste management, water conservation, and also energy efficiency. One of our unique programs called Kampung Berseri Astra, where it enables the climate action implementation on a village or neighborhood unit. The 4 focal points are addressed in this program through the eco-innovation, water conservation, waste management, and also energy efficiency. Until now, in the water conservation, the rainwater harvesting installation is built in the village and other urban area facing freshwater shortage. And in the eco-innovation, where more than 300,000 trees are already planted and more than 150 environment-based installations have been built, sort of hydroponic, aquaponic, and also urban farming. To enable an integrated waste management, more than 360 tons of organic waste is treated through composting and our plastic reduction movement. We have reduced almost 400 tons of plastic waste through 32 waste banks in this community. We also collaborate with academia, students, and also from university to install 18 unit solar PV in 18 sites of village and conservation center. For preliminary calculation, until now in the 32 climate village or ProClim, we already generate more than 1,800 tons CO2 equivalents emission reduction and removal annually. Currently, we are already have 100 villages progressing to comply to the government climate village criteria that will be assessed every year. Okay, this is a lot of picture just describe to us how the various community activity in climate village. In the waste management, we saw here there are the waste bank activity, collecting waste from the community, and segregating waste and also convert the plastic waste into the valuable product, such as roaster. This is the unique one in the North Jakarta, and also to change the waste to be the pyrolysis diesel fuel for the boat in the small islands. For water management, we promote biopores and small-scale rainwater harvesting reservoir implementation. And on top of that, the community are empowered to restoration by planting trees, urban farming, and also hydroponic. Finally, we promote renewable energy and reduce energy usage. We provide, like what I said before, but solar panel in certain climate villages. Yeah, this is how we work. This cycle describes how we run our climate action program in community, especially in our fostered climate village. Actually, we run this program partnership with university, communities, and also governments. Yeah, this is the cycle. We start with build a commitment and then build a local organization, strengthening local organization and climate champions. And after that, we increase their awareness and upscaling program, upscaling skill program. And we do mentoring program implementation by our partner and also our climate champions. And Astra also supports facility to promote the village participation, and then we create ecosystem by connecting all the climate, our fostered climate village all across Indonesia. it's very useful because it increases their motivation to sustain their programs. And then we reward the best climate village with our annually rewarding event. Yeah, next slide, please.
Speed of your presentation, one more, please.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, can I continue it, Bu Nur?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is another the program that channeling to the school. We also related to community empowerment. We accelerate the awareness of the teacher and student on how they can take part on the climate action. Until now, we already have more than 200 foster school or fostered Adiwiyata or green school, and exposed by student more than 1,000 students. And right now we engage with more than 300 teachers in our upscaling programs, and we start the capacity building for the teacher and strengthening the organization by the champions of the teacher in the various schools. To increase the sustainability of this program, we also build 26 group in 26 regions that consists of the teachers champions in every regions. We also encourage teachers and students to participate in the idea innovation competition and reward the best improvement environmental activity in the school, and we reward the school with the facility, green facility that can provide their participation. We connect its Adiwiyata Green School with an annual Jamboree event. This is Astra Jamboree event. Annually we conduct this event and increase the partnership and encourage the partnership among all the fostered Adiwiyata or green school. Yeah, we go to the campaigns programs. Until now, for the broader publics, we accelerate the awareness on climate action through Astra Green Lifestyle Campaigns program, which focus on Go Green with Astra as our trees conservation, and we also campaigns the plastic reduction programs movements. Until now, we engage with the employee, community, student, and also local government to conduct these campaigns programs. And now for the Go Green with Astra, we already planted 3 million trees and 1 million mangrove all across Indonesia. And also for the recycle plastic movement, we already engaged and fostering more than 100 waste bank, and also already reached more than 300 tons of waste managed annually. And right now, we calculate that the recycle program already reduced more than 100 tons of plastic waste. Yeah, for the tree planting, we have a specific tree planting programs. This specific theme called Pranaraksa, focus on the rare fruit conservation. Until now, we already have more than 32 Pranaraksa center or conservation center that planted more than 10,000 rare fruit across Indonesia, and consists of more than 200 different rare fruit varieties from all over Indonesia. And as we calculate, they already resulted in almost 58,000 tons CO2 removal since 2015. And we have Eco-Edu Center, represent the Pranaraksa Center in all across Indonesia, and some of Eco-Edu Center subjected to the community and students to learn more about rare fruit plantation and other environment initiative. Okay, and this is our last but not least, our program where we collaborate with the academia and stimulate the innovation on green energy through high school and university. We conduct Astra Green Energy Innovation. Since 2018, this program has been participated by almost 900 innovators. And all of these innovators are come from a student and also university. And we have selected 160 innovation that we choose the best prototypes. Actually, until now, we already implement the best 18 prototypes in our climate village to support water pump utility, lightning purpose, public facility, electricity, and also smallholder production house. Lastly, let's reflect what we have done so far to gradually decline the impact. Well, I think it's enough for today. Thank you very much for this great opportunity and looking forward to the impactful discussion. I hand over to you, Ibu Nur.
Thank you, Ibu Dia. Yeah, technology is very helpful, but sometimes we found a challenge in managing the use of technology. Yeah, although Bu Dia spent more than 20 minutes, but I would like to request the remaining speakers if you could please spend the allocated time for 7 minutes so we could have interaction. The next, I would like to invite Ibu Elim, who will introduce the presentation of Pak Agung Biono. Please, Ibu Elim.
Thank you, Bu Nur. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen in Glasgow, and good afternoon in Jakarta. So I would like to open the session for APP. Maybe some of you already know we are one of the biggest pulp and paper company in the world and based in Indonesia. So APP has always put communities is the key of the actor to addressing climate action, especially if we talk about forest and conservation protection. So decouple economic growth from deforestation by empowering local communities through varied program of sustainable livelihood. In our sustainability roadmap vision, can you go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. In our Sustainability Roadmap Vision 2030, one of the main pillars focus on people, and our DMPA program, which is what we want to share today, has impacted to more than 30,000 people who's living and surrounding the forest, covered in about 380 villages, involving 82 women groups. So there are, from this program, there are 157 villages has been registered to aligning with our government standard of climate adapted villages. And moving forward, we aim to achieve 500 villages mass registered and getting the same acknowledged by 2030. So to running this program, we know that passionate and consistency of the implementation are the key, and the most important, how we can find the new business model for the community and how to measure the performance and the impact directly, indirectly impact to the climate action. Now I'm over to Pak Agung as our Head of Corporate Social and Community Engagement to share more detail about the achievement of the program, including the lesson learned on how this program implement on the ground. I'm over to you, Pak Agung. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Elim. Ladies and gentlemen, let me continue our explanation of our initiative and also share what we learned from this initiative. Earlier, Bu Elim already mentioned that about our program, Desa Makmur Peduli API, or we call it Integrated Forest and Farming System. This is the effort that we launched at the end of 2015, where we put the community as key actors of achieving several of key goals in that we are setting in our sustainability visions. So through this program, from 2017, we learned that Ministry of Environmental and also Forestry have a policy on village climate program. So starting from 2017, we also integrated some of the key elements of our program of the MPA into this initiative too. Continue, please. Yeah, as when we learn about the adaptation and also mitigation of the program that the government has on a village climate project, we see also that several or most of the element in this adaptation and mitigation is also relevant to our program that we are implementing since end of 2015. Continue, please. So in 2016, we started our program by targeting 500 villages that is situated in and around our suppliers' concessions, where through this DMPA program, or Integrated Forest and Farming System program, we set up a 6 pillar of this program. The 6 pillars consist of, village transforming the way local community is doing a farming activity in and around the forest. So we kind of transforming the technology and also the knowledge. So we are preventing them from using fire in developing the farming or practicing the farming system. The other pillar is that we are encouraging and working together with village and community to protect their key resources to support their sustainability livelihood. And also the other pillar is that improving the livelihood or the local economic of these villages. The other pillar is, we are helping them to linking or connecting their product to the market. And also we are improving the collaboration with them in order to prevent any future dispute with them. So after implementation of this program, up to this time, we already implement this program in 386 villages with more than 31,000 of households involved in this program. And those 82 women group, it's also involved in this program. So after we implementing this, like I mentioned earlier, that from 2017 we started the participation in Climate Village project. So continue please the presentation, the slide. So we kind of, find the key or, the key product that we are developing with local community that really helping them not only improve the environment but also the income of the household itself. For example, the compost industry, currently more than 10 villages already participate in this program, and this involved in quite many villagers involved in as a workers and supply the product to our concessions. And then there are also product of honey, for example. This also spread across Sumatra, in Jambi, in Riau, as well as in West Kalimantan. So many of these activity already started and also already produce the product that we are currently helping to market them, not only in a local but also regional and even national market for this honey and also ginger herbs. Continue, please. So after participating in 2017, one village winning the award, Desa Mengkiang in West Kalimantan, and in 2008 also one of the village in Jambi also winning the competition or the award, and then quite many in 2019, which is almost around 25 villages winning the with various category, of course. 2005 villages winning the competition, and in 2020 one of the because of the pandemic, we kind of reducing our engagement at the ground level with the local community, so that's why our target in 2020 it's also we are kind of adapting with the situations, because the engagement with local community quite limited during the pandemic time. So by learning of this progress, we are aiming also that by 2030 we are aiming that around 500 villages will be registered in this village climate project, with more targeted in household living in and around the supplier concession of the EPP Sinarmas. Continue, please. This is the one of the example of the villages that just win the award, where their activity is including the compost production that we use for our plantations, and also organic cultural practices or farming practices. This also starting improving their income. Yeah, this kind of activity that we conducted in Lubuk Madarsa villages is an example that many of these villages in 386 that I mentioned earlier has a kind of activity like this. So we are hoping that this will continue to improve the income as well as improve the environmental condition in the village level. Continue, please.
Pak Agung, if you could please speed up your.
Okay, this is the last slide, Bu. Yeah, during our journey to implement our integrated forest and farming program or Desa Makmur Peduli Api, we are making a collaboration with various party, including Marta Tilaar and other, Dr. Sahrir foundations, and also ICRAF, C4 and other players to back up the skill and the knowledge of the implementation of this project, hoping that we could strengthen this initiative in the future. Thank you. I think that's what we want to share in the very short time given to us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Elim and Pak Agung. The next we will invite Pak Satya Hanggayuda. We will hear the voice of the young people, what he's thinking about our ambitious target on program. Please, Pak Hangga.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you to the COP26 event organizers for hosting a great conference every single year. The COP26 takes place from the 31st of October until the 12th of November, so we're reaching the end right now. We're actually in our 7th day here at the Indonesia Pavilion. So it is a pleasure for me to be able to share with you about what we have been doing so far ever since our civil society organization has been established since 2016. Particularly with our climate change program. So we've signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Forestry and the Environment to work on one of our social forestry program. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Satya Hanga Yuda Widya Putra. I have a very long name, but for simplicity, you can just call me Hanga. And I am the co-founder as well as the Director of Research and Policy Advocacy of the Indonesian Energy and Environmental Institute, IE2I. And today I will be presenting about our forestry program in one of the villages in Indonesia. So we have over 75,000 villages in Indonesia, 17,500 islands, 34 different provinces. And so we're a very big country, and there are a lot of villages that need our attention, right? That need cooperation, where we need the private sector, we need civil society organizations, as well as different stakeholders and different parties to be able to develop our region. And I think it comes down to cooperation as well as being able to work together with one another. So our social forestry program is actually in Kanapanapa village, which is actually located in central Buton. It is in southeast Sulawesi. Next slide. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Okay. So the Kanapanapa village was officially listed as a part of the ministry's social forestry program. It was in 2015, so it was over 6 years ago, even before our CSO was established. A few people tried to help out in trying to develop the village, but it actually did not meet with the expectations set forth by the Indonesian government. And so IE2I came in to play, and of course, that is also with the help of the Indonesian government. And we have signed an MOU. It's from April of 2018 until April of 2022. So we are reaching the end of our MOU, but we do intend on being able to extend our cooperation with the ministry. So our RKU and RKT, which is our yearly plan as well as our work plan, was actually established in 2018. And our village, right, in Kanapanapa village, it actually went from bronze in 2018, from when we first worked on it. It became silver, right, in 2020, and we are trying to attain the gold standard for this village. We've established a lot of communication, not only with the national government, but also with the local government as well as the local people, because we do understand that in order for us to be able to, establish communication and understand the local culture, as well as, instill any, lessons learned about the environment, as well as the importance to preserve the environment, and being able to really nourish, right, in terms of sustainability, it comes down to understanding local culture and local people, right? Indonesia is a very diverse country. Not everyone from Jakarta, from the central government is able to instill programs without being able to understand the local culture as well as the local people. And so we needed help. We weren't able to do all of this on our own. It comes down to cooperation as well as teamwork to be able to establish our programs in the Kanapanapa village. So we've established 7 capacity building programs where we educated the local people about the environmental sustainability, the importance to be able to ensure a sustainable environment, being able to live a good, clean, healthy lifestyle when it comes to our carbon footprint. Because if we talk about Indonesia, if you talk about the capital city or the big cities in Indonesia, a lot of people are very much educated, right? From the middle to upper income class, everyone's aware about the environment, about the dangers of fossil fuel, about carbon dioxide emissions, as well as the need to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and also the Paris Agreement. But a lot of people that are in the villages, they're not aware about these issues, let alone, they probably don't even care about these issues, because what they care about is being able to fulfill their needs and wants, so then they can live about their lives, right? They're not talking about policy making, they're not talking about COP26, they're not talking about the G20 presidency, they're talking about what they actually need in terms of their daily lives, in terms of food, water, and shelter. And so they're not very aware about the issues pertaining to the environment, pertaining to the energy sector, and that's where we came into play with the local government to be able to establish these different capacity building programs. We've also done 4 beach cleanup where we gathered people from the Kanapanapa village to be able to clean the beach and the importance of preserving the environment. And from the Ministry of Forestry and the Environment, we were given 12,000 seeds where we were able to go out there and planted these seeds to be able to grow trees, and it consists of different forms of seed. And in the Kanapanapa village, we were able to also build 3 water pump machines, and that took us 3 months because we needed to be able to also get funding from the local government, which of course took some time. We were also able to build 1 kilometer of road, which made it easy for the local people to be able to transport water, food, and it gave them a lot of different access. And this is all a collaboration between our civil society organization with the Ministry of Forestry and the Environment, as well as the local government. So here are some of the photos about what's been happening on the ground in terms of our water pump machine, as well as building roads and being able to really work with the local people. Some of the economic improvements as well as environmental benefits that we're able to attain from our project is that we're able to produce abundant fruits and vegetables. We're able to give access to water to the people that really needed water, and because we were able to build that 1 kilometer of road, we're able to easily transport primary necessities, such as food, water, and agricultural products. And we're able to plant different seeds that were able to produce these different fruits that has a high economic value. So really trying to make an impact, as well as ensuring that the local people are able to prosper. So in Indonesia, we're not just focused on the island of Java, as well as the people that are living in the city. Much of the people here in Indonesia right now, but we also focus on a lot of these different regions that are probably not even represented, even in COP26. So it's truly a pleasure for me to be able to to talk about this Kanapanapa village, where most of the people here probably have never even been there. And so this is one of our achievements. If you look at, in terms of the social forest development, the Fotu Lake actually became a tourist spot in central Bhutan. And in terms of ecotourism, we're able to promote environment-based tourism development, and we're able to produce these water pump machines. And this is primarily beneficial for crop yield development. This is a photo of our volunteers. Some of our volunteers came from the local region, from Buton, from Southeast Sulawesi. They were able to really communicate directly with the local people, understand the local culture, and we wanted to ensure that our volunteers actually came from the region, because they're the ones that are able to understand the language as well as the local culture. Since Indonesia has hundreds of different languages, not everyone can speak Bahasa Indonesia. If you talk to people that are in the middle to upper income class, they're able to understand Bahasa Indonesia. But if you go to the local culture, or if you really go down, they might not even understand Bahasa Indonesia. So you really need to be able to understand the local languages, which is, and I think it provided a lot of benefit for us as well, to be able to cooperate as well as coordinate with the local people as well as our local volunteers. And of course, with everything, there has to be challenges, right? I mean, in any situation, any condition, you're always faced with different challenges. And I think one of the challenges that we have to be able to deal with, and that we have to be able to try to mitigate, are these different border conflict, where there are settlements being established in social forest environment, and in terms of market conditions, there are actually no suitable market yet, and forest destruction in the region, which is still very much abundant, and which is detrimental to our environment. What are our plans and targets, going forward? So we have over 20 different people that are actually volunteering in the region, and we visit the site once every 2 weeks. And of course, the people that actually go there and that actually handle this project directly are the local people. And so they're the ones that really communicate with all of the different stakeholders to form cooperation with various related parties. We provide broad market access solutions for products that can be marketed. And last but not least, this capacity building program to continue to provide education to the community with a regional and local approach. thank you so much to everyone that have came in attendance. I hope that my presentation, as well as the previous presentations, provided you all with an insight about what's been happening in Indonesia, as well as our corporate social responsibility programs and projects that have been enacted, implemented by different companies. Even, the first speaker came from Pertamina, which is our Fortune 500 company, the only Fortune 500 company represented, and it's our major oil and gas company. It's a state-owned enterprise, and yet they're also focused on environmental sustainability, because this is an issue that is very important, and this is an issue that we cannot ignore and that we cannot forget, because again, this is not just for COP26, but this is for the future, not only for Indonesia, but for everyone around the world. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan atas perhatiannya. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Hangga. The last speaker, we have Ms. Akiko Isi, who joined with us virtually. She is Senior Manager of Ernst & Young, will share the private sector perspective also in engaging in climate action at the local level. So, Ms. Akiko, please.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nurul. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So good morning, everyone in Glasgow, and then also selamat sore, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu dari Jakarta. My name is Akiko Ishii of Ernst & Young Japan in the group called Climate Change and Sustainability. I'm very honored to be speaking at this event at Indonesian Pavilion. Especially, I would like to express my appreciation to Ibu Laksmi and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia providing us this opportunity to join this seminar. Actually, EY is currently working on Ministry of Economy and Trade and Industry, METI Japan, on promoting private sector's engagement in climate change adaptation. So therefore, today I would like to present on behalf of METI. So next slide, please. So today I would like to introduce METI's activities and also 3 Japanese companies' activities in Indonesia. So next one, please. As you know, the effect of climate change have become more serious. And in many cases, people in villages are more vulnerable to these impacts. Actually, Japan is also a country which has experienced a lot of disaster, and it's getting serious. So the private company also developed technology and services and know-how to combat these issues. So we believe that there are technologies which can also contribute to climate change adaptation of local communities. So next one, please. METI has been working on promoting private sector's engagement in climate change adaptation, especially in countries those highly vulnerable to climate change impact. And as part of this activity, METI has compiled a good practice of technologies and then companies' activities which can contribute to climate change adaptation through their business. And then made this booklet called Climate Change Adaptation Good Practices by Japanese Private Sector. So if you are interested in good practices, please visit METI's website to see more good practices. But there are actually 38 technologies and the company's activities so far, and we are going to increase more in this year. And some activities are actually working with communities in Indonesia and strengthen their resilience and also capability of climate change adaptation. So today I would like to introduce 3 companies' activity among these good practices. Next one, please. The first one is the activity of Panasonic. So the Panasonic has developed and installed a standalone power supply system called power supply container, which consists of solar panel and then battery storage. to several villages in West Kalimantan and other villages, other islands in Indonesia. So in West Kalimantan, Panasonic not only installed power supply container, but also they supported local communities to create jobs using its electricity, such as improving fish processing, efficiency of fish processing, which is a traditional industry of the village, and also processing agricultural product like moringa, and also honey, to make product with higher market value. So this will contribute to provide more job opportunity and increase income of villagers. So Panasonic, by providing clean electricity and lighting to communities, not only in Indonesia, but other countries in Asia and also in Africa, Panasonic has been aiming to improve environment of children to study or clinic to store vaccine properly, and also provide more job to women. And then as a result, reduce poverty to improve their lives of people in villages, and then strengthen resilience of communities. So next one, please. The second activity is agroforestry activity by a company called Darike. So Darike is a company producing and selling chocolate using cacao from Indonesia, especially Dari, Sulawesi, because the shape of island of Sulawesi is like the letter K. So Dari K, Dari means from in English. So before Dari K started to work with community, the cacao farmers grew only cacao. But in years when there was no rainfall, they lost income. So therefore, Darike encouraged farmers to apply the agroforestry method, in which they not only plant cacao, but a variety of fruits and nuts, which are cash crops other than cacao. So agroforestry method also contribute to keep forest coverage as well. And also not only planting method, but Darike also found that fermentation process is very important for producing high quality and tasty cacao, so which had not been applied in Indonesia. So because this fermentation process is very labor intensive, but the product was not bought at the reasonable price in Indonesia before. So therefore, Darike provides hands-on guidance on fermentation technology to local farmers to improve quality of cacao beans. And also Darike purchase this fermented high-quality cacao directly from farmers, and then produce and sell high-quality and tasty chocolate in Japan. So this activity improves local farmers' income and also strengthen resilience and capability of adaptation to climate change as well. Next one, please. So the last activity is the activity of Yamaha Motor. Yamaha has introduced Yamaha Clean Water Supply System, which is environmentally friendly water purification system by slow sand filtration technology using sand and gravel. So Yamaha Motor is a very famous motorcycle company, as you know. So you may think why Yamaha installed clean water system. Back in 1974, when Yamaha established its motorcycle factory in Indonesia, a family of Japanese employees stationed in Indonesia reported their concerns about water to the headquarters in Japan. Actually, at that time, the water from tap water was not clean and then colored and then smelled bad. So this led the company to develop water purifier for home use at first, but eventually Yamaha saw the reality of water problem in emerging countries. And then the company began to develop new system. Up to now, Yamaha installed more than 10 systems systems in villages in Sumbawa and other islands in Indonesia, where access to clean and safe drinking water is not secured enough. So that system contributes to supply clean water to villages all the time, constantly, and contributed to reduce outbreak of diarrhea, fever, and other illness caused by polluted water. Precipitation patterns and rain pattern are becoming more unstable and then unpredictable due to climate change. So stable supply of clean water also contributes to strengthen villagers' ability to climate change. So we believe these activities can also contribute to local communities in Indonesia to improve their ability to combat climate change using their technologies. So this is all from me. So if you would like to know more about these activities and then company's technology and activities, please contact me. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Ms. Akiko. Colleague, our time unfortunately doesn't allow us to have question and answer. But one thing, the message from the presentation in this session, we have heard a very rich presentation, how private sectors contribute in many ways to the government program or national program. In this case, the community-based program that we call it Proclaim. If we listen carefully, we have a huge capital, a social capital, environmental capital to make our ambitious target in Proclaim be achieved. But with one thing that we need to do. This is the message to our colleague from private sectors, how to align all those community-based programs with the Proclaim program, climate village program that's basically taking adaptation, mitigation, livelihood development, and other factors. So that's our invitation or our message to our colleagues in private sectors, also academia, civil society. With that, I would like on behalf of Ibu Tantri from Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia to thank all speakers, to thank Ibu Diji, Bu Ami, to be here from the start to the end of the session. To all participants, hope you could take something from this session. Thank you very much and good day. I give the floor to the organizing committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Nur Masripatin. So before we finish, we would like to invite all the speakers and the keynote speaker to come to the stage to take picture. And if we can have the online speakers to join in as well, the committee can show the screen. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. So our next session will begin in 3 minutes. It will be talking about youth. So we will be hearing youth perspective on how COP26 so far. So we have representative from Indonesia, from the Netherlands, from Nigeria, and from Brazil. So see you soon. Please enjoy the cup of coffee outside and bring it inside. Thank you very much.
Jake says. Jake says. Jake.
here because we believe that everyone and every organization have the rights to make contributions to their communities and their countries to fight climate change. So yeah, here we are. And a little bit information about our organization. It's we have like around 300,000 active members across the nation. So it's about 34 provinces. We have the representative in each province in Indonesia, and so that we believe that we have a capability to make a contribution. To invite as many youth generation to care, to aware, and to take action on the issue of climate change. So in the future, in the near future, we have programs that we want to make a program in the national levels. We want to make programs to fight the climate change and asking and inviting as possible the youth generation across Indonesia. So for now, what we have done is a little bit picture. Next slide, please. So we are, okay. So what we have done now, we are focusing in the Jakarta areas to educate the people and to give assistance in the grassroots level, particularly in the area near the Ciliwung rivers. Ciliwung rivers is like one of the biggest rivers in Indonesia, and around this area, around the Kali Ciliwung or Ciliwung rivers, there are so many groups that most vulnerable to get flood when the rain is coming. So this is one of the most vulnerable areas in Jakarta, and it is in sub-district 7 Kali Ciliwung Rawajati. If you see this picture, the highest point flood in this sub-district is in here. See? And this is the people, and the flood was in here. So the flood was like crazy, and they said that in the past the flood was only happening like once within 5 years, but nowadays the flood happens like more frequent. It's like 5 times in a year. So the flood so easy to come, and every time the flood comes, we always try to give the assistance, to give the assistance to the aid for the people in this area, and we also give them the 3 seats, but that didn't work. And if you know that the ship that works in there is in this picture, that's spinach water. So they also sell the spinach water to the market, and the quality is very good because like this is the only thing that can grow up in that area. And the next one, we are with my team. And then this is what happened last night in Jakarta. We got the flood again. Like this is in the area in Jakarta district Kampung Melayu to Pesanggerahan. So it is the capital city of Indonesia, but the flood just everywhere. And yeah, according to our discussion, our groups, we're trying to get in touch directly to the youth in that area. In Indonesia, the youth in each sub-district in Indonesia, they have the youth organization that's called Karang Taruna. The Karang Taruna is the youth community in the sub-district and district level, and they've done a lot to save their areas, to save the people when the flood is coming. They clean up the area regularly, so people tend to throw the garbage near to the Ciliwung rivers. They try to clean it up. After the flood, the garbage was everywhere. The Karang Taruna, the youth in that area, are the one who clean up the areas, and they're monitoring the implementation of local regulation. So in Jakarta, we have the new regulation that everyone who throw up the garbage to the river will get charged around 500,000 rupiahs, or around like $45 USD. Everyone. So the youth organization over there watching the people who throw the garbage away to the river, and they will get the charge. They report it and they will get the charge. And then they become the rescue team to save the people when the people get flood. And they also self-supporting system. So they try to get money to maintain the area. When after the area gets flood, everything is broken. So they try to maintain it with their own money. And they educate other communities to care with the environment. Unfortunately, when I asked, do you know COP26? What do you hope of? What do you hope for the COP26 in the Glasgow that's happening now? They don't even know what is COP26. Meanwhile, they are the first guard in the areas that get the direct impact of the climate change, and they also have the responsibility to save people, to maintain, to keep their environment from the flood, but they don't even know what is COP26. I mean, what's the point then? And then I'm so sad with that. So that's why after this we have the future programs from the GPND, or the Youth Guard of National Democratic, and this is the program. This is the program in the national level. So we're going to embark not only in the Jakarta level, but we're going to try to make more program wider in the national level. Thank you. Sorry for taking.
Yes, let's give applause to Kak Dwi, everyone. Okay, thank you, Kak Dwi. I got your point how people in the nearby the river of Ciliwung is the most vulnerable, and also how people from the Karang Taruna has made a very impactful action to their community. Okay, next we have Ive. Yeah, this is your time to explain what are you doing with your organization, and you can tell us a little bit about your community and how you empower them. Please.
Thank you very much for the invitation to be here, and I will try to speak a bit more about the macro level of youth participation, and especially within the international context like COP. It's very nice to hear about your work, and I hope that your loved ones are okay after the floodings. So I am UN Youth Representative for the Netherlands, and in this function I am part of the Dutch delegation, and I walk around here at COP trying to influence the international negotiations, especially when it comes to public participation, youth participation, which are really crucial elements of having inclusive climate action. I was asked also to elaborate a bit on what's happening within the negotiations here at COP. So I'd just like to bring one initiative to your attention that's happening on including young people in the final COP decision. Also, my colleague Dennis, who's in the audience, is working hard on this, together with youth from other countries. And really, it would be the first time that young people and youth participation are included in the final COP decision, if we can succeed in this. So I think this is also a call to you, if you have connections to your delegation, if you have connections to groups, let's work together to have young people included there, because I think that's youth are, it's become a cliche to say it at COP, I feel, but youth are really the group that is driving more ambitious climate action. So I hope we can work together on this. I'd like to take a step back and to speak a bit about what does meaningful youth participation look like. Last year I worked with the NDC partnership. They also have a pavilion here around the corner on creating a youth engagement plan. So it resulted in this document. We had consultations with young people from over 80 countries, and we asked young people, what are the barriers that you are facing when engaging with your government? And what I think what was really interesting to see from the data was that young people, no matter the region, actually young people are facing a lot of the same obstacles, definitely in different degrees, but for example, finance and education, those are really big obstacles to participate fully. For example, if you're a youth organization, it's really hard to access funding because you need to have been registered for a couple of years, you have to have a legal entity. All of these kind of administrative obstacles are put in the way of establishing youth organizations. So when it comes to sort of getting over these barriers, there's a really big task for policymakers to make sure that funding is more easily accessible. For example, NGOs could help young people navigate the legal and administrative jungle of trying to establish an organization. And also when it comes to access to information and access to decision makers, young people said that they often face exclusion if you're in rural parts of the country, especially in times of COVID, if you don't have good internet access. So here is a big task for decision makers to make sure that they widen their scope of consultation and not only speak to the young people based in the capitals, but also to young people who are in other parts of the country. When it comes to opportunities for youth participation, young people said that education is the primary objective, and young people want to learn more about climate and sustainability already from primary school. So it's not only in tertiary education in technical studies, but it's really starting young, learning about what does a sustainable world look like and what does climate change mean for young people. So we have done these consultations, we have turned this data into recommendations, and now it's up to young people like me and like you to sort of bring this to the attention of policymakers, and it's up to policymakers to make sure that when they're taking climate action, it's considerate of young people, it's really engaging young people not only as a check the box, but really as a key stakeholder in policy. So I think this is having young people at the table is so crucial for inclusive and ambitious climate action that in all parts of climate action, young people should be considered. So I think I'll leave it at that, and happy to elaborate more later.
Okay, thank you so much, Eva, for your perspective. I love how eye-opening it is to know that no matter the region, we also always facing the obstacles from the financial, from the aspect of the information, and also from the education. Okay. I also want to greet my friend here, Karen Luna. She has just arrived. She is the president of the Youth Engagement Discussion for No Climate. Welcome, Karen. Let's give applause. Okay, you can also start right away. I think that's okay. I will give you 5 minutes. Actually, you can open your mouth as well if you talk here. Yeah. Okay, so Karen, the time is yours.
Hi. First of all, I'm sorry, I'm really late. I'm sorry. So I would like to thank you for the invitation. I was so glad to be here because I'm from Brazil, and I always admired that lush natural, the natural beauty of Indonesia, because it's so it really seems like where I came. I live in Acre in Brazil, so we had forests too, and is like a tropical and equatorial forest, so really seems like, so I'm really excited to be here because of that, because we're closer and similar because of that. So well, without further ado, I'm going to talk about my role here at COP26. I came together with the Brazilian delegation, with a friend. She's her name is Eria Pinhanta. Unfortunately, she isn't here right now, but okay. We both came representing our youth engagement network in Brazil, which is a newly created network. We only have 2 months. But the network is not just, how can I say, it's not just the 2 of us. We have other youngers with us, from people from Brazil engaged with us. So we're here to represent our country. And we are very happy for the experience, and we are very satisfied as we had prepared for this moment. A little less than a month ago, the 4 of us went to the Ministry of Environment in our country, in Brasilia, and to talk about the role of Brazil in the COP26 agenda. And on the occasion, we also spoke with the ambassadors of Italy and United Kingdom at Brazil, and seeking to understand their role in the event, and as well as their expectations. After all this preparatory agenda in Brasilia, we had the opportunity to understand and share with Brazilian young people the role of Brazil in a negotiation table like the COP. We even have great expectations with the fulfillment of the agreement, Paris Agreement at least, and we understand that youth play an important role in the course of a country. An entire generation can influence the present time in ways we sometimes don't even measure, but we can do that. That's why we started our group, because we believe in the power that young people have. We have ideas for many communication and education projects, and we believe this is the way forward. We have the potential to write together a new story for reducing carbon emissions, for generate green jobs, for clean energy, and most importantly, development for people, especially those who live outside the big cities. We have a lot of these people in our country. We have a lot of big cities, but we also have a lot of people who doesn't live there, and they really deserve to development too. I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous, but okay. Anyway, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity, and I really believe that moments of integration with these are crucial for us. Really, thanks for the opportunity. Sorry for my English. I'm really nervous right now, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Gurr. I really appreciate it that you make your time to be in here with us today, because you have like packed schedule after this, right? Okay, it's okay. Really, I really got your point of how a great move you guys trying to convince the policymakers of your from your country, and also how the power of young people and you are focusing on the really serious sectors like carbon emission and etc. Is it really a beautiful thing? And okay, next we have our friend back to Indonesia. Here we have Bella in here, and as I know that you have like really focusing on the youth empowerment, and also you are taking the major of planetary health, right? So I would like to ask you to tell us a bit more about your actions and also how you involve your community and movement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Katika, and thank you to the Indonesian Pavilion for inviting me. And of course, good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I am very excited to talk to everybody today, and good afternoon to everybody who is here and watching online. My name is Layatania Belai Jandam. I am 20 years old, and I am a climate reality leader and an indigenous environmental activist coming from the Dayak tribe, the indigenous people of Borneo Island, Indonesia. Today, I will be sharing a little bit about my work that focuses on youth empowerment, indigenous rights, and community-based forest management. As a climate reality leader, I am a part of a global network of people who are passionate about solving the climate change issue. And we are trained directly by the former Vice President Al Gore and a panel of leading scientists to inform us about the most updated information regarding climate change. And we are also actively working and collaborating with our thousands of people in our network to bring about change. But what I absolutely love about being in climate reality is the diversity that stands at the heart of this community. We always say that anybody can be a climate reality leader, and we have trained people from students to engineers to mothers of three to musicians and everybody else, because we believe that regardless of your background and regardless of your identities, everybody deserves a place in the climate space. And at Climate Reality Indonesia, we are also especially including the youth in our strategy teams, and that includes myself, to think about how can we best facilitate our leaders to work on their action, or what we call our acts of leadership. And we have also been leading many youth-specific events in the past years, including one called Climate Change We Pledge, where we have gathered over 500 young Indonesians for a 1-month-long series of discussions and actions that we can do together, and spotlighting on-the-ground solutions carried out by other youth activists. And actually, one of the initiators was also Kak Atika, so I'm glad that we're here today together. And besides that, I'm also currently working with the Dayak Iban of Sungai Utik people in data collection to prepare for what we call a Payment for Ecosystem Services scheme, or a PES scheme. And this is a community-based forest management, conservation, and development scheme that allows local communities to receive compensation for the work that they do in protecting the ecosystem services. And just to introduce a little bit about the Sungai Utik people, they are an indigenous community located also in West Borneo, whose leadership as forest guardians is successfully protecting the 10,000 hectares of customary forest in their area. And they live by this incredible ethos that goes, the forest is our father, the land is our mother, and the water is our blood. And just hearing that, you can see just how inextricably linked their culture is to a healthy environment. And meeting them and being able to work them is a huge opportunity for me to just learn from fellow Dayak people. But in protecting this culture, the best group of people that we need to be engaging with is, of course, the youth. So currently, I am coordinating a youth-led project that focuses on educating about climate change, and given the large role of farming in their community, we are also implementing a youth-led regenerative agriculture project where we introduce farming methods that can help increase both the productivity and the sustainability of farming and their agricultural yields there. And this is focused on educating the youth because we are letting them lead by creating this small demonstration plot. It's less than 1 hectare, but we hope that in the future we can scale that up and having youth in the front line. In preparing for the PES scheme as well, we have been trying to really involve the youth in the data collection phase. So together with some of the young people in the community, we are learning from neighboring villages where they have already been implementing PES. We are continuing to lead discussions with the community to identify what are the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation in your area. We are consulting with them about the programs that we can implement, and also conducting surveys to assess the feasibility of these solutions. And from both my experience in climate reality and also with working with the Sungai Utik people, I am very inspired by the power of youth. We cannot leave them out of the conversation because the decisions that we make or don't make today will affect the entirety of the lives of youth in the future and for the future generations to come. And so we are here right now in this panel, in this venue, outside in the streets, and everywhere in the world, demanding the change that we need to survive. And I am looking forward to discussing with our panels here today about how we can continue to empower the youth of the future. Thank you.
Very impressive as always, Belay. Yeah, I love your point about how people in the indigenous people is actually have implementing their strategy or their roots of value of how the forest is our father, and then trees, right? Trees is our mother, and water is our blood, right? Wow, that's very great. And I also point out how Belay is actively involving in the climate reality leader, and she is involving in the strategic team, right? So I'm not, I can imagine how these people are so cool. And then last but not least, we still have David. David is the program officer of Grid Energy with Diamond Development Initiatives. So looking at your experience here, I believe you have like a lot of experience in the renewable energy sector. So please elaborate this for us. Please come here, David. Let's give applause, guys.
Warm greetings, everyone. Such a delight to be here. I'm David Arenze, and I'm Nigerian. I'm also based in Nigeria. Can you hear me? Does it work? Excellent. So, knowing fully well that I'm in an energetic crowd, this is the youth. So, when I ask, can you hear me? I want to hear like a resounding yes. I know we're not supposed to make a lot of noise, but I want to feel the energy. So, excellent. Thank you. You're fantastic. So, I will just go through some of the projects we have in Nigeria. But before I go into that, I will talk a bit about what my organization does. And it's a non-governmental organization based in Nigeria. We've been operating for about 20 years now. I currently lead the off-grid energy portfolio. And what do we do really with the off-grid energy portfolio? We support early and mid-stage renewable energy companies. All right. Okay, good. So we support early and mid-stage renewable energy companies to successfully deploy renewable energy solutions, so standalone solutions, solar mini grids, solar home systems, biogas projects. I will show you a number of these projects very shortly. And these projects so far have created over 10,000 connections to low-income households and businesses, connecting this tremendous amount of people, over 500,000 people whose lives are being impacted by electricity that has been generated. So I will just highlight some of the projects. Also, before I go into that, my organization, we also work in the areas of agriculture, and we are also very youth focused. So we currently have a program running in one of the states in Nigeria, which seeks to train over 15,000 youths with various vocational skills cutting across makeup, photography, filmmaking, and you name it, several very critical sectors, IT, and the plan is not just to train the youth or just build capacity, but also to impact them with jobs. Because it's one thing to train, but where are these trainees or are going to use what they have been trained with? Where are they going to really experiment it? So where are they going to be able to show? Because at the end of the day, the end goal of training should improve livelihood. So if you train people, you should be able to put them in the industry to practice. So, but having said that, I will just go on to some of the projects that we have. Can I use this? Fantastic. So, okay, I have gone through this, a brief introduction, what we do. So we have a vision, a society where everyone has equitable opportunities for self-actualization. I'll spell you through. So I talked about agriculture, renewable energy, and youth enterprises. So this is some members of my team. We have a few partners. We're also implementing partners for the United States African Development Foundation in Nigeria. And we've done some interesting work with the USAID and a couple of other state governments. So now to the renewable energy project. So this is the biogas project that is powering a community. We have two of these sort of projects in community called Rijekuiji, pardon the names, but several households in this particular community are not connected to the grid. And when we did this particular project, the primary source for powering this is poultry waste. And so we produce electricity through poultry waste to power these two communities. We have this company that we also supported in Nigeria who now manufactures solar panels in Nigeria. The first and only company which manufactures solar panels in Nigeria. Initially, we started, before we supported them, they were barely producing 10 to 15 panels, but we automated their whole processes because before we funded them, they were hand soldering all their components. But we completely automated the process and the value chain, and now they produce over 200 solar panels in a day, and so far they have done over 6,000 plus solar modules. Okay, and the previous one, excellent. So this is another community that completely unserved. There used to be an oil company in this particular community who used to drill oil, because Nigeria is an oil producing state. So they used to drill the crude oil, and as an incentive, they gave them electricity from diesel generators. But when they stopped drilling the oil from the community, they ran away and they stopped giving them electricity. And so we identified this community and ensured that this solution was deployed. In fact, there's this interesting video of a woman jumping around because she runs two businesses which she uses petrol generators to power. And when we commissioned this particular project, she ran around saying up solar, because she was so excited about the tremendous impact that having such a project could create in that particular community. We have this is another community in the Niger Delta region, another oil producing state that is powered by solar energy. We have cold storage solution that is also powered completely by solar energy. We have various mini grids. This is another site connecting over 300 households and businesses to electricity. We have many more. I will just go through, but these are several of them that we have. Mini grids in this particular community, we identified a lot of them are farmers, are pepper farmers, as well as beyond just needing electricity access, they also need some sort of support to help improve the shelf life of their product, which is pepper, and so this mini grid also powers the solar dryers, which ensures that they dry their pepper. This is also another solution, but this also provides some sort of solar milling, because we have also learned across the agriculture value chain that beyond just farming, much more value is given to products from farmers if there's some element of agro-processing, and so we did this particular project. This is another interesting mini grid. This is another cold storage solution, mini grid. So we also have a model where because electricity is a challenge in Nigeria so far, and we have over 90 plus million people who do not have access to electricity, and so some of them use the electricity for both residential use and also for business use. And so in this particular project, we identified over 14 different plazas, which are like business areas that have between 15 to 45 lockup shops, which is powered completely by solar energy. And so we have over 107 SMEs across these various locations that are being powered by the solution. Then this is also another solar mini grid solution. That's a solar home standalone solution. So we have also discovered from our needs analysis that some people just need lighting, right? And so this solution was done. This is another mini grid. So there are several mini grids. We have over 50 plus projects in Nigeria so far. And the level of funding that have been provided is ranging between $6 to $8 million. So, but that in a nutshell is just some of the projects that we are doing that show that solar energy works. I will tell you in Nigeria that we still have a lot of challenge convincing people about the possibilities that solar energy has in meeting energy access. And now, why are we here? Being youth, we have discovered that there is a need to amplify our voices, to create the needed awareness, to let more people know that youth have a stake to play in shaping their future. And whether you are playing, whatever part of the value chain you are playing, you have a critical voice that must be heard. And so I came as that voice from my country, which still have significant levels, millions of people without access to energy, to show the world that renewable energy works, right? And if it is deployed rightly, it will create the much needed impact. And in closing, I would like to mention that for everyone here that still thinks that climate change is a lot of blah, 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 a lot of joke, and it's not something that should be given some level of attention, please, you may need to rethink that. My perfect explanation, or the explanation that comes to mind for climate change, is a gentleman who has a knife on his throat. And if you choose to leave, it means that you would choose to advance the causes of climate change, or you choose to advance the message on how we can mitigate climate change. And if you choose not to leave, it means that you're really indifferent on the need to prioritize climate action, on the need to advocate for climate action, and the rest of them. So I'm so delighted again to be here. Many thanks to the organizers, the Indonesian Pavilion, and also to you, Atika, and other relevant members of the team. Thank you for the invitation, and I look forward to a robust conversation. Thank you.
Well, that's very informative, David. Well, I really appreciated that you make something concrete solutions to your community, where you're involving up to 15,000 youth in your community in Nigeria, and the Ajino farms, you using the poultry waste to make the renewable energy and all the grid electricity projects. That's very cool. And looking at their initiatives, that's very cool. And I would like to extend the questions to you guys on how, after all this time, we are looking at the process of the negotiations at COP. I believe that you have already bringing so many initiatives from your local community. You have already engaging your youth at your local community. And how do we how do you see this negotiation process? We already passed the first week, and then we're on the second week. And what is your hope to the negotiation process at the end? Please give your voice and give your opinion and also your perspectives. I will give each of the speakers around 2 until 3 minutes. And you allowed to open your mask when you speak to get the perfect photo. Okay. Is it working?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so, well, Brazil is really hoping that the Paris Agreement really works, and we should have hope, because we really, sorry guys, I'm really nervous right now. I never talk in English for a lot of people, so we're just hoping that the Paris Agreement really happens and make that difference that we are waiting.
Fantastic, thank you. For me, it's great to see what we have ongoing, being that I got it to COP 2 days before COP, just to get in the mood for COP. We've had several engagements in Nigeria leading to COP. But for me, one thing is critical. If we do a lot of talk and don't back those talk with significant actions, COP will just be a nice place to eat Indonesian food or Nigerian food, and and we'll say, oh, we had nice times, we killed several trees by distributing our cards, and we'll just call COP26 a fun fair, right? If we don't take specific, significant actions. And again, I'd like to say that, and how we cannot celebrate what we don't measure. So first of all, where are we currently across various governments? Every government that is making bold statements, that are making amazing commitments, that are saying that they will achieve net zero by 2050 or 2060 or 2070, it's great to drop the numbers. But the truth is, whoever is the prime minister or the president, by 2070 or 2050, some of them, I'm sorry to say, may not be here. And we as youth will be left with the consequences of their decisions. And so my admonition to government leaders is not just to give us cheap talk. Talk is cheap, you know, but first of all, we must enumerate where are we as a date, as the world, where is the world and where are the countries, right? And what steps need to be taken, and how do we really measure the progress? So when is going to be the timeline? Say 6 months after COP, 4 months after COP, what should have changed? If there are no clear-cut indicators that have been pre-identified as at now, and that would be measured against, say, a few months after COP, then I think we'll just be wasting our time. You know, so my admonition is beyond just the camaraderie of the experience, beyond just what we are seeing. Good talk should be backed with significant actions. And if we don't get there, this will just be a fun fair. My contributions for now. Thank you.
The way I see COP is that a lot is happening at an international level, and in the presentation also there were so many great examples of what's happening on the ground. And I think that in order to make sure that young people are taken seriously on the ground, to make sure that young people are participating in policy making, we need to have the framework agreed upon here. And this is also why I'm so enthusiastic about having a youth paragraph in the final COP decision, because this is the kind of framework we need to have meaningful youth participation at an international, national and local level. So I hope that young people can participate in the negotiations by being able to enter the rooms, by being able to connect with their delegations, by submitting draft texts, by giving their thoughts on the topics that are being negotiated here. Those are my hopes for the coming days, and I hope that on Friday evening we can see a youth paragraph in the final COP decision, and we can see that youth are taken seriously. It's not only, as you described, it's not only paying lip service to the millions of people who are going out onto the streets, who are working on projects, but it's really, youth are a key element of policy making.
For me, the COP26 has been doing a good discussion. They are talking about the carbon trades, they're talking about the coal power plants, reduction the coal power plants, which is in Indonesia, we have around 65% electricity from coal, and they have also the target net zero emission for each country. For me, they're doing good job. We have to, however, appreciate them. And in Indonesia, we follow the agreements that been done in the COP before. We've already point out the target for net zero emission in Indonesia is so far is 2050. We have the net zero emission target, and we also trying, the government Indonesia also trying to reduce the use of our coal power plants. It's by 2060 the electricity sector we don't have any new coal power plant anymore, and it is because COP the agreement from the COP. So thanks for the COP, of course. But as I bring the issue of Karang Taruna, the youth generation, a youth organization in the very small groups, but play very important role and very vulnerable for the effects of climate change, please bring us together also here to discuss. They don't even understand what this climate change is. They just know that, oh, our area is flooding again, and how to save the people, how to plant the trees, how to clean the garbage. That's all. I mean, please bring them here also. So I hope that in the COP, the next COP, there is agenda specific to empower, to just like Alicia said, to bring them the negotiation, to hear what they've done, how they do it, and what they feel, what they hope for our world in the future. Thank you.
It's so hard to be the last person to be answering this question, because everything that everybody said is something that I definitely agree with. I just wanted to touch again on what David was saying. My question is, what are we going to do when we get back? We are already telling people what our commitments are. We are already setting our ambitions, but are we going to do that when we get back? When all the world leaders, when all the delegates come back to their home country, what are we going to do? Because if we are not going to act upon all of these commitments that we are making, then what's the point? Like, the COP is just a fun fair. So I'm really looking towards the world leaders and policymakers and decision makers, and the steps that they are going to take the second they get back to their home country. And with this opportunity, I also just wanted to highlight the accessibility issues that we have in COP as well. There are a lot of young people, indigenous communities, local communities that cannot be here right now because they don't have the funds to go, because they don't have the place to stay, because they aren't given the space to be here. And so I think this is definitely a point that we need to reflect upon. How can we continuously be engaging, creating space for them? Because we cannot work on this without engaging with the on-the-ground frontliners that are really the heroes here when we talk about climate change. And just to touch a bit on what you were saying about meaningful participation, a speech that Hindu, also a fellow indigenous activist, was saying just last week, is we need to be creating this distinction between participation as simply consultation and participation as shared governance. So moving forward, we need to make sure that if we are saying we want youth participation, if we are saying we want indigenous participation, then make sure that we are moving towards sharing governance with them, sharing responsibilities with them, and giving them the seat at the driving seat so that they are the ones leading our climate action forward. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, I'm not going to conclude because I want to involving other participants in here. Just make sure that I have the same action just you are involving the community. Okay. So apparently there are so many questions here. I will just pick two because the time is running out. Okay. First, sir.
Just want to say thank you very much. This is the most diverse in Indonesia hosting from Brazil to everywhere. I am a Bangladeshi American. You know, if environmental injustice anywhere, straight to justice everywhere in the world. We actually came with a delegation and we're going to report back to our faith leaders how to, this is very informational for here to participate. To here, we have Analia here, one of our youth leader. It's very, I says, you know, young people, this is what we need to support. I think now I know when I go back, I'll share the faith leader. One of the things, accessibility, we have to work on that. It's very important. And, you know, people talk about, the greenwash and other stuff. You know, when think about that, and I think about right away back home in Minneapolis, environmental injustice happening line 3, or in Bangladesh, there's coal energy, or in Brazil or Nigeria. It's a global village. Injustice anywhere, threat to justice everywhere. Thank you very much for this.
Maybe it's all right. Thank you. Give applause to him. Thank you. Maybe we'll just get 2 more questions. That's actual questions. Okay, Mustika, you can go.
Okay, hello. First of all, thank you very much, Atika and Indonesian Pavilion. It's an absolute pleasure to see fellow youth delegates here. I'm happy to see from other than Indonesia as well. So just straight to the question. So you mentioned things like being truly diverse and inclusive, right? And I'm just really interested in how your organization or your initiative has really included the voices of other youth that you mentioned are not here, that are left behind, who are not included in this conversation. So that's the first question. And the second question is, what is something new in your mind that you can offer as youth? I mean, apart from education, mobilization, and others, that can truly change the world. Yeah, so those 2 are my questions. Thank you so much. And sister, your English, super cool! So yeah.
Give applause for us all.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to get another question so you can all just answer it overall, okay? Next question? Would you have a question? Okay, you can go.
Oh, hi. My name is Analia. I work with youth in Minnesota, like Ruhel said, in the United States. So I run an environmental justice nonprofit, and we teach mostly kids of color in the city about how to organize their community and how to, operate through the lens of environmental justice. So my question is, those of y'all that are all operating in other societies, how can kids in America be a part of that global community for environmental justice when America is such a big issue when it comes to climate? So how can we build that global community a little bit better is what I'd love to know.
Okay, thank you for the questions. So I guess I will give 1 more question there because we also have this question over here. So okay, just the last, okay?
Thank you so very much.
Could you please stand up?
Of course.
Yeah, okay. That's
Can't
great.
see you, that's why.
Okay, okay.
My name is Gilberto Mauricio. Thank you very much, everybody at the panel. Amazing insights. I think my question is much more about mainstreaming youth. Often when we speak about youth, we speak about it in a very compartmentalized way. The youth. And it's often because we're very cute. We're young, we're hip, and we got all these cool stuff going on. But also, when we speak about youth, we're also the people that are going to be running things tomorrow, in a bit. So what different energy, what different a mindset will any of you and all of you bring to the table when you are in power?
Wow, okay, that's a great question. Okay, give applause, okay? Okay, so this is the time for you to answer those questions. I will ask you to answer just for 2 minutes or less. Yeah, and then please give your closing statement because we are going to end this session. Okay, so start from Wilai, maybe from here. Okay.
To the question regarding how do we increase inclusivity, I can just speak a little bit from my experience working with indigenous communities. One of the main concepts that we always come back to is what we call FPIC, or free, prior, informed consent, and making sure that whatever we're doing when we're engaging with youth, when we're engaging with local or indigenous communities, is coming back to that concept and really meaningfully achieving every single part of that. So first, free. We cannot force communities to follow the projects we want to do. We cannot force them to adopt the mindsets that we have. We cannot force them to look at things the same way that we do. So we need to make sure that we give them that space to creatively express themselves. Second, prior. How much time are we giving for them to give their consent? Because we can't just come to them one day before and then expect them to, okay, yeah, let's do this project. People need time to process things. People need time to make decisions. So making sure that we are giving them that time, and if we have to do the presentation again and again and again to make sure they understand, that's also part of it. And third, informed. And by informed, I mean acknowledging that communication is a two-way thing. we can't just give a presentation and call it a day. We have to create feedback mechanisms where we can measure, do they understand what we are talking about? We have to tell them and disclose all the benefits, all the drawbacks without, hiding anything, and being honest about it, and giving them, again, enough time to go through this information. And even more than that, instead of just us informing them, we give them the opportunity to inform themselves. And how we are doing it is by facilitating these discussions where we ask them, what are the problems in your community? What are the solutions you want to implement? Because in that process, they are informing themselves about what the issues are and how can we best do that. So moving forward, FPIC is a concept that is incredibly important when we are trying to increase inclusivity. And then there was a question about mainstreaming youth. I just wanted to say that there's this whole new problem, actually, I don't know what we call it, but I've been hearing youth washing a lot, where companies or pavilions or anything, we're just putting youth at the front just to brand them as, we're youth friendly, or we're what is it called, supporting the youth, we are involving them. But something that I want to see moving forward is having youth in behind the scenes. So without any cameras, without any publicity, without any, journalists, can we have a raw and honest discussion with youth so that we really are engaging with them, not for the fame, not for the popularity, but because we want to hear what they have to say. And I'll give the other speakers the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm just going to answer those questions shortly. So, like us, so we work in the one area only in Jakarta, and we focus on the smallest groups in each area. So, it's make us easy to reach out to the grassroots directly, to work with them, to educate them, because the level of those youth communities in the sub-district and district in Indonesia, they still don't know about what is climate change very well. They don't know about what is COP26 very well. So the next program of us, we're going to give the education for them. We're going to bootcamp, online bootcamp, that discussing about the environmental issues. We want to address the issue directly to them. We hope it's going to be the next year, and we hope that we will show the result next year of our programs here again, I hope. And then as education still the most important in the youth generation, in the smallest groups in Indonesia, and we're going to focus on that thing first. After it's done, we think that everyone is settled, everyone is well educated about the environmental issue. We're ready to embark in the next level. And then what's the difference what we're doing? As I said before, we directly comes to each sub-district, each district that the most vulnerable ones in Jakarta. We literally come there, we assist them, what do you need, what we can help, and we discuss with them. And some of them, they have programs that, we want to make like a webinar, online webinar to educate the others, and we want to the training to rescue how to rescue the people when the flood in the correct ways, and we want to the boots again. So everything we heard, we try to help them to make it come true. We're trying hard. And one thing, they have the finance, they need the finance as well, and I hope here I can get some finance, maybe assistance to help them to help them to be to make them to have a good work to save the people around and to save the environment. That's it.
Maybe I'll just start with the question about how can we not only speak about inclusive climate action, but also make it true on the ground. I think so. One of the things that we did as UN Youth Delegates for the Netherlands is that we go around schools, high schools across the country to speak to young people about sustainability and the climate crisis. And leading up to COP, we sort of intensified this and went to more schools to speak to more students. And I think what's really special by visiting schools is that you're standing in front of a classroom with people from all different backgrounds, all different political preferences, and you're not only in the climate, sort of the climate bubble, So this is one of the things that we've been doing, and that will definitely continue to be a cornerstone of our representation work. And I think one of the things that I've definitely noticed over the past 2 years in my term as UN Youth Representative is that I have a lot of hope and a lot of faith in the leaders of tomorrow, because I think young people are so much more able to look over borders, and not only, especially in a setting like COP where national interests are determining the outcome. I think that I really hope that tomorrow's leaders will be looking more across the borders and also feeling solidarity with people that they might not have met, but understanding that the climate crisis is a global topic that has very regional and local impacts, but that in solving it we need to work together and we need to support each other in adapting and in mitigating the effects. So that's my hope, and through all the young people that I've spoken, I have a lot of hope for the future leaders.
Thank you for your questions. It was really great to hear them, and also your comments and contribution. Thank you. So for me, when it comes to inclusivity, I didn't mention during my presentation or the opening speech that over 75% of the companies we support are run by CEOs that are less than 35 years old. And we have over 50 plus of these companies. We have a 29-year-old CEO who has attracted several millions of dollars in funding, you know. And so why am I saying this? I want young people listening to me and those also in the room to know that it's possible, right? And you also need to know as a young person that when you are creating, either it's a movement or a platform or whatever it is you're doing, you have a voice. And do not do ensure that whatever it is you're creating an opportunity for other young people to join you, right? And also, one thing I would like to mention, I would like to take some of the statements that was made by President Barack Obama during his session yesterday. I was privileged to represent my country, and listening to him, he mentioned, so what if not everybody can be a Greta Thunberg who at 16 is mobilizing thousands of people around the world. But the truth is there are several Greta Thunbergs, even in the room, and even watching, right? And what am I saying with that? Everybody has a platform. If you're a graphic designer, you could choose to say, okay, my Women Crush Friday, instead of changing it to Women Crush Friday, you could create a different hashtag, maybe my climate something Wednesday, you know, and create some sort of infographic that helps to lend your voice towards taking climate action. If you are a singer, you can sing about it. Is there anybody here that's not on Twitter? Okay. Are you on Instagram? Yeah. So, in one form or the other, we all have platforms. And we have to leverage those platforms for quality impact. Yeah. Not everybody is going to run an organization. I mean, I respect everyone who has taken the decision to run one or to run an initiative, but not everybody is going to do that. But you're going to be a moving part of already running organizations. And so, everyone listening today needs to know that there is something that they can bring to the table. You are first of all the leader of your own self. And the truth is, if we're really going to address this climate change issue, everybody has to bring their A game. Whether you're at the university, whether you're an undergraduate student, whether you are an early graduate, regardless of who you are, you have something to give. You have something to add. If I'm given the privilege to be a leader tomorrow, what am I going to do? The truth is, I'm already doing what I'm going to do. One of them is to improve energy access, you know, and the truth is, I have also recognized intentionally what the areas of development for myself are. And I'm already intentionally doing several things to build my competency. Because at the end of the day, it's not just our voices, but competence is going to be what is going to help us drive the needed change.
Okay.
Do you know what you're supposed to do? And do you know how you should go about it? So these are the things that should occupy our minds as young people, that we need. I know my time is up, I'm sorry, but we need to ensure that we are as impactful as possible from a knowledge-driven standpoint. Thank you for having me.
So amazing from the panelists. I'm so sorry because we are running out of time, but thank you so much to David, Ivo, Dewey, and Belai. I really appreciate it that you come here, and thank you. And unfortunately, Corinne couldn't be here with us to answer the questions. Once again, I would like to I will not conclude actually, but yeah, I will appreciate it, and I hope the youth movement will always continue, and we will always convincing the policymakers to do more concrete climate actions. Thank you for everyone. Please give applause to the panelists.
Yeah, wonderful, Atika, for the great chairing of the session, and would like to take picture, guys, together. So this is invigorating, yeah? This is refreshing to hear youth voices. So if we can have a quick picture, because like we're running out of time for our second session. It's about to begin immediately. From the Indonesia Pavilion would like to give a token of appreciation too. So if you please can line up first for picture, and then can exchange card later on. Yeah, Pak Adi from the Indonesia Pavilion, on behalf of Indonesia Pavilion, would love to say thank you for the participation. So yeah, got a batik bag from Indonesia. And yeah, let me final picture. All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For the next session, we're going to have a break for 1 minute. The next session would be about the technology and research to support sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities. We'll begin in 1 minute. Thank you again, everyone.
Indonesia Pavilion here at COP26 Glasgow. And then good evening for those attending from Indonesia, and also good morning to others who's joining from other part of the world. Please, I would like to introduce myself. I am Sigit Pramono from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, the Republic of Indonesia. I'm taking place of Ms. Haruni, that at the last minute could not be able or could not come here to be the moderator, but hopefully that we'll have the program running smoothly. And also I would like to also welcome the speakers. We have 4 speakers here who is joining virtually from Jakarta or maybe from Brazil. And then our today topic, that we will have a topic on technology and research to support sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities. Then for your information, that this talk show has been a series of talk shows in fact dialogue since yesterday. Yesterday we have 3 topics, which is the trade and market of forest and agriculture commodities. And then secondly, yesterday also we had a topic on smallholder support. And the third, we had also the topic on transparency and also traceability. And then as introduced by Ms. Lia, the 4 speakers would be, in the first is Mr. or Dr. Fahmuddin Agus, a senior researcher from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Indonesia. And then secondly, we will have Ms. Isabella Nunes from BV Rio, and then Dr. Ratih Damayanti, young scientist from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. And then the last but not the least would be Ms. Sahnas Desta Oktarina from the Palm Oil Research Center in Indonesia. Yes, before inviting those 2 speakers, distinguished delegates, I would like to also shortly refer to the fact dialogue roadmap that was just launched 3 days ago here at COP26 in Glasgow. That basically the roadmap stipulates, among others, firstly that research, development and innovation are needed to support the aims of fact dialogue to achieve fair and sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities in a range of ways. And then secondly, some actions are needed to support the aims of the dialogue, including align efforts to accelerate innovation in areas relevant to the objectives of the fact dialogue. And then secondly, strengthen capacity of research institutions to undertake and lead research partnerships, and then disseminate and scale up best practices. And then third, we have also efforts needed to identify and also to disseminate support to address on the need of those I'm sorry that we need to identify and disseminate the supports needed on the research development and innovation to achieve the aims of the FACT dialogue. And then, distinguished delegates and also participants, later on, we would like to ask or request for response of the speakers in the perspective of researchers that firstly, how the research, development, and innovation could support acceleration of sustainable production and trade of forest and agriculture commodities. Secondly, that how we could strengthen capacity of institution to understand and lead research partnership to achieve the objectives of the dialogue. And then thirdly, how can we identify to disseminate the research, development, and innovation to support sustainable production and trade of forest and agriculture commodities. Responding to those roadmap and also the points that I was raised earlier, then without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, which is Professor Dr. Fahmuddin Agus from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic Indonesia, to present the first topic on establishment of research partnership between government, research institution, and academia to support sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities. Dr. Fahmuddin, the floor is yours, and 12 minutes maximally would be given to you to present the topic. And then please, for who is not speaking, please mute your microphone. Then please, I would like to invite Dr. Fahmuddin Agus.
Thank you very much, Pak Sigit. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to you, wherever you are. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello, yeah. So here I am in maybe my connection is Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better. And then
okay.
Raise a little bit.
Yeah. So I am now in Jakarta at the quarantine after returning from Glasgow. So you can imagine you didn't ask me to make presentation while I was in Glasgow. But anyway, so the topic requested from me is establishment of research partnership between government, research institution, and academia. My name is Fahmuddin Agus from Soil Research Institute under the Indonesian Agency for Agricultural Research and Development. And I've been following the discussion of FACT. So more or less, I know the link of the research. I'm in the research working group. Research and development is the cross-cutting, and especially it's very important to support the smallholder. And to some extent, maybe to a greater extent, it can also give support to the traceability and transparency in terms of carbon footprint accounting. So I would like to give you what the collaboration and partnership that has been in which we've been involved so far and how important they are for us. one of the biggest partnership is the Global Research Alliance on Agricultural Greenhouse Gases and Adaptation to Climate Change. So the abbreviation, the initial abbreviation is GRA. It's on agricultural greenhouse gases, but in the later development, adaptation has become stronger and stronger because it is very relevant and very, very important for the farmers as well as for the decision maker. So this GRA alliance consisted of 4 research groups, which are paddy, rice, livestock, cropland, and integrative. And within Asian countries, we also have been involved in what we call Asian Climate Change Network, but it is relatively smaller, so I would like to elaborate in this occasion on the GRA. So this composed of 65 member countries and 25 partners. This include CCAF, sorry for mistyping, FAO, CGIAR, IDB, and World Bank. So it's combination between the research center, the funding agency, and the other non-government organization. So the paddy field rice research network put emphasis in their activities on MRV of for water management of irrigated rice paddies. And we also have research on mitigation in irrigated rice systems in Indonesia, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And this network also produced guidelines on measuring methane, nitrous oxides using the closed chamber. And it had in Americas, including South America, and of course in Asia, which is the bigger subgroup. And Cropland Research Network is one of the biggest network. And this network conduct research on agroforestry. As you know, agroforestry is important to increase the resilience of agriculture as well as enhance the carbon stock in the landscape. Conservation agriculture, and then integrated crop and livestock system, which receive higher and higher interest. Landscape management of agricultural system and management, this is also very important, and peatland management network. Under the livestock research network, we have animal health and greenhouse gases emission intensity network, animal selection, genetics, genomics, and feed nutrition network, rumen methane emission, manure management, which is important for plant nutrient. So it's very, very broad and very integrated. And the integrative research network link all of those other networks together. So it includes the activities on farm to a regional scale integration network, inventories and NDC network, soil carbon sequestration network, and circular food system, which is one of the newer networks. And under the collaboration, we have several collaboration. Within the GRA, we have research on paddy field and livestock. And we also have research which are not directly under the GRA, but associate with GRA on peatland management and emission from peatland. And we have several collaborative research with CGIAR Menbi World Agroforestry Center or ICRAF, and C4, which are in our neighborhood in Bogor City. This is mostly on peatland management and greenhouse gas emission from peatland. And with Food and Agricultural Organization, there is a research collaboration on soil management for adaptation to climate change, especially in the semi-arid areas in eastern part of Indonesia, in Bali and West Nusa Tenggara. We have collaboration with the UK universities, including University of York, University of Leeds, University of Manchester, Zoological Society of London, and this is on the improved peatland management and also looking at the farmers' livelihood. If you change the management system, what does it mean to the farmers? So this is a very integrated study also, which was completed a couple of years ago. And we have an ongoing research with the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, USA, on rice and maize yield gap. So the idea is how to narrow the yield gap, or in other words, how to increase the productivity of these two most strategic crops, and also on oil palm, which is ongoing now. Some publication that has been resulted from this collaboration include the methodology improvement and improvement of the assessment of CO2 emission, in which we separate between root and peat-based CO2. As we know that peat-based CO2, or the composition component of CO2 emission, is the more relevant to the climate change, because the root-based is part of the photosynthesis and short-term carbon cycle. So what we can extract from this research is that better technique of peat emission estimate that contribute to IPCC default value has been produced and has been part of the IPCC. And this is used in international and the national greenhouse gas inventory. And this is part now of the guidelines of IPCC. And we have a paper in preparation on the relationship of water table depths, or the height of water table, on CO2 emission reduction. So what we found is that if you increase the level of water table, you decrease significantly the amount of CO2 emission without decreasing crop yield. Crop in this case is oil palm. As we know that crop yield is very important for the farmers, but if you can increase, you can
Professor Fahmuddin.
Works recommendation. We also recently published a paper on fostering a climate smart intensification for oil palm. And what we can extract from this article is that closing oil palm yield gap not only important for smallholder or farmers' livelihood, but also it is the pressure to extend plantation areas. So with the same area, we can produce more and we can reach the national target of palm oil production. So this in turn may reduce emissions from land use change and peatland. And also, of course, it's related to biodiversity and so forth. And for the rice and maize, we learned that for this cycle, so usually in Indonesia we have two rice and one maize, and two rice or one soybean, depending on the availability of water. So what we learned is that increasing rice and maize yield gap in each of the cropping season is more important than increasing the number of crop cycle. So if it is 2 crops per year, increasing it to 3 crops per year is not very promising, because there is a high risk of crop failure due to drought. And this also implies to a lower area inundated for rice, and hence reducing CH4 emission. So with the limited time, those are the examples that I would like to make, and those are my presentation. But in conclusion, research network and collaboration is essential to keep us abreast with the new development and to produce globally relevant research results, including for supporting fact dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Agus Mahmudin. And then we'd like to invite all participants to give applause to Professor Agus Mahmudin. Thank you very much. Just very short conclusion that yes, some collaborative research has been accomplished with regard to smallholder and also carbon printing. And it was mentioned also that networking and also collaboration would be important to support the achievement of the objective of the fact dialogue. But then if further we would have a question and answer session, I would like to hear from you in particular with regard to the challenge, how to scale up the results of the research for the implementation of the fair and sustainable forest and agriculture commodities. Thank you very much, Professor Agus Mahmudin. And then secondly, we would like also to invite Ms. Isabella Nunes from PV Rio, that she will be talking about innovation in developing a timber exchange platform to facilitate sustainable timber trade. And then beside the general question I raised earlier, then we'd like to hear from you also how such innovation will support for the transparency and the traceability in trade of forest and agriculture commodities. And then secondly, how such innovation will benefit to both producers and consumer side. Please, Ms. Nunes, the floor is yours, and then it be given around 10 to 12 minutes for you to present. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone in Glasgow, and good evening, everyone joining us from Jakarta. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come today and join you virtually and talk a little bit about BB Rio's experience with using technology to develop tools to support sustainable timber trade. I'm gonna go ahead and start talking a little bit about BB Rio and then our tools. I would also like to say that our presentation is mostly about timber because our tools are about timber, but a lot of these tools and ideas and concepts could also be expanded to talk about potentially other agricultural commodities. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and start. So firstly, about Vibrio, we are a nonprofit organization with the mission to design and promote innovative market-based solutions for the benefit of the economy, the environment, and people. We were founded in 2011 in Brazil. We are now operating internationally across several countries to scale up our different solutions and services to tackle global challenges. Among other programs, we have the Forest and Land Use Program with the mission to promote the trade in legal, certified, and sustainable timber through the creation of responsible markets and due diligence tools. The legality tools that I'm going to talk to you about now are mainly two platforms that we developed. One that focuses on assessing the risks of illegality or irregularities in timber consignments from Brazil. And the other platform focuses on trading and offers the possibility to source sustainable and legal timber. This is the latter. The name of this platform is called the Responsible Timber Exchange. It is basically a free-to-use online negotiations platform to source legal and sustainable timber products from all over the world. It was launched in November 2016. It is now available in 6 different languages: English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, Indonesian, and Chinese. It is also available in desktop and mobile versions. Its main objective is to assist buyers in only sourcing legal and certified timber products. And to achieve this, what we do is that the Responsible Timber Exchange would only show offers of timber and timber products that would either have a valid certification of a recognized certification scheme, such as FSC, PSC, or FLEX. Or if it doesn't have a certification number, it should have at least one form of evidence uploaded to show that the timber is legal, meaning that it has to be like a documentation along the supply chain of the respective timber product. If a timber or timber product that is wants to be shown in the Responsible Timber Exchange but doesn't have either of these forms of evidence, then it would not be shown. In this way, we try to assist buyers and provide a marketplace for buyers and suppliers to be sure that they can find timber that will have the documentation with it, that it's sustainable and legal timber. Here in this slide, you can quickly see how the website looks. It is pretty much a straightforward marketplace. As you can see, you have all of the functionalities as other trading platforms. For instance, the filters. If you are a seller, you can put your offers there. If you're a buyer, you can include post request for quotation of a specific product. You can filter per product, per species, per country of origin, per certification scheme, if you're interested in only sourcing FLEX, only sourcing FSC, or one and the other, and even to source timber products from community forests only as well. Just quickly here to show where we are at now with the Responsible Timber Exchange. As you can see in the map, all the green leaves are the countries where the Responsible Timber Exchange has either offers or requests for quotations. At the moment, we have over 1,000 users from 52 countries, around 1,500 offers and requests for quotes, and around 86 million cubic meters of timber products available. We're still expanding, but it's a very international platform at the moment, and it aims just to provide a place where only responsible timber and sustainable and legal timber can be found. Our other tool that is very innovative and based in technology is the due diligence and risk assessment system. It is only to source timber from Brazil at the moment. It draws on data from government information systems, NGOs, and other public sources. It is based on big data analysis. That's the main approach used. It also has a blockchain encryption and satellite imagery from different public sources such as Global Forest World and Prodes, Amazon, and other available satellite imagery. One of the main key things about BBRIO's due diligence system is that the analysis that it does is per individual timber consignment. And I mean, this is very important just because, as we know, timber supply chains and other commodity supply chains are very complex. In the case of timber, a timber product can come from various processing facilities that receive logs from multiple forest units. And therefore, it's very important that the due diligence happens at an individual timber consignment level and is a procurement tool per consignment rather than assessing suppliers only. And our system is able to do this. And there's two parts of the analysis for timber consignment. One is that it assesses the consistency of the supply chain, meaning that it's going to check if the volumes match in each of the sites and there's no like overinflation of the volume conversion. And then the second part is that it assesses illegalities and irregularities in terms of social issues, environmental issues in each of the forest units and processing facilities that are along the supply chain. With this image, I try to illustrate a little bit the big data approach. The system works with various sources of data, and it has two levels, the forest unit, the sawmill data unit, and for each one we have various data sources. For instance, in the forest unit, we have the harvesting permits, the rural environmental registry from Brazil, then satellite imagery that will show if there's any overlap between the forest unit where the timber comes from and any indigenous lands or protected areas. It also has uploaded all the forest and species inventories. In the case of the sawmill data, there's the operation license and volume conversion rates as well. In both cases, there's all the environmental infractions, environmental embargoes, slave labor, and many other social issues to screen out. And what the system does is it takes all of these data sources for all of the forest units and processing facilities, and they're linked up through the forest transport document, which is the Guía Florestal in Brazil, or the VOF. And using this document is gonna link all of these sources in each supply chain and carry out the analysis, not only at the level of the processing facility and at the forest unit, but along the supply chain as well. And how does this work? It's actually very, very easy for users. Like you can see here in the slide, this is how the system would look when you're using it. You basically have to use all of the timber documents, the transfer timber documents that you would be provided as a buyer from your supplier with the timber consignment. The system will have space for you to put the numbers in the barcode, and then it would automatically start building the supply chain. As you can see here in the screen, this example has, for instance, 3 forest units of source and all of the processing facilities that the timber consignment goes along, and even the middle buyers as well, up until the final buyer. And the product of this assessment would be a very comprehensive report, and you can see here a sample report of what would that report look like. And it includes maps, it includes the main thing, which is the supply chain, and it includes a risk assessment, a risk rate, per the overall timber consignment and per site of the supply chain. The risk rating can be either negligible level to high risk, and is the methodology used for this is also public. You can access it through our website. The rating is calculated not only based on the level of severity of the potential risk, but also the relation that it has to the timber consignment, meaning it's either indirect or direct. And the intention here is that the buyer will use this risk rating and all of the information in the report to assess what is the actions that can be taken, rather like, for instance, just asking for more information or just provides a basis for further actions. Well, just a quick picture here where we are with this tool at the moment. There's been over 20,000 due diligence reports created with our system. We have over 500 users from 20 different countries. This experience that could definitely be replicated in different countries. At the moment, it only exists for Brazil, but in Viverio, we're very interested in trying to replicate this and work with stakeholders in other countries that may like to do a similar tool for. And again, this is we've done for timber, but we're definitely exploring at the moment. I would like to try and diversify it to different commodities. And the concept and the approach is very, very innovative, and it's very useful, and could be used, for instance, for maybe cocoa or palm oil or other forest risk commodities. And this could potentially be very benefited and supported by processes such as FACT. And well, now to quickly wrap up, just to like talk a little bit about our experience using these technologies to support the legality and sustainability of timber trade. As you can see, our tools are very based on technology. Our due diligence system is able to do over 2 billion checks on a daily basis, and that's only because of the technology that supports it and the innovative ways in which you can assemble and analyze data. But in our experience, it is only a part of a set of different tools, technology and innovation. It is key to develop these tools. It's the only possibility to develop such innovative tools to be supported by high-level technology. However, it is very necessary to do as well, like all the market development and promotion of the tools, engaging supply and demand in different countries to upscale, and just have the tools there is not enough if you don't do this effort of market development. And capacity building as well is also such an important thing. We would really like that responsible timber exchange, for instance, is an important tool for smallholders to access different markets, but it has to go along with capacity building as well. And lastly, transparency is a key thing. We've been exploring the possibility of trying to replicate the due diligence system in other places, but the lack of data or other issues regarding transparency is a main obstacle, let's say. And I think processes like the FAC dialogues is a good starting point to involve other stakeholders in different countries and industries across the forest risk commodities, and see these kind of tools based in technology as a case study and how it could be maybe replicated in other circumstances. Obviously, there are so many other issues around this challenge, but these are just some that came up in our experience and in our work. And that will be all from me, but I'm going to hear for any questions. Thank you again so much for the invitation, and yeah, we hope to keep talking about these topics. Thank you very much.
Ms. Nunes. Then please give a big applause to also Ms. Isabella Nunes. Thank you very much. With short notes from myself that technology and also innovation with regard to exchange system, including the due diligence and also risk assessment mitigation, would be also very important to support the objective of the fact dialogue, and then capacity building is needed for that purpose. Then we'd like to invite our third speaker, also attending virtually from Indonesia, which is my colleague Dr. Ratih Damayanti from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Then Ms. Damayanti will be speaking in the topic of lessons learned from research and innovation and its potential to support transparency for timber trade or timber sector, with the case of ICO, automatic tool for identification timber species. Please, Ms. Ratih, the floor is yours, and also you be given for 10 to 12 minutes maximally. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sigit. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone in Indonesia and also in Glasgow. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's very clear. And then make it bigger, please, on the screen.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Sigit. Actually, I prepared 20 minutes presentation, but I will try to deliver quickly. This is the topic what we learned from the research and innovations, and also how we support the transparency for timber sector, mainly in Indonesia. And this is the outlines of my presentation. First, Pak Sigit already talked about the ICO. What we did is now improve the existing automatic code information system, and also Indonesia also develop more objective coordination system using web capacitance. Also, we will talk about the integrated scenario Bogoris database, and the last is answer the questions how the research can support the transparency of the legal timber trades, and how we try to integrate Indonesian timber legal system with the ICO. And yeah, I think Indonesia, what we did is touch the very basic requirements for the timber legal trade. That is how we identify timber correctly, and it is very important for the to support like the Miss Sana's platform for the timber exchange systems that developed in Brazil, and now Indonesia, like Brazil, is a mega biodiversity country. We have 4,000 wood species, and different species has different characteristics and also different price. And Indonesian timber have vital roles in fulfilling human needs and support country's economic growth. So every time we need timber to support our daily life, and that is why to maintain the sustainability of forest products diversity become crucial factor. In Indonesia, we have SPLK, like you can compare also with that with the system from Brazil. I think our goal is same, that is to support the sustainability of the world forest. And that is the free legal documents that one of requirements here is the how we can fill the common and scientific names here correctly, because it determines if we treat, for example, protected timber and so on, it will be recognized from the first. And however, unfortunately, the limitation of existing science, technology, and human resource capacity have caused the process of wood identification to date can only be undertaken by experienced and trained statisticians or officers. Very limited officer that can do wood identification at the field. So that is the challenge from the science, how to help the determination of wood identify the wood species correctly in the field. For example, you can see here, this is physically, it's almost same between this is the genuine and also fake medicines timber, pasakumi, and then this is the genuine and the fake face of the pasakumi. So from this point, we want to train everyone that involved with the timber trade to know, to familiar with the timber they use. And you know that there's no tolerance for errors in wood identifications. It can be many consequences if the result of species. For example, would be the governments, also the producer will have some consequences. For example, from the financial sector, if they make mistakes in identify timber. And at the moment, the wood identification process takes long time, seconds to weeks, depend on the difficulties of the samples. And for law enforcement by customs or by GACUM, it needs less than 24 hours to make a decisions. So because of these limitations, also we still have difficulties to identify what the species level, detect the wood origin, and also estimate the cutting tree time of wood. We try to develop wood identification system by using various advanced methods. And I introduce you to the Silarium bogorians, the Indonesian tropical wood species were collected in silariums or silotex called with the Silarium bogorians that managed by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. And the collection here in the silarium, you can see here, has played an important role in wood identification process for research, education, as well as for the forensics, which involving wood as a legal evidence. And in here, we already have integrated database of Silarium bogorians, which already provide information about the origin of wood samples until the utilizations, the basic properties, for example, the specific gravity, strength, cluster, also the conservation status, which is it's protected under CITES, IUCN, and so on. And we also completed with the K to identify timber at the microscopic levels. And the benefit of Silarium, of course, it's for reference, for the development for industries, and also for research. Is for commercial timber classification, and also the wood anatomy and basic properties research. And also for the legal and custom to combat illegal logging, and also for any forensic that needs timber as legal evidence. And from the Bangladesh, we also already developed automatic quote identification system to support the process of identification in the field. This is the standard methods. I already told you that we need 4 weeks maximum to get the correct food species from the general observation until we did microscopic observation and also compared to the authentic wood collection like this. It is the plywood samples. We have to identify the outsides, the face play, and then we already compared with the authentic wood collection. Then we can determine the wood species identifications. So it is very laboratory skills. And from that condition, we try to develop automatic wood identification system. Start in 2011 with 30 wood species from 5 different location, and then we released the IPO in the Play Store. You can access it freely with totally 823 wood species, and also at the moment we already have more than 130 species in the IPO KLHK, and it is also in the potential to integration with Indonesian TILAS. And this is the objective, the benefits of IPO, why we develop it, because we hope that it can shorten the time in wood identifications and giving objective wood identification result with more comprehensive information. In here we can get not only the wood species but also many information here. And the IPO is portable, easy to use, helping to accelerate the process of environmental enforcement, and also helping improving the performance of timber industries. And the important one is it is for the labor resource of Indonesian timber and also the economic media for Indonesia and also many imported timber. And we hope that IPO can ensure the accuracy and increasing the credibility of illegal document in SPLK, Indonesian Timber Legal Assurance, that is for fulfill this is the requirement of wood species. This is the phase of IPO KLHK, and then in 2020 we already completed two language. Everyone can access it. We're using Android platform. You can see that here on information you can get from the IPO, from the phase of timber, and then the classifications, and then the conservation status, the basic properties, and also the utilizations. And we also already accommodate imported timber that also used by our industries, and at the moment it's already used by almost 4,000 users. And we still as the scientists, we still improve, continue improving the IPO, and to answer the challenge like I told before, that the automatic wood identification system is enhanced to for what origins or geographic locations. What origin is, it is from plantation forest or natural forest, and also the geographic location is can be from Indonesia or from Malaysia or from Papua New Guinea, and determining the time when the trees are cut is very important in the bioforensics. And then we have the working with the STEP-IT has already become the Agency of Research and Innovation in Indonesia, and also the University, Cultural University, Science Lab for Technology, and also USA, to improve and to make to develop many methods to facilitate with identifications. From Minister of Overseas, we develop identification by using anatomical structure and the computer vision with IPO, which is already patented, and also with the DNA from UPB University by using laser endoplasma spectroscopy with LIPI, NER with the Cultural University, and also already patented as well. Timber identification by using capacitance-based with the Celtec technology. It is private research laboratory in Indonesia, and also by using Raman, Isotope, and Datoforms with another college. So it's the wood identification here it has one goal: how to develop device, a system that can be used easily in the forest with the benefits and also with some weakness. But our job here as the researcher is how to make to improve its every time. And the last technology that we already patented here in 2021 is we already developed capacitance education system that is we call this at wider. That the what system is based on the electrochemical capacitance measurement. So it is a relatively portable system that can be applied in the field and also in the forest. And the wider can measure wooden object in just millisecond and has an accuracy of above 95%. And it's very suitable for use in the field or in the forest because it is portable and powered by batteries. And then for the next generation of wider, we will complete with the information of what's not only what species but also the density, the moisture contents, the hardness, modulus of erosion, and also modulus of rupture to determine the appropriate utilization of the timber. And another technology that we make tree monitoring systems to find out the tree brain. It is the effort from the scientists to know, to familiar, to understand that a tree that produces a timber. So we can by using the result of these methods of the technique, we can we can apply it to have the best mother trees for tree breeding programs and also for the climate change adaptations. And then the last is how we as the researcher can support the transparency of timber sector. We try to assess the current wood legality system in Indonesia at the moment and to how to integrate the timber tracking tools that can detect the deforestation and forest degradations. And still we take the recent publication that in 2020 they cited the publication from Irwin and Nelman 2012 that globally it is estimated that 10 to 30% of the timber trade is illegally harvested. And then what makes the customs challenges that sometimes the productions or the ministry mix legally and illegal developed woods. And then, so the efficient and accurate identification tools are therefore critical for species identifications and origin assessment of the timber that will likely contribute to protecting forests and their associated biodiversity. So we need tools that can be embedded in law enforcement, especially in developing countries that produce the majority of tropical timbers. Indonesia is active in the regional and the international media like IPEC, AGR, and also AWG Forest Product Developments.
You have 2 more minutes to Ratih.
Okay, Pak Sigit. This will be the last presentation. That's AICO by LHK. We already have SIPO online here to monitor logging activities, track timber transportation, like the college from Brazil develops control the chain of custody, facilitates the information follow-up and generate reforestation credits. But how we can make sure that they use the correct timber in the system. So we try to implement AICO here, the wood timber system for the forest management technical personnel to issue the inspection report and certificates of legality of forest products, and for the auditors as well as actors and also the importer. And then here we can identify where AICO can use the downstream, upstream, and also primary, secondary, upstream, and also in the markets, because we still need how to trace the timber, correctly timber still identified from the forest until they export it to another country. And you talk about the SPLK. It's already changed nomenclature to legally acceptable verification system. So in here, SPLK is it's to determine the wood species and determine the HS codes. And then we need to still the capacity buildings for increase the capacity of auditors and business actors in the use of the education system. So this is the last of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please give us a big applause for Dr. Ratih. And basically, she mentioned that research, development, and innovation, and also the use of technology is very important to support the sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities. And then it need to make it easier for the research to be carried out, to make it easier in the implementation on the ground. Thank you very much. And then lastly, we would like to invite Ms. Sahnas Desta Oktarina, PhD from the Palm Oil Research Center in Indonesia, that she'll be presenting a topic on palm oil product diversification. And then please, if you could a little bit elaborate the issue for smallholder for this for the topic, please, Ibu Sahnas, the floor is yours, and also around 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Sigit, and all the participants, the panelists, and all the organizers. Okay, is my slide visible?
No, not yet.
Not yet visible. How about this?
Someone help us to make the presentation to be put on the screen. But please, in the meantime, okay, we have it here, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
It's gone again, Ibu.
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's very clear. Thank you, please.
Okay. For better connection, I think I would rather to stop my video. Okay. So, good afternoon. Good afternoon and good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity that has given to me.
This is a bit on technology for communication. Please, Ibu, if you could continue.
Hello?
Yes, Ibu, please keep going, Ibu.
Yes, I'm sorry, maybe I should better to off my video for better connections. Okay, let me start. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. I am Shahnas Desta Oktarina, Research Associate in Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute. I'm talking now on behalf of my institutions to showcase the research in product diversifications of palm oil as a case study. And the outline of these presentations, I will try my best to make it as quick as possible, yet understandable. Firstly, I will introduce how we cannot live 24 hours without palm oil. And I will show you also that palm oil is appeared in everyday routine, in our routines. And secondly, I will also discuss about the small medium enterprises of palm oil derived product. And the third is case study in quantitative analysis. And the last is case study in qualitative analysis. So this presentation will start with a story of a lady who is usually wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning. I bet that maybe all of you already knows that palm oil is omnipresent and is ubiquitous, versatile, and is utilized in our daily needs. But I assume that we still need to know it. So suppose there is a lady wake up at the 5 a.m. in the morning and then she take a bath and all of the toiletries that she use containing a palm oil. ranging from the toothpaste, shampoo, detergent, soap, and then after take a bath, she put on some clothes which contain propylene glycol as well, and it's derived from palm oil. And it's 6 o'clock in the morning, and then after dressed up, she also put on some makeup, and all the cream that she used also contain isopropyl myristate from palm oil as a natural source. And then having breakfast using oil food derived materials into margarine and mayonnaise, and then reading newspaper also contain propylene glycol. And then she take and ride on the bus to go to the office, while the bus fuel itself coming from biodiesel, which contain fatty acid methyl ester, that is palm oil also. And then when she arrived at the office, she also used papers and consumed some confectionaries that contain emulsifier from palm oil. And then it goes on until the brunch, until she got brunch, until she got lunch, and also going back home at 4 p.m. using bus, also using biodiesel and palm oil. And then she took a bath and repeat again. And then when she going to go for a nap in the evening, since Indonesia is a tropical country and we don't like mosquitoes, so we use mosquito repellent lotions, which contain glycerin that coming from palm oil. And the story is coming from the SIFA Center and Indonesian Palm Oil Associations, while this diversification product is manufactured and produced in a big industry. So what story left? Now, how about the small medium enterprise, and how about the smallholder? How can they derive a product, downstreaming product from palm oil? So this is the background of the study that we have initiated since the 2 years back, when our institute received a research grant from Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education in 2019. So there is a problem in the smallholder. It's a vicious cycle of smallholders. The same problem, if I'm not mistaken, already discussed by Professor Fahmuddin Agus as well, that the smallholder has low productivity, and they tend to land use change and deforestations, and they generate more emissions. And why? Because they do not have access for good agricultural practices, and they do not have capital and financial constraint. They don't have money to smoothen input factor necessities, and thus they're susceptible to land expansions. And in the end, they will have been difficult to get certified, and to keep maintaining their farm, they need to seek to other income generating activities or pluri-activities. They also have longer value chain to sell fresh fruit bunch to the designated meals, and not oriented to downstream industry, for they only sell FFB. So what is the solution? So we offer a pluri activity in terms of oil palm biomass. So according to the palm anatomy and physiology, everything that palm oil has can be used, even the leftover itself. The leftover, for example, the midrib, the front, the empty fruit bunch, shell, trunk juice, and the trunk itself still can be used and can be utilized as an oil palm biomass. Next, this is an example of some of the capacity building that enacted by our institute to some of the small medium enterprise in terms of handicraft. It's coming from the leaf midrib of the palm oil, and it can be used as a handicraft, as a bag, even as a shoes as well. And then this is the oyster mushroom that has planting media coming from the empty fruit bunch. So this is the empty fruit bunch, and it's chopped, and then it's compacted, and it becomes planting materials for the oyster, and the farmers can sell the oysters. And this is the oil palm trunk juice as traditional sugars, since in Indonesia there's a lot of kind of brown sugars, and one of particular is the sugars or brown sugars coming from the oil palm. It's really popular in North Sumatra, and everyone likes the taste as well. So this is the briquette based on EFB, empty fruit bunch. So there are enormous amounts of empty fruit bunch in the plantations. Some of the farmers use EFB as mulching or as a organic fertilizer, but there is also another use for the EFB as a briquette. And EFB or empty fruit bunch also can be used as compost organic fertilizer, while usually the farmers only put the empty fruit bunch directly in the circle path of the individual palms, but we can also produce the organic fertilizer into more consumers' food like product. We have also delivered a case study in Riau and North Sumatra, and it's assessed quantitatively by analysis hierarchical process. And we set on a goal to find the best technology that's suitable in terms of location specific and individual specific. And the criteria to select the technology is based on the benefit, opportunity, and cost and risk criteria, or so-called BOCR. And each of the criteria consists of the sub-criteria. So in terms of benefit, we also consider the technology for its revenue and also how they can employ some of the employment. And then in terms of opportunity, we see the technology in its operational ease and whether the raw material is available or not and its market potential. And in the cost sections, we also investigate in terms of its investment cost and operational cost, while the risk, we also see its trajectory in terms of process failures, or market failure, and environmental risk. And according to this table, we can see that all of the alternative has low environmental risk, that we can deem that this technology or these options are climate smart adaptive practice, and it's really suggested for the smallholder to overcome the climate change problem. The results in the Rio province, according to this chart, we can see that considering the benefits, opportunity, cost, and the risk, the result in Rio province shows that oil palm empty bunch charcoal briquettes were the most appropriate technology to be developed by the smallholders in Riau. And this technology can be an alternative for the smallholders in addition to selling fresh fruit bunch. While in the North Sumatra province, the smallholder tend to risk averse their options. They most select a mid-drip handicraft because it has lower investment cost compared to the other options. The case study in terms of qualitative, we conducted the text mining analysis, which analyzed with the sentiment analysis to showcase how the stakeholder perceive on the technology of biomass utilizations. And we conduct the analysis into 3 groups. The first is the practitioners groups, and second is smallholder groups, and the last one is the experts groups. And the practitioners, we can see from the word cloud, this is the word cloud, and the sentiment score graph that they mostly have sustainability. Holder, since in the beginning they did not know what is climate smart adaptive practice is, what is biomass utilization is, what is the benefit that can be accrued by implementing that biomass utilization is. So at first they still risk averse and not aware of the practice at all. And in summary, they tend to be negative. They don't have any intention to perform. And then for the expert feel more positive sentiment to the technology, and they promote and ready to facilitate implementation of biomass utilizations. This analysis is conducted prior to the implementations, and then it might be subject to change after the implementations. And we are in the middle of progressing the evaluations of the already existed group that has been incubated in our institutes. So this is unfortunately the end of this presentations, and I hope my presentation is quite clear. Thank you very much for the organizer, and I will return my presentations to the moderator now. Thank you very much.
Ibu Sahnas, and then some point that we can take note here is that technology and also research and development is also important for product development, including for smallholder in the case of palm oil product in Indonesia. And then we still have around 7 minutes, and it would be 2 questions raised for all the speakers. And then we have here from Mr. Chris at the Indonesia Pavilion in Glasgow. And then secondly, if we have someone, no, Pak Chris, please. And then make it short, and then to whom that you'd like to address the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Sigit. Just a quick question to all presenters. Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Chris. For Pak Fahmudin, I think he is also my friend in Fact Dialogue. You mentioned that in the Fact Dialogue there are 28 countries, including the Fact Dialogue, and every country they have their own platform. So how to make all the research it works in every country, in the 28 countries in the Fact Dialogue. For the Isabel Nunes, the BVRIO, it's very good, but just wondering is how do you determine the wood species that Bu Rati has mentioned? Is that also works when we asking for the specific species like mahogany, Suetenia from Brazil? Is that how it assures that that's the right species if we get the wood species? And for Bu Rati, it is a good example for research implementation. And for Bu Sahnas, I saw a lot of various product from the oil palm, but the issue is that how you make the branding, how Indonesia make a branding that oil palm products is a green product. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Chris. And then please, Pak Fahmudin, Ibu Isabella, and also Ibu Ratih and Ibu Oktarina, if you would like to respond to Pak Chris' question. First, I would like to invite Pak Agus Fahmudin, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, what we have produced in terms of the science and technology is not suitable for all countries. There are countries with the similar socio-economic and agroecological condition with us to which we can disseminate. And also from a moderator, he asked what's the challenge in implementing the technology and scaling up the technology. Yeah, in this case, of course, we know the term of the means of implementation, which include how to disseminate the technology to the farmers to improve their capacity, their skill. And also scientific exchange, like in the network, is very important. But most of all, whether the technology is attractive, attractiveness of the technology depends on the characteristic, whether the farmers can expect the good return from the implementation of technology. So if they can see, for instance, from the pilot project, if the technology can increase the yield significantly, it's going to be very easy for them to adopt. But if the result, the effect is not very tangible for them, like the conservation, maybe some kind of incentive, whether it comes from the farmers or from the international community, will be very important. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Professor. And Ms. Nunes, please, if you could respond very shortly.
I'm sorry, moderator, could you please repeat the question? I was not able to hear the audio cut up.
Yes, basically, Pak Chris, okay, Pak.
Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Abel, with your system, how do you determine the wood species? I mean, in the system of BVRAO, how you assurance that how you assure that the wood species we order is the species that we've got? I mean, for when we asking for mahogany from Brazil, for example, how to you are very sure that the wood species we got is what we ask? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. So in the responsible timber exchange, one of our tools, the species, it has to be, let's say, proved by the seller. They include the documentation. The system in itself is not going to check that. And in the BBRIO due diligence system from Brazil, the species of the products are, like, the data is just logged from the government information system. So we as BBRIO would not check that it is in fact that species, but in general, the systems are updated in real time. So the system is able to verify it through the government data. But thank you.
Thank you. And further, Ibu Sahnas and also Ibu Ratih, please very shortly also, if you have some comments, some clarification also.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Sigit. Thank you, Pak Chris, for the questions. It's not question here for me. Yeah, only the challenge from the research aspects that how we can implement it not only nationally but also international at the international levels. How to use the same system to forward identification, so we can make sure that the same results, the same species that we use from the producer countries and also the imported countries. So still long way to have the systems can be implemented readily. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Sigit.
Thank you, Ibu Ratih. And then Ibu Sahnas, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Sigit, for allowing me to answer the question from Pak Chris. Yes, actually, nowadays, Indonesian oil palm industry are on progressing the certification standard in sustainability. It's so-called Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil Certifications. So our main purpose, of course, are almost similar with what have been conducted in the Ministry of Forestry in SVLK certification. It's really great certification that's good in tracing and identifications of wood species. So we are heading to that goal. But nowadays, by the enacting regulations of the Ministry of Agriculture number 38 in the year 2020, we are now rebranding our ISPO certification. Priorly, its certification supply chain systems, still mass balance certification systems, while we also adopt another supply chain certification system. It's so-called identity preserve, so that each oil or each product that we receive, that we buy, consumer goods that we buy in the supermarkets or elsewhere can be traced from which individual trees is coming from. So we are in progressing that in identity preserve certification system. So hopefully we can get the goal so that we can have such certifications like SVLK in the future for the palm oil.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sahnas. Yes, we are about running out time. That it's 7 minutes more than the schedule. And then, thank you very much for the speakers. Again, we'd like to highlight that collaborative research and development is among key aspects to support sustainable trade of forest and agriculture commodities. And then secondly, the use of technology is also helping to facilitate the trade and marketing of the product including in the aspect of transparency and traceability. However, capacity building is needed, including for smallholders. And then it is necessary to make it easier for the technology to be implemented on the ground. Thank you very much, distinguished participants, and also ladies and gentlemen. With that, I would like to conclude our session today, and then please give a big applause to all speakers and to all of us. Then thank you very much again, and then with that, I would like to hand over this session to MC, to the Secretariat. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have a photo session. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you so much for okay, thank you so much. But for the speakers, I would like to ask you to open your camera because we will have the photo session. So, ini juga. Ibu Isabella, could you please open your camera? Great. Pak Sigit, please. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for the session of technology and research to support smallholder. And to all participants, we will have the next session at 3. We have a ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, regional supports on Indonesia's updated NDC. So we will begin in 10 minutes. So we would like to ask you to please take a seat, or you can have some refreshments. We have coffee and tea and also some snacks.
Gentlemen, to the ASEAN NDC partnership showcasing regional ambition through updated NDC. So this ASEAN event is hosted by Indonesia, and then I'm very pleased to welcome all of our fellow colleagues from ASEAN member states in celebrating togetherness in tackling climate change and showing their ambition through the updated NDC. Without further ado, we will go to the first event. We will hearing remarks coming from the ASEAN secretariats.
Director General of the Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, the Chair and National Focal Points of the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings from the ASEAN Secretariat. I am pleased to join today at the ASEAN event in the pavilion at the UNFCCC, the COP26. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia for hosting this important event and allowing the ASEAN Secretariat to participate despite the current constraints posed by the COVID-19. The recent years, we have witnessed dramatic changes in the climate patterns and more extreme weather conditions in ASEAN. In the last decades alone, floods and droughts account for 65% of the region's disasters. This is further compounded by our vulnerability to natural disaster and resilience of the climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture, forestry, and fisheries, posing the significant threat to ASEAN's economic and social stability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN is committed to work as a region to minimize the adverse impact of the climate change. ASEAN member states have to take the measure to achieve their nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, to reduce greenhouse emission, mindful of the common but differentiated responsibility and the capabilities of each ASEAN state. We welcome the recent moves by some of the ASEAN member states to officially update their NDCs targets and the long-term strategies in time for COP26, and we look forward for others to follow soon. Similarly, we hope that the larger economies, including our dialogue partners, will raise their commitment to facilitate easier access to climate finance and greener investments so the ASEAN can implement priority actions on the climate adaptation and mitigation. Initial assessment for ASEAN climate finance strategy suggests that around $422.16 billion of the climate finance is needed. We would certainly benefit from the stronger partnerships to further the support technology to transfer and the capacity building. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recently we were also able to accomplish notable deliverables, including the publication of the inaugural ASEAN State of the Climate Change reports, and the scoping the paper on laying the groundwork for the development of long-term strategies in ASEAN. For this year's COP26, we are also proud to deliver the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, which outlines ASEAN's common views for more robust actions to combat climate change. ASEAN further reaffirms our commitment through the adoption of the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which serves as the region's consolidated strategy towards a greener post-pandemic recovery. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today's event will allow the ASEAN member states to share the experiences, challenges, and lessons learned in implementing their NDC strategies and actions. I encourage everyone to learn and come up with the better solutions as guided by the ASEAN mantra of one vision, one identity, one community. I look forward to seeing the stronger engagement of non-party stakeholders, including the private sector and civil societies, to support the regional and local climate actions. ASEAN looks forward to stronger public-to-private partnerships and youth engagement in our climate efforts. Governments can't do it alone, and we need the collective efforts of all. Climate change is one of the most defining challenges of our time. Thus, we need ASEAN's more unified stance. As we recover from the ongoing global health crisis, we hope that we can continue to forge a closer cooperation to build a more caring, prosperous, and sustainable ASEAN community. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the ASEAN Secretariats. And then for the next sessions is welcoming and opening remarks coming from the National Focal Point to the UNFCCC for Indonesia, and then also the National Focal Point for the ASEAN Working Group on the Climate Change, the Director General of Climate Change from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Bu Laksmi Dewanti. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, Pak Paul. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon. Excellency, Deputy General, Secretary General ASEAN Social Cultural Community, the ASEAN Secretariat, distinguished National Focal Point ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, and Vietnam. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor on behalf of Ministry of Environment and Forestry as a host for this event, and I also would like to extend warm greetings to all of you here at the ASEAN event at the Indonesian pavilions. Titled with ASEAN NDC Partnership Showcasing Regional Ambition Through Updated NDC. But first and foremost, amid the COVID-19 outbreak, I do hope everyone is safe and healthy. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Paris Agreement, as the newest regime in combating the global climate change, has requested all parties to submit their nationally determined contributions. The NDCs represent each country's efforts to reduce national greenhouse gas emissions and to adapt to climate change impact. For Indonesia, mitigations and adaptations are equally important in our NDCs. So each party is required by the Paris Agreement to draft and to communicate and to maintain consecutive nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, and required to pursue domestic mitigating measures to meet the contributions objectives. Under the UNFCCC, ASEAN member states are committed to assisting in the accomplishment of the global greenhouse gas emission reduction and adaptation target. The Paris Agreement, as we all know, has been signed and ratified by all Asian member states. All Asian member states have submitted their initial nationally determined contribution as a pledge of their contribution in reducing greenhouse gas emission and build the climate resilience. According to decisions 1 CP21 para 24, parties whose INDCs or NDCs time frame up to 2030 to communicate and update its NDC, referring to the Article 4, paragraph 9 of the Paris Agreement. Between 2020 and 2021, all Asian member states have submitted their NDCs as proof that Asian member states contributing globally, translating its ambition in the light of common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. However, to implement their updated NDCs effectively, the Asian member states need to develop and implement various innovative climate change policies on mitigations and adaptations, institutional framework, and develop strategies in mobilizing resources and supports. Asian member states may inform the international community about the process of updating the NDCs, the challenge that we will be faced, and how countries will meet their commitment. As a response, Asian Working Group on Climate Change, hosted by Indonesia, intends to organize an Asian event here today in conjunction with the COP UNFCCC 29 in Glasgow, which we will describe the updated NDC of each individual country in ASEAN, as well as development obstacles and phases of the achievement to meet the determined targets. So it is the aims of this discussion to share experiences, lessons learned from all Asian member states in the process of updating their NDCs, including methodology, stage, and challenges, as well as to communicate the progress made in achieving the ASEAN NDCs target. So I do hope that sharing information in this event, not only for party stakeholders, but also the role of non-party stakeholders, as also mentioned by the Deputy Secretary General, that the non-party stakeholders is equally important in terms of achieving the NDC's target. So colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in conclude, I would like to appreciate everyone, every single us, who support in making this event success, so especially the Deputy Secretary General, the ASEAN Secretariat, and all speakers, presenters who represent ASEAN member states, and all participants who come in person and online. So I do hope this dialogue, this session, will be a very fruitful one. And for me, it's not only talking the things, but the most importantly, how we walk the talks. So again, have a very great event, and we hope that this event will be beneficial for all of us in strengthening our effort towards NDC targets. And thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Director General of Climate Change. Without further ado, I think we will start our sessions. I will call our moderator to lead the sessions. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Nur Masripatin. She is a senior advisor to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Will lead these sessions. And then I will also welcome all the panels to the stage. There will be coming from Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Sufina Soleh. She is a special duties officer from Brunei Climate Change Secretariat, Ministry of Development. Please have a seat. And coming from the Cambodia, Dr. Hak Mao. He is a director of Department of Climate Change from Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. From Indonesia, Ms. Emma Rahmawati. She is a director of mitigation climate change from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. From Malaysia, Datuk Sri Insinyur Dr. Zaini Ujang. He is a Secretary General at the Ministry Environment and Water, Malaysia. And then I'm also welcoming our colleague from Singapore, Mr. Heng Chang Wei. He is the Director of Policy and Planning from National Climate Change Secretariat, Strategy Group, Prime Minister's Office. And then coming from the Thailand, Dr. Pirun Saya Sitpanit. He is the Secretary General from the Office of Natural Resources and Environmental Policy and Planning, ONAP, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment. And then coming from the Vietnam, Mr. Pham Phan Thanh. He is a Deputy Director General, Department of Climate Change from the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment of Vietnam. I see everyone is here, so before we start, I think it is better for us to take a picture first. So everyone, please stand up and maybe a little bit go into the middle, just to have a good picture first. Then Ibu, so after that, we could. Is that okay? Yeah, okay. Tengah-tengah nih. Smile. And then in ASEAN way, we are waiting right now. We are waiting. Yeah. In the ASEAN way. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You should be only one shot.
I guess, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers are already ready. And then I think I will have this panel led by Dr. Nur Masri Pasin. Ibu, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Maul. Good afternoon, colleague. Good afternoon from Glasgow and almost evening in Jakarta. First of all, I would like to welcome all the speakers, the representative of 7 ASEAN member states. For colleagues who are not familiar yet with the ASEAN member states, we have 10 member states. So we miss Philippines, Laos, PTR, and Myanmar. As we know, up to October this year, 151 countries have submitted either new or updated NDC. Some of us already submitted also the long-term strategy for low carbon development, and a number of countries also include resilience. Today we will hear from the 7 ASEAN member states about their NDC. We will learn how the NDC was developed, the challenge, and I think this year we start to implement. So to all panelists, I would like to request that you could use the allocated 5 minutes maximum to share with us, and we hope that each statement could address 3 following questions. As a number of countries submitted new or updated NDC, we would like to learn also what is the new element added to the updated or new NDC. And then of course we know that government themselves, we cannot implement what we are targeting in the NDC. So how is the role of non-party stakeholder or non-state actors? And then the third question is what are the plans or strategy, challenges that have been identified both in the development and also the likely challenge in the future, and how the regional cooperation could together address this challenge. So I will use the alphabetical order, but there was a request from Cambodia to start with his statement because there is a urgent meeting that Cambodia representative will have to attend. So first I would like to invite Dr. Hakmau from Cambodia. Please.
Okay, thank you very much, coordinators, for coordinating this important meeting. And good afternoon, our panelists, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this important discussion. I'm sorry that we have, I request to leave earlier. I mean, around 4 we are going to leave, and I will have another even immediately. I think that more of us hear about NDC. That first we so-called INDCs, and right now we Hello? Yeah, right now we so-called updated NDC or enhanced NDC. I think we need to look at the general aspect of with respective countries. I think if we are in Asia, we have similar geographies, similar culture. Sometimes it's slightly different. Also, some similar economic development and some a bit different status of economic developments. But I think every country have the same impact of climate change, but the different only severities. For example, in my country is the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change with our low adaptive capacities. But the other country, like I think maybe Singapore here, they have strong capacity to adapt. Thailand also. But we're lucky that our country, you know, geographically good that we have. I mean, compared to the Philippines and other countries, you know, they very frequent in terms of disasters, and also the severity also very strong. So this is also luckily from nature. However, we have tried in order to even be the more impact, but we low emission, low greenhouse gas emissions. But you know, we as a member of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, we have an obligation to address the adverse impact of climate change. And I think the difference is that we adhere to the principle of common but differentiated responsibility with our capacities. It means that it doesn't matter who are you, you have responsibilities, but with our capacity, this is the important nature for us, you know, as the members of UNFCCC. We have developed a number of policy strategy in place, I would say. We developed our, I think we all know our NAPA, National Adaptation Program Action. It's a very important document. But I think NAPA not so success, after we developed this document, only few activity we have implemented. And then I think different countries have different activities or different approach. In my countries, we developed the so-called Cambodia Climate Change Strategy Program. It is 10 years strategies for the countries. And after we develop this 10-year strategy, we also develop sectoral strategies for 14-line industry. I think it is very important for us that even we can mainstream climate change into sectoral sectors. But what next? I think, as you may know, that different studies show the different emission and also different activity that party need to do in order to respond to this kind of side impact. And of course, when we develop our national communication, of course, it shows the mitigation, potential emission, and also adaptation, vulnerability impact, and also adaptation measures that we need to take into account in order to address those impacts. Besides that, we develop our I think every country also develop a biennial update report. It is show our how emission happen in our countries and what measure that we need to take into account. Besides that, our INDCs and recently our updated INDC, it's very important aspect that we need to look at. We have a commitment to show our commitment in order to reduce emission. And in my country update NDC, it shows that around 42% of greenhouse gas emission is expected to reduce by 2030 compared to business as usual level. And as our keynote speaker said that, we try to balance between adaptation and mitigation. And of course, even we are the most impacted by climate change, but we also consider mitigation. And in the area adaptation, of course, we identify different sectors. I think we have similar, like from waters, from agriculture, from health, from coastal, and so on. And mitigation also we have similar, mainly like Indonesia. I think forestry play a very important role, through implementing our REDD+. So this is what we have been done for our update NDC. But as you may know that when we look at the update NDC, as you said, more than 100 countries submitted, and the results show that the implementation of our update NDC still cannot reduce the temperature rise to below 2 degrees Celsius. So further work that we need to do. And of course, as a member country, we also need to do it. And right now, we need to take to another step called long-term strategies. And I will, since right now, Cambodia also on the development stage, I will not show in detail, but I will give you briefly. For the area of our updated NDC, it is slightly different from our INDC. When we develop our INDC, we not include waste sector, agriculture into that INDCs. And also the cross sector like gender, youth engagement, private sector engagement also not include. But when we develop our update NDCs, we take this sector into account. Of course, agriculture very, very important and contribute a lot for emission reduction. And also waste sector contribute a lot. And beside that, we also engage youth, genders, and private sector engagement. And I think private sector play very important role, not only in the area of adaptation, but also in the area of mitigation. And how, I think this is a question that I also want to hear from our speaker, how to implement our NDC. This is also very important. As I said, we have commitment and we develop these strategies, and we have the commitment to reduce emission and to implement the adaptation. But we need to finalize or mobilize the external support in order to implement. The country like my country, mitigation is a kind of voluntary basis. We need to get support. I think we can see from different newspapers recently that of course we can do this, but we need to get this. We don't want to let our people poor. What we do, I think economic situation condition is very important. Social safety is very important, and I think how to do that. I think we need to saying peace and stability, it's very important. It is very precondition for the economic development of the country. Right now, I think we have opportunity to sitting here to discuss how our parties, how our country can contribute to address climate change. Individually, of course, Cambodia have our activities, as I said, that emission reduction is by around 42%, and adaptation, of course, will list a number of activities. But collectively, we need to work in ASEAN, how to work together in order to address this kind of impact. It is also very important. And then the role of non-state, I think it doesn't matter who we are, we impact by climate change. So we have to address it. It is very important. And then we need to consider beyond that, as
Dr.
parties.
Mao, if you could please speed up your statement.
Yeah, I think maybe 1 minute more.
Okay,
if we look at our more commitment for the long-term strategies, meaning that we develop our strong long-term strategies, we also need to follow our common but differentiate responsibilities. And on this, we hope that we can finalize it and we can submit it. And the development of our long-term strategy, we also need to look at economic condition, adaptation, core benefit, and also other social aspects. Especially, we need to make sure that when we implement this activity, it will not impact to our economic growth. So this is what I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mao. So, colleagues, the next, let's listen together from Brunei Darussalam, Ms. Nurdia, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to all. My name is Sufina and I am from the Brunei Climate Change Secretariat, Ministry of Development, Brunei Darussalam. And first of all, I would, on behalf of my country, I would like to thank the government of Indonesia for organizing this event here in Glasgow today. Next slide, please. For Brunei Darussalam, we submitted our first NDC on the 31st of December 2020, demonstrating our ambitious climate commitment to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement. Our NDC states our economy-wide target to reduce our total GHG emissions by 20% relative to our business as usual levels by 2030. It was developed in a whole-of-nation approach through a multi-sectoral climate change institutional governance made up of different levels. We have the Brunei National Council on Climate Change, which are made up of ministers, as well as there's a executive committee on climate change made up of MDs of private sectors, prominent secretaries, NGOs, and other related stakeholders. Next slide, please. In preparation of our NDC, extensive consultations and peer reviews have been conducted with relevant stakeholders consisting of government agencies, private sector bodies, academic institutions, NGOs, as well as youth reviews. Brunei Darussalam's main priority in preparation of the NDC was developing the Brunei Darussalam National Climate Change Policy, the BNCCP, which was launched on the 25th of July 2020. It outlines 10 key strategies to pave for Brunei Darussalam's low carbon and climate resilient pathways for a sustainable nation, as shown on the slide. Each strategy is led by different relevant agencies to achieve the respective targets, and the sectors include energy, forestry, waste, private sector's adaptation, and even NGOs and educations are involved. This BNCCP, it serves as the basis of our NDC. Next slide, please. As the chair of ASEAN this year, with the theme of We Care, We Prepare, and We Prosper, Brunei Darussalam has created a platform for youth in the ASEAN region to discuss climate-related issues, which we call the ASEAN Youth on Climate Action, or the ASEAN UCAN in short. The ASEAN UCAN serves as a strong foundation for a sustainable partnership among ASEAN youth to be more engaged and more involved in contributing ideas to the high-level decision-making and implementing climate strategy in ASEAN. A gender-balanced representation of 14 youths, delegates from 7 ASEAN member states, have engaged in a series of climate dialogues, including a session with the ASEAN Ministers on Environment that was just held last month, and it was hosted by Indonesia. The ASEAN UCAN youth delegates, they have fully drafted and issued the Bandar Sri Begawan Declaration on ASEAN Youth for Climate Action, which outlines the youth's commitment in pursuing climate action towards the goals and ambitions of the Paris Agreement. Next slide, please. Another initiative of Brunei Darussalam is the establishment of an ASEAN Center for Climate Change, the ACCC, that will function as an intergovernmental center that aims to accelerate climate research, development, coordination, and cooperation on climate change among ASEAN member states and its partners to realize a climate resilient and low carbon ASEAN region. So the ASEAN member states have supported in principle the establishment of this ACCC in Brunei Darussalam, and the details will be further discussed with ASEAN member states. And this ACCC is very important initiative for Brunei Darussalam this year, not just because it is part of our ASEAN chairmanship deliverables, but it is part of our climate action commitment and ambition for the greater region in the long run. And we welcome interested parties, organizations, and as well as research institutes to support the setting up of the center and explore partnership opportunities. And with that, I end my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nur, for sharing the national action and policy, and as well as the role as in the ASEAN chairmanship. Thank you once again. The next, I would like to invite Indonesia, Ibu Emma, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nur Masripatin. Good afternoon, colleagues here in Glasgow, and also good evening, all participants in Jakarta, Indonesia. It is my pleasure here to share with you our experience in developing and also preparing the first NDC, updated NDC, and then long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. I would like to inform you that Indonesia has submitted document updated NDC together with long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience, LTS LCCR 2050, in 22nd July this year. This is one package document, even though this is referred to different articles under Paris Agreement and also different decision, but we make it is one package to show how the link between this document and also the link between these policies. For Indonesia, long-term strategy is a long-term guidance, long-term direction for our subsequent NDCs, for update NDCs, for second NDCs, and so forth. And how we prepare it? We work together with all related ministries. This is the mechanism we have been working quite well for several years since the preparation of our first national communication and then second national communication. First BUR. So the coordination, all related ministries and stakeholders has been established. And how we are we involve private sectors and also the role of non-party stakeholders. From the first NDC, we developed a roadmap for NDCs, how to implement our NDCs in terms of sector. We have two elements, adaptation and mitigation. And for example, for mitigation, we have 5 sectors, and how this target of 5 sectors could be contributed from all stakeholders, not only from government, but also from provinces, cities, and also private sectors and community. We will use this roadmap NDC as a benchmark when we report the achievement of our NDC implementation that has been started since January this year. What is the challenges? What are our strategies? We have not yet defined our net zero emission in details. What we are putting in our document long-term strategy, low carbon and climate resilience is that we are going to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. But how we could achieve this target to be net zero emission in 2060 or sooner, we are still exploring all possibilities. Under our LTS LCCR document, the emission, GHG emission, still 540 million ton carbon dioxide equivalent. So we are now preparing our exercise in our policies, and then we made our modeling for all sectors related in under mitigation to have the proper elaboration in order us to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. Challenges, of course, we have a lot of challenges that we are facing in preparing these two documents, because for 2030, this is a medium term projection. Is not it is we could have this this preparation, but for long term strategy, it is talking about long term projection. There are some uncertainties in policies and also in data, and also in how we could meet consumption, for example, in economic growth and also in population. So we are still working on that for having net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. And for NDC implementation this year, we have just the government Indonesia has publicly released the presidential regulation number 98 on carbon pricing as a one package with NDC. So this our intention is to have carbon pricing as tool, as a instrument to achieve our NDC. So we are still working on detailed operational step in implementing this carbon pricing together with our implementation of the updated NDC. And then for the difference of updated NDC with the previous first NDC, of course our updated NDC is more ambitious in terms of mitigation action. For conditional, we previously put our target by 41%. Conditionally, and then under our updated NDC we put 41%, and also this updated NDC is in line with Katowice climate package, and also transparency framework. We also use it as a backbone in our reporting of implementation of NDC. And then under adaptation, we also include the issue of ocean as a new element under adaptation. So there are the difference content between updated NDC and also compared to the previous first NDC. That's all I would like to share with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Emma. You have responded the guiding question comprehensively within the allocated time. Thank you. So the next, I would like to invite Malaysia. Dato, please, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm Zaini Ujang, Secretary General, Ministry of Environment and Water, Malaysia. Within 30 months, we had 3 Prime Ministers in Malaysia. And then we had COVID-19. So within this period of time, we have to prepare our NDC, BOR3, as well as LT-LEX. So it's very challenging, not only because the reality is difficult for us to do what we plan. Yeah, at the same time, I'm so sorry, I feel a bit difficult to express myself with this situation. As a result, so a lot of what we planned, I think, will not be able to achieve, partly because we cannot meet, and partly because the ministry was reorganized. In the past, the portfolio of climate change was in other ministries. So when we started a new ministry in March 2020, I was tasked to head this ministry. So the Ministry of Environment and Water is a new ministry in Malaysia. So anyway, we were very grateful because we were able to complete our NDC as well as our BUR. So our NDC says that from 35% contribution of intensity of GHG, economic-wide coverage, we increase to 45%. That is an increase of 10%, unconditional. And from 3 gases of GHG, we increase to 7. So it includes ozone depleting substances. And we try as much to have a whole nation approach. It means that it is not only the portfolio of Ministry of Environment and Water to deliver what we targeted for our NDC. But I think that is common to everyone. And I want to share you what is attached to it in order to be able to achieve our NDC target by 2030. One is to set net zero GHG emission earliest by 2050. So we will conclude the roadmap by next year end when we complete our LT-LEX soon. And on top of that, we are now preparing climate change bill. That's very important for us to regulate initiatives under LT-LEX later. Prime Minister has announced that there will be no new coal power plants, and the existing plants will be expired. The last one will be expired in 2044. So slowly we are going to reduce the contribution of power plants in Malaysia. And our RE will be 31% installed capacity by 2025 and will be 40% by 2035. This is into the national power grid. That is excluding off-grid. If you think of off-grid, we can have another between 10 to 20%. So if you take, as usual, maximum 20% plus 40%, we'll get about 60%. Yeah, so this is something that important. We learned from other countries that whenever we plan only for power grid, but not otherwise. So we have to plan both. It means that industrial sites, say for example, they can have energy from power grid, and we have double power grid for information in Malaysia, completed about last year. And they can also have an option to have the RE, say for example, solar panel, whatever, attached to it. So assuming they use 35% or 50% of energy from the solar, and then the additional 50%. So when we mention about 40%, 40% is from the grid, not from the individual sites. Government has also announced that by 2030, all government fleets will be non-petrol and diesel vehicles. So that's a big thing. This is recently announced by Prime Minister. And as far as forest cover is concerned, we have 55.3% forest cover. If you take green cover, it's about 76% by 2020. I mean, this is the data in 2020. So we try to plant 100 million trees in 2025, as what requested, in order to at least to maintain 55.3% forest cover. As far as other initiatives to meet our NDC, for information, our COVID-19 vaccination is a green vaccination. You never heard about that probably. So what we do, we evaluate and we calculate GHG emission from the whole process, from the production or manufacturing of the vaccine to the vaccination process. That includes the clinical waste that we treated, and then we offset that with planting trees. So there will be more trees to be planted. And carbon offsets for all Malaysian delegates to COP26. So that's what we are doing as far as NDC, and as much as possible we try to be proactive to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. Despite the challenge faced by Malaysia, Malaysia has made progress in relation with the commitment under the Paris Agreement. Thank you, Dato. The next, I would like to invite Singapore, Mr. Heng Jin Wei, please.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone here, and good evening, friends in Jakarta. Thank you for Indonesia for inviting not just Singapore but also colleagues from the ASEAN region to share our NDCs and our LEDs. So today I will just have 4 slides. I would like to talk about Singapore's enhanced NDC and LEDs. Next slide, please. Sorry, before that I should introduce myself. I'm Jen Wei. I'm from the National Climate Change Secretariat. I'm the director looking at policy and planning. So we coordinate the entire climate plan across the whole of Singapore, and hopefully, we can work towards the global goal of 1.5 degrees. So let me start by sharing Singapore's constraints and how these will have ramifications on how we decarbonize. So the first point I'd like to highlight is that Singapore is really quite small. We are slightly over 700 square kilometers. Half the size of London. I checked against Glasgow. Glasgow is really small, so we are bigger than Glasgow, but it's still quite small. And we are really alternative energy disadvantaged. We are a very dense country. We have twice the density of Glasgow, and we have to house everything from the city, from the ports, the airport, and industry within the 700 over square kilometers we have in Singapore. And we have no access to hinterland. And amongst the various renewable energy options that we can access in Singapore, only solar is viable. We have no wind. I think most of our neighbors, face the same issue. There's not much wind, and we really have to rely on solar. And solar is actually very, very land intensive. Next slide, please. So with all these constraints, that has shaped how we have gone about with our enhanced NDC and LEDS, which we submitted about a year and a half ago. And if you remember, that's actually at the start of COVID. So we rushed in and submitted our NDC just before the worst of COVID hit Singapore and actually the rest of our region. Since then, of course, our neighbors, and actually not just in the ASEAN region, but also in the rest of Asia, have gone ahead and submitted very ambitious climate pledges, and we are looking at various countries' climate pledges, and I think there's an opportunity to collaborate, which I'll speak about a bit later. Specific to our NDC and LEDS, we are looking to peak by 2030, and the current plan is to halve the emissions by 2050 and get to net zero thereafter. Hopefully, if we can get better technology and better international collaboration, we want to see if we can move our targets nearer and be more in line with the Paris Agreement's climate outcomes. 3 specific thrusts of how we get there. First is industry transformation. We would want to work with industries to see how we can transform them. Second is to leverage technology to see how we can decarbonize our emissions. And finally, and actually this is the most important of all for Singapore because we are so landlocked, and that's international collaboration. The first on industry transformation is really a matter of domestic policy. We need to find a way to help our industries transit in a sustainable fashion so that we can make sure that we don't, create other problems while trying to solve the climate problem. The second one about technology is equally affects every country and the city in the world. If hydrogen becomes viable, if carbon capture becomes viable in terms of price, everyone around the world benefits. But the last one, very, very critical for us, because if we cannot get good international collaboration, it will seriously hamper our efforts at decarbonizing. Next slide, please. So early this year, we launched the Singapore Green Plan 2030. This is really a national movement to put the targets in the NDC and the LEDS into action. This is a living plan. So what you see on the slide is actually things that we started saying in February or March 2021 when we first launched the plan. But it's a living plan because as we engage with stakeholders within Singapore, as we talk to companies, as we look at the technology frontier, we will actually update the plan along the way as and when available. I'll just highlight three points within the plan, not necessarily on the slides, of what we are doing in the immediate term. First, on the vehicle front, we are going to phase out internal combustion engine vehicles by 2040, and we are going to put 60,000 charging ports in Singapore by 2030 so to enable the transition. Because we realize that without the charging ports, no one will buy electric vehicles. So we are putting in place a very ambitious charging port plan to enable the transition. Second is about the energy transition. We just made this announcement in late October in Singapore, so it's not on the slide. We will import 4 gigawatts of electricity from our region by 2035. This is actually very ambitious because 4 gigawatt, based on our current load, makes up about 30 to 50% of our electricity demand. So it's very, very significant amounts. We have tried to max out on solar. I think domestic solar, there's only so much we can go. But once we talk about imports, actually the potential is much higher. So we hope that this will pave the way for a regional power grid amongst all the friends here, and hopefully that will be something that will benefit the entire ASEAN. Finally, just a point on carbon tax. Singapore is the first country in, I believe, ASEAN or maybe Asia to put in place, probably ASEAN to be fair, to put in place a carbon tax. But we are seriously looking at revising our carbon tax rates. Today it's $5 Singapore dollars, which works out to be about $3.5 to $4 per ton of carbon. I think we are looking at seriously adjusting the rates upwards to reflect the cost of carbon, and we hope that this will create a ripple effect such that industries, players will start to price carbon rightly once that's announced, and that will be announced in February and March next year. So finally, one last slide on regional cooperation. Next slide, please. 3 points. On the technology front, we think there are a lot of opportunities to co-develop decarbonization solutions with the region. I think the most obvious one is power. I think a regional power grid, if we can work together and we can find mutual benefits across that, I think it will benefit every country in ASEAN. But beyond the power, there are also regional opportunities for carbon capture, utilization and storage, nature-based solutions, hydrogen, and we would love to work with any of you, or all of you for that matter, to explore these opportunities. Second is green finance. So we want to work with our partners in the region again to promulgate green finance to empower the corporate space. I think there are three things we talk about: green taxonomy, data availability so people know where to go, and finally financial reporting standards. And this will really help transform the business space. If the finance space is moving ahead, the business space in the region will also move in tandem. And I think that will have a very large impact, because for all, I think, our countries, a lot of our carbon emissions are from our companies. And if they can transform themselves, I think there's a good opportunity for ASEAN as a whole to decarbonize. Finally, carbon markets. We have the opportunity for we think there's an opportunity for a regional carbon market by pulling together regional buyers and sellers. We can start with the corporate space again, voluntary at the start to tap on corporate energies, but we need to make sure we get it right so that we start with high integrity and quality credit so that we can make sure that there's no greenwashing in the region. Beyond this, I think there's an opportunity to link the voluntary market with the regulated market, and if we can get a global consensus on the rules that are being negotiated right now in the different rooms. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singapore, for sharing with us about the national policy as well as potential collaboration in the region. The next, I would like to invite Thailand, Dr. Pirun. Please, yes, the floor.
Thank you, my dear moderator, and ladies and gentlemen, and the ASEAN member state colleagues. Good afternoon to you all. First of all, I'm very honored to be joining this event hosted by Indonesia, talking about Thailand updated NDC and our long-term strategy. Thailand actually submitted our updated NDC last year in December, and we emphasized that, next slide please, we emphasized that we will be able to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 20% by our domestic efforts from BAU level by 2030. And but after a year passed, we have new development, and of course Thailand see the urgencies of climate change threat, and we see that we have to step up, and regarding the impact of climate change, we are one of the most vulnerable countries that is prone to the climate change induced natural disaster. To give you clear examples, the first half of this year, the entire country are worried about facing the most severe drought for the last decade, and then 4 months later we are experiencing inundations in 13 provinces, in which some districts are flooded for over 2 months. This is how it's happening. When climate change strikes, it spares no one and no countries, including Thailand. That's why the Thai government, next slide please, decided to be more aggressive in addressing climate change challenges in every way and every means possible. So we aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and to achieve net zero GHG in 2065. And with the timely and sufficient support from the bilateral cooperation and also from the mechanisms under the Convention and the Paris Agreement, we believe that we can raise our ambition on NDC to 40% and to reach the net zero GHG emission earlier. Next slide, please. And considering the impacts of climate change, but also the challenges that come in all directions. For example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism initiated by the EU, the CORSIA by ICAO and the foreign direct investment, for example, like, they require 100% renewable energy to be supplied to the industry, to be invested in Thailand. Those kind of things are a pressing issue that we have to take into account seriously. That's why Thailand, the Thai government, has, formulated the robust policy, and we are, initiating and implementing the bio-circular green models in our country. And of course, the theme of this event is the government by itself cannot, achieve the net zero emission on carbon, but we have to engage collaboratively with the private sector, academia, and NGOs to, advance the collective efforts and also to synergize the climate actions. So next slide, please. So we have outlined 4 building blocks. But the first one, we have to make sure that we can mainstream climate change into policy and plans in the vertical and horizontal landscape, and to make sure that it will be implemented regardless of what government comes in. And as such, we have to accelerate the enactment of our first Climate Change Act. And then we have to explore seriously about the carbon trading and carbon market mechanism, which will help to facilitate our domestic industries to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And then we have to be able to, explore what our Singaporean colleagues said, carbon capture and storage and utilization to be applied at the right time, that we can stay competitive, with the global market, but can contribute to the net zero emission. And last but not least, we have to be able to mobilize funds from the Green Climate Fund to be joining with the commercial banks in Thailand to provide soft loans to our industries, in the energy sector and in other sectors like cement industry, which contributes to the second largest emissions in Thailand. And next slide, please. Well, for the gaps and challenges to meet the long-term strategy, it would not be different for Thailand or any other developing countries and ASEAN member states. Of course, I have already mentioned that, to apply, technology like CCS or CCUS or even hydrogen, we have to be able to make sure and provide confidence to the manufacturers in Thailand that they can still, stay competitive, with the global market. The government has to be able to develop and transform the infrastructure development for low carbon transition. So, like for example, we aim to electrify the entire fleet in the transport sector. We aim to decarbonize the energy sector, and so on and so forth. And of course, the financial resource would be crucial for a rapid transition to a low carbon economy. And the new financial instruments and mechanisms like green bonds, green loan, green finance, financing green, stuff like that, will come into play in the next decade for Thailand to achieve the LTS. Last but not least, of all the things I've said, we're talking about mitigation. But no matter how much emission we cut down, all the 197 parties, the temperature will still increase 0.5 degree, and the natural disaster will be more severe for Thailand, of course. So Thailand has placed the adaptation to increase our climate resilience as equally important as mitigation. And we will seek collaboration and cooperation between ASEAN member states and to reach out for support from the bilateral cooperation and the mechanism under the Convention and the Paris Agreement to help us, to help everyone to achieve the long-term strategy and to help the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Thailand. After listening from Thailand about the policy, also the challenges, not only on the climate change, but also the policy imposed by other countries or international community. The next, I would like to invite Vietnam. Dr. Pham, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the government of Indonesia for giving this opportunity for Vietnam as well as other ASEAN member states to show the NDC development in our region. For Vietnam, the updated NDC we have submitted to the UNFCCC in September 2020, maybe the first country in the region submit the updated NDC. We see our updated NDC, we updated our NDCs not only required because of requirement of UNFCCC, but also because of domestic requirement. Because when we develop our INDC, we see that the contribution from different sectors may not be looked carefully. So we started our NDC update since June 2017. And then that process is a whole government process with involvement of not only ministries, but also private sector and provinces. And it took 2 or 3 years for complete the process. And then we submitted it in September 2020. So compared with the INDC, come to the first question, what difference? First, of course, it's more comprehensive. With more clear what sector can contribute, how they can contribute, and then where resources can come to implement that contribution. The second, it also includes one important part is a co-benefit between adaptation and mitigation. That part we did not involve in INDC. For mitigation, we also look at the industrial process. It is sector that we did not mention in our NDC. So the targets, not only adaptation, we raise on our commitment for reaching several actions in terms of adaptation. For mitigation, we raise both domestic efforts as well as with international support we raise. How we can involve others, not only government, to implement NDC. So maybe Vietnam is one of the first countries in the region. We put NDC implementation in the law. That law has been approved by the National Assembly in November 2020. After we submitted our NDC, we reflected it in the law that the process of the development of law takes quite a long time, but we include commitment for implement NDC in the law. And that means everyone in Vietnam have to be responsible for implementing NDC. Not only government, it is government in terms of mitigation. We see that private sector plays more important role than the government. Government, we have only office, maybe not much greenhouse gas reduction, but go to facility level. So this year, we already submitted to the government of Vietnam the decision to identify who are the major emitters in Vietnam, and then we will put the target, the ceiling for each major emitter have to reduce greenhouse gas. So by that way, that means everyone have to implement. And of course, we will see the carbon market is one important tool for us to realize our commitment in NDC. But Vietnam, not like other countries like Thailand and others, we do not have, so far we have not submitted our long-term development strategy yet, but that one will be completed in the next year. We are in the process of doing that and realize how we can get zero emission by 2050 with action as shown. So what challenges while doing the NDC update? The big challenges is information. Each ministry will keep their own information, and then when we collect the information from different ministries, different sector, it comes from different type of format. So it takes time for processing to put in the NDCs. The other challenge is sector and ministries, maybe sometimes someone want to do more, someone want to do less. How we bring everyone on board and negotiate with the commitment on that part. I think that is also take quite a long time, and then involvement, a lot of consultations. The last one, but I think that is it scope everyone talking about the finance. To achieve our domestic target, we need about 22 billion US dollar up to 2030 to implement to get 9% of domestic effort for in our NDC, but we raise with international support up to 27%. So we need 68 billions more US dollar to implement. So that money is a big problem for us. So that is the third challenge. So we would like to learn from other countries. We also would like to see how we can cooperate to implement, realize that NDC in Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vietnam, for sharing the process in the national level and also opening for how we could collaborate in the region. A colleague, actually the time almost end, but I would like to entertain one very short question, and to whom you direct that question, please mention. So, yeah, please, Pak Faris.
I'm Faisal Parish from Malaysia, currently working with the ASEAN Secretariat to develop an investment framework for the ASEAN region to address the issue of land degradation, fires, and transboundary haze. I'd like to pose the issue of how can we link this best to the NDC process and to help bring in regional international investment, private sector investment to address the issue of fire and haze, but at the same time meet the NDC targets. So if any of the appropriate countries want to comment now or afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Faris. Apology that we cannot take up more question or comment from the floor, but I would like to take some messages from this presentation. I think the ASEAN member states have commonality in the case of vulnerability to climate change. Also, we have commonality that each ASEAN member state have a strong commitment to the Paris Agreement, of course, based on our national circumstances, capacity, and capability. We heard also from that NDC, also long-term strategy, the diversity of the priority sectors and policy and measures, and that diversity is the rich environment we have in ASEAN member states. And then the opportunity for us for economic cooperation, also the beauty of ASEAN member states is we are united by the Association of Southeast Asian countries, and we have a number of platform and also a framework that we could work together on the climate change, not only climate change but also for our development. So we build our capacity together, we develop our countries together in the region. Diversity in unity. I think that's. Thank you, and I would like to return to the organizer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noor, and then all of the speakers. So for just a little bit thanks, our Director of Resources Mobilizations will give some souvenir coming from the Indonesia. So please, Pak Wahyu Marjakat. Thank you very much, and thank you everyone who is coming. See you next time.
Let's begin our session. This is our last session of the day, the sixth one. We'll be talking about forest restoration, business perspective in achieving Indonesia net sink volume by 2030. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo, MSc, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Ladies and gentlemen, while waiting for the participants to come in, let's just begin. Usually there will be more coming in. Please join me to welcome Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo to the stage. Bapak.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to you all in the last session of this today discussion in the Indonesian Pavilion. Last but not the least, because the topic is very, very interesting, how the forest restoration became a new business perspective in achieving Indonesia volume net sink at 2030. And we have 5 speakers, prominent speaker. I thought it was still in the screen. Okay, the first is Dr. Yanto Rahmayanto. He will be speak for the first, and he works as a senior scientist in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. The second speaker will be Dr. Ruanda Agung Sohardiman, Director General of the Forestry Planning and Environmental Governance. The third will be, what you call it? Second, Mr. Oscar Unggul. So would you listen, Mr. Oscar, so everybody can know that? Mr. Oscar Unggul and Ibu Elim Sritaba. She is Chief Sustainability Officer of the Asia Pulp and Paper. And the last, Mr. Thomas Maddox, Global Director of the Forest and Land CDP. So I think it is, we have to proceed in a tight time. Each speaker will be address his ideas, his proposal in 8 minutes. I hope it can be achieved in 8 minutes. And then for the first time, I invite Dr. Yanto Rahmayanto from Jakarta. He will use the Zoom methods. Hello, Mas Yanto, are you there still?
Yes, I'm Pak.
Have you opened your...
Yes, I'm open my microphone. Do you hear me? Do you hear my sound, Pak?
Yeah, right now it's clear.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Okay, Dr. Yanto Rahmayanto will address in the next 8 minutes. Would you give your time, and this is the time is yours, Pak Yanto, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Bowo, for the first chance to present, to share about the ecosystem restoration in Indonesia. And good afternoon for everyone, especially for other speakers. My pleasure, Pak Dirjen, Bu Elim, Pak Thomas, and Pak Oscar. Someone can help me to share my screen?
Oh, should be here.
Yeah, otherwise, oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my focus in the context of ecosystem restoration in Indonesia, the concept and practices for private and community participations. At the next slide, please, I just have on the 3 part of the presentation here. Why restoration needed, then expanding private and community participations. And the last one is, what is the lesson and for the future improvement. Next slide, please. Yeah, the main thing, the main reason of we need the restoration activities is we have mega biodiversity. As a tropical country, we have a lot of type of ecosystems, and we also home for thousands and hundreds animal flora, fauna, and also iconic flora, fauna in Indonesia. So when we found the degraded one, we should replace the mega biodiversity with the prominent techniques, yeah, not about the only revegetation, but also how to restore to get the previous situation. And the second one, enhancing forest carbon stock. We know that the restore pathway contribute about 21% from the total pan-tropical climate mitigation potential. The other one is we also have the multiple reasons for restoration, food production, disaster risk reduction, climate change mitigation and adaptation, or also livelihood improvement. Next slide, please. Yeah, a lot of definition about restorations might be at least 26 definition, but the main point is the restoration is how to restore and get back to the original condition of the ecosystem actually. So we have to have ecosystem reference, the historical ecosystem, or if the social and also level of degradation too heavy, this is the potential to get the hybrid ecosystem and also the new ecosystem. But the point is, this is not only replanting, but we have to provide the condition to get the original condition for the good ecosystem by natural succession and also enrichment planting. Replanting we use for acceleration of the ecosystem restoration. Next slide, please. Yeah, the next is I would like to share about the Indonesia in private and community participation in ecosystem restoration. Next slide, please. Yeah. Firstly, ecosystem restoration within the national framework. Indonesia has been provide the regulatory system about the ecosystem restoration. The first time the ecosystem restoration included in our regulatory system was in 2004, and then 2007 the ecosystem restoration put in the higher regulation, that is government regulation. Although in today, based on the derivative omnibus law, there is no longer ecosystem restoration terminology over there, but in practice, we have ecosystem restoration in many pathways. In the next slide, we can see that ecosystem restoration not only in the concession practices. Today we have around 16 ecosystem concession operate in the total area more than 600,000 hectares. And also we have expanded these ecosystem activities, restoration activities, in the at least 4 typology of activities. Yeah, the first one, ecosystem restoration by concession. That is, we have 16 concession, and most of them, the concession is on a peatland and then in highland forest and also lowland forest, but still limited in mangrove forest. The second typology is in private contribution ecosystem restoration conducted on degraded high GV and high CS pointed out by them. Yeah. The third one, ecosystem restoration conducted by private sectors on retirement areas. They pointed out the production areas as retirement areas to be restored and get back to the initial ecosystem to support the initial ecosystem surrounding the areas for exploration national park. Yeah. And the last one, ecosystem restoration on buffer areas on the concession. Yeah. We note that since 2017, there are 45 forest plantation companies and also 80 palm oil companies involved in this ecosystem restoration in Indonesia. The total area more than 2 million hectares, and the activities not only vegetation, but also canal blocking, water table monitoring, rainfall observation, and also the other protection activities. Next slide, please. Yeah, this private sector progress actually complement and expand forest ecosystem restoration facilitated by the government of Indonesia, especially coordinated by BRGM. The BRGM consists of 3 main strategies. We call 3R, yeah, rewetting, revegetation, and also revitalization of livelihood. Next slide.
Pak Yanto, this is
Yes.
1 minute. Would you please? This is the last 1 minute.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. This is my point. Is the today policy in Indonesia that ecosystem restoration part of the our commitment on the net sink value by 2030. Next slide, please. Yeah, the last slide. Next, please. This is my last slide. That our lesson is that we have the progressive ecosystem restoration activity by private, but we need also the role of private to expand to community participation by providing financial and community empowerment approach. At least 3 pathway, yeah, but outgrower scheme, PAS, payment and environmental services, and the last one is bio rights. At least these 3 pathway might be could help to expand our private participation to the community participation that is still lacking in Indonesia. The last thing is might be it is also important to provide fiscal and non-fiscal incentive to accelerate private sector participation that we can achieve our net sink followed by 2030. That is my idea, and thank you very much for the first can and time. Get back to you, Pak Bowo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Dr. Yanto. And then I invite the second speakers. It is Mr. Oscar Unggul from the Chambers of Economy of Indonesia. Please, Pak.
Thank you.
My name is Onte. I'm Vice Chairman of Indonesian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Vice Chairman for Forestry and Environment. I want to present our talk in Kadin about the restoration ecosystem. Oh yeah. Encouraging private sector participation in ecosystem restoration initiative in Indonesia. I think this is maybe the restoration ecosystem. UNEP said about this is the process of preserving the degradation of ecosystems such as landscape, lakes, and ocean to regain their ecological functionality. This can be done by allowing the natural generation of overexploitation ecosystem or by planting trees and other plants. This is by UNEP. And then I think for us important to know the current situation compared to the previous one. So if we see this, the very important is about the business license. Before, if we want to do restoration ecosystem, we must have separate permit. If we do wood, timber is separate. But with the new law of Indonesia, I think now we call multi-purpose, yeah. So one permit for all businesses. So this is more easy to do restoration ecosystem or others in forestry sector. Also, I think about the foreign investors. If before prohibited to invest, yeah, in EU PHK HA RA, but now there's no prohibition on any form of foreign investment. So this is kind different with the previous one and the new one. This is the cover area. I think Pak Agus already told before. And I think for our perspective, there are several challenges that discourage private to implement ecosystem restoration initiative. First, I think land conflict, allocated area not completely free from encroachment, land tenure, and illegal logging, conflict, and etc. The second one is financing, long grace period to start, yeah, obtaining returns or profit, require high investment, especially in the initiative phase, fees, taxes, and activity itself. And then the third one is research and development, hard to get reference on ecosystem characteristic, limited resources to conduct research and to develop appropriate technology, and need to do action research as a whole for ecosystem restoration business development. So this is there are several challenges, we think, and Kadin aim to be a catalyst to encourage wider adoption of ecosystem restoration activities in Indonesia. So in this side, we want to push in land conflict. Kadin formed Indonesian Business Council for Sustainable Development Conflict Resolution Unit, yeah, to promote mediation and effective approach to conflict resolution in conflicts over land and natural resource management. This is one organization under CBSD, under Kadin. And then the second about financing, Kadin initiate impact investing platform which include climate change initiative. And that we want to pool carbon offset market. Kadin support the development of carbon offset market that provide a better compensation for ecosystem restoration activities. This is Kadin want to do, and This is the new era of Kadin. So we have 7 things want to do to decarbonization, and Kadin really support our government to achieve Indonesian NDC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Onte. This is unexpected. 5 minutes. Thank you so much. And then because we wait for our DJ, Director General of Mr. Rwanda, didn't arrive yet. He is still in the other event as speaker also. But I think we have to proceed. Then we don't have to wait here. So I invite Ms. Elin Samba, the Chief Executive Officer for Sustainability in the APP, Asian Pulp and Paper. Would you please?
Thank you, Pak Bowo. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Elim Sritaba. So today, I want to share about how private sector support our government goals related to forest on land, forestry and on land use. So next. Oh, sorry. Okay. I think in setting out to achieve net sink from forestry and other land use, the Indonesian government has identified several targets area for mitigation. So this is the 4 area: avoiding deforestation and forest degradation, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, and peatland management. And aligning with these goals, we, APP, as a private sector, has set a target to reduce our carbon footprint by 30% in 2030, and this is incorporated within our sustainability roadmap and supported by our forest conservation policy as an implementation. So since 2013, we make sure our supply chains 100% coming from responsibly managed plantation. And we also created tools to make sure that all the supplier have to gone through supplier evaluation and risk assessment before enter our supply chain. However, we also know that manage substantial conservation forests within our concession. We know that these conservation forests are threatened by both natural, human-caused deforestation, included disease, illegal logging, unapproved land use change, and these areas are often remote and inaccessible, and making traditional ground-based monitoring ineffective. So to stop this deforestation, so we hire one company and using technology, working with one Canadian technology in MDA, so space technology company, to monitor the forest cover chains in this protected area. So using the system, the data acquired from RadarSat-2 satellite, and we analyze by using intelligent or using the system and sensitive alerts to inform that our forestry teams when there are changes in the forestry canopy. So this is allow our team to respond to this incident, perform the necessary forest ground investigation, and take corrective action in a timely manner. And we can see using this system, so almost 600,000 of our conservation areas monitor under the system, and we can reduce the forest cover loss below 0.5% since 2013 up to now, which is before previously above 5% per annum. So other serious threat of this conservation, we know that a lot of complex issue within the landscape itself. We established integrated fire management to help address the issue, combining prevention education, rapid response, and all the system integrated within the operation. And by establishing the system, we can reduce all the fire case incident below 1% annually. So like what Pa Onte already explained, that this is one of the challenges that about the community issue. But APP, we had a program, we put a community is a key and vital part in the preventing deforestation. And we allocated some fund and provided sustainably livelihood program to the communities who is living surrounding the forest. So we know that forest restoration also something important. As you can see that to map to end deforestation, conservation forest needs to be actively protected. And we committed to restore or working all restoration within degraded area. And we've been assisted by resources, one resources agency, which is previously Pak Yanto already explained on how they help us to develop some kind of methodology for restoration. So this is all the series since 2015. We developed the methodology and we aim the position as on 2020. The good quality already almost 80%, and we aim to achieve 95% by 2030 in a good condition. So we know that forest restoration is not something that happened quickly. So many of the action we take today show that this is one of the results that the methodology already being established by research agency to have one book as a restoration methodology that we can use to our operation. And peatland as well as one of the key in our conservation and operation. So we established a peat-based management practice, and this is the series of since 2013 up to 2019, and we collect all the data on how we use the data to improve our water management in the operation itself. So this is all the sample on how we building canal block, maintain our water level, and report it regularly to our government. So also doing some rehabilitation within the critical peat dome based on the 2017 government regulation. Some of the area should be retirement. So community, like I said, community as well is a key. So we, together with our partner, we include community here to also be part of the restoration program by providing capacity building. They are providing us a seedling to support the restoration effort within our concession. And also other research, we also work with other agency to come up with the mycorrhiza to help accelerate the restoration, especially in the peatland. So we know that restoration or biodiversity value has no limitation. So on how we work with restoration, we also looking in the landscape level. So it's really important to not only focus on the concession, but how it will impact inside and outside from the concession itself. So this is several program within the Giam Sia Kecil where APP supplier have a plantation surrounding this biodiversity or biosphere reserve. So moving forward, we will continue to strengthen the methodology on restoration. Of course, technology is important here for innovation, especially in the area of measurement and control, while continue research into improving survival and growth of restoration landscape. So last but not least, maintaining protection of existing conservation land and mitigation disturbance to our protection and conservation effort. All of this have been possible thanks to hard work or diligence of our many partners. We are greatly appreciative of their efforts. So there is still plenty of work, of course, ahead of us, and more challenges that will need to be overcome, which we will take in the spirit of continuous improvement. So we will not let perfect be the enemy of good. We cannot stay still, but instead push forward toward our goals to be a better company, better for Indonesia, and better for our shared planet. Thank you.
This is a good example how the interlink between research that carried out by or addressed by previous speaker, Pak Yanto, and you implement the result of the research with the assistance from the Gajah Mada University, and the second speaker addressed about the economic opportunity that endorsed by the government as well as the chambers of commerce and industry. So I think this is a good session to discuss, and we still wait. Mr. Ruganda is there? Not yet. Then I have to 5 minutes more. Then it's better I invite Mr. Thomas Maddox. Please give forward your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Maddox. I work for an organization called CDP, and you've heard today a little bit about the situation of restoration in Indonesia. You've heard a little bit about how the private sector is playing a role in that, and after me you're going to hear a little bit more about how the government is playing a role in that. What I'm going to speak to you about today is a system that hopefully sits in between those different approaches. So first, I better explain to you what CDP is, or who CDP are. So we're an environmental not-for-profit organization, and basically we're an environmental data reporting platform. So the way it works is like this. First of all, we have what we call authorities. So our authorities are investors, or they might be large buyer companies, or in some cases it's governments. We have about 600 major investors representing over 100 trillion in assets under management, and we have over 200 major buyers representing 4 trillion in purchasing power. So those authorities will then request to the market, they will request to companies to report through the CDP system. So they request that they report in 3 areas, or it could be one of the 3, or it could be all 3. So they will request to report on climate, on forests, and on water. That disclosure cycle happens once a year, and all the results come back to us at CDP. We then score them, we grade them, and then those data get used to drive change. And it drives change in 3 different ways. So the first way is those data go back to the authorities, back to the investors and back to the buyers, and it shows them which of the companies that they're investing in are performing best, and then they can change their decisions according to that. Secondly, it drives change because companies that report through the system, just through the act of reporting, will learn about what they're doing well, what they need to do better, what their peers are doing well, and that drives change. And thirdly, the data from this system also influences outside our system. So it influences external reporting mechanisms, or it influences policy development and so on. So that's basically who CDP are and how we work. So, what's the situation in Indonesia? So overall, we have over 13,000 companies globally reporting to us. We don't have that many reporting to us in Indonesia. At the moment, that's much lower. So just on the forests questionnaire, we have at the moment 76 companies reporting to us on this. But this is increasing very quickly over time. So if you look at last year, that's twice the number we had last year, and hopefully this trend is going to continue. We also have reporting from subnational government in Indonesia, so different provinces and kabupatins are also reporting to our system. We got many more companies, global companies that source from Indonesia reporting through our system. So at the moment, over 200 companies that are sourcing from Indonesia are reporting to us. That's rising about 20% per year, and that accounts for about a quarter of all the companies that report through our forests system. So, bringing it back to the subject of today, restoration. How can this data support restoration in Indonesia? So the first thing is that disclosure does actually drive change. Just by companies reporting through our system, it does encourage companies to change their behavior. So over 70% of the companies that report through us say that by disclosing, it helps them track their progress against environmental targets. Secondly, when companies first start reporting to us, usually they're disclosing less than 40% emission targets, but after 3 years reporting to us, that rises to over 70%. And so we've actually mapped this data against some key initiatives and regulations in Indonesia on sustainability, just to see how our disclosure system matches up. So we've mapped it up against 3 of these systems. The report there you can see on the right, we have that in Bahasa as well. If anybody's interested to have a copy, just ask me afterwards. So what it shows is that with the first regulation, this is the with the OJK regulation on reporting for financial institutions and listed companies, it shows that of all the criteria, our questionnaires are providing data relevant to that. On the second one, on the National Action Plan for reporting against SDGs, we're reporting about half the data needed to report against that plan. And on the third one, on the proper plan, which is the assessment plan for rating companies, we're very aligned in certain areas, not in all areas. So if we actually turn to the question of restoration, asking what's happening with restoration, that one of our questions, or some of our questions, do cover restoration. And so we can show that companies that report to us in Indonesia are currently accounting for 85,000 hectares of restoration. But they also tell us about their plans for 2030. And so there are companies reporting through us, which include, I should say, APP. It accounts for nearly 800,000 hectares of restoration. So that accounts for about 14% of the target for 2030. The data can also be used for other things. So jurisdictional approaches, landscape approaches are growing in importance and in popularity across the world, and in particular in Indonesia. And companies reporting through our questionnaire, and also jurisdictions reporting through the questionnaire, we can actually match them up and we can tell them how they're performing against landscape approach targets. We also work very closely with financial institutions. This is one of the big sort of barriers in the system. If the money's not flowing, things are not happening. Financial institutions have got much better about recognizing risk from climate. They're a long way behind in terms of recognizing risk from forests and from water, and that's particularly true in Asia. So you can see from the data there, recognition of risks from forests is very low. So we work very closely with various financial institutions on recognizing that risk and addressing it. So in essence, we all know that to approach these problems, we need effort from public sector, and we need effort from the private sector. We need a sort of a synergistic feedback loop where both sides are working with one another. And the idea with the CDP system is that it can sit in the middle of that, and it can report on progress. It can report, so government can understand to what extent companies are reporting against their sustainability targets, and companies can also, and investors can also understand how they're reporting against their environmental targets. So that's all for me for now. Thank you very much.
This is also what you call it. Thomas disclose the interlink, all the actors, his company, how everybody actor involved in, for example, the ecosystem restoration. And I like your last slide that financing sector are, what you call it, slow to react than forest risks to address the climate. Thank you. But we wait until Mr. Rwanda, director, the DJ of the forest planning. It's still about 5 minutes to go, but I think we have to go to proceed for discussion without him, and then after Mr. Ruganda arriving here, then we give time for him to address the policy regulations. So we have still enough time. Perhaps one or two of you who participate in the Indonesian pavilion or in Indonesia who attend the midnight discussion. This is in Indonesia, it is 7 hours ahead in Indonesia. So this is nearly 11 o'clock at night. So I think there will be new question or asking question, please. One or two for you to address to our speaker. If there is no, perhaps there are new, what you call it, address or suggestion that you will underline in our session. One or two phrases or one or two sentences that will be strengthen your speech. This is Dr. Rwanda. Thank you for your coming in our session. We will start with the question and then you come. This is the right time. So welcome to our session, and Dr. Rwanda, as the Director General of the Forest Planning and the Environment, will address how the policy for fostering our achieving the target of net value 2030. Please, Pak.
Okay. Good afternoon, here participant in Glasgow, and good evening in Indonesia. Yes, this is my pleasure to be here to inform you about the forest restoration business perspective and achieving Indonesia Volume Net Sink 2030. As we know, Indonesia has a NDC, and from the 5 sectors, so the forestry is the biggest, greatest portion to GHG emission reduction target. It's about 59%. So 17.2% out from 29% of the emission reduction in 2030. You can see here the forestry has become the biggest portion to reduce the emission. From that, we develop our mitigation scenario. There are 3 scenarios: current policy scenario, and transition scenario, and the last is a low carbon scenario compatible with the Paris Agreement. We call it LCCP. So from that 3 scenario, we can see here, in for the 5 sector in Indonesia, in 2030, will reach the peak in 2030 for all 5 sectors. But in the same year, 2030, forestry has a big sequestration. So that will be net sink volume in 2030. And the main program to achieve volume, so you can see here, in 2030, all of the 5 sectors become peak, and but also in the forestry sector, in 2030, there is a sequestration year. So we have a mitigation that 2030 is become net sink. From that, the main activity, the main program to achieve follow net sink, there are at least 7 activities. The first one is emission reduction from deforestation in mineral and peatland soil. And the second, peat restoration and water treatment, increasing carbon sequestration in natural forests. And the fourth is forest restoration and rehabilitation. The fifth is sustainable forest management. The sixth is optimization of non-productive land for forest plantation. And last but not least, maintain forest and land cover. So from that 7 activity, actually there are 3 big activity. First is reducing the emission and increase the carbon absorption and maintaining the absorption. So from that one, we have an NDC mitigation action in the follow sector. There are 6 activity. Emission reduction from forest emission reduction from deforestation and forest degradation, plantation forest development, sustainable forest management, forest rehabilitation, peatland management, and the role of the conservation. All of this activity in the green boxes will follow by the detailed activity in the blue boxes. So you can see from here, you can see that, for example, in the peatland management, there are 2 big activity: peat restoration and peat hydrology restoration. So from that one, we can deal with the activity for the forest restoration. Yeah, the carbon economic value instrument. So the arrangement to force the business sector to take part in reducing the NDC target through the investment of carbon economic value. The first, followed by the trade, carbon trade. The second, result-based payment, and the third is carbon taxes. So you can see what is the activity on the 3 of the regulation. For example, the carbon tax is considered to be applied to communities that contain carbon or activity that produce greenhouse gas emission. So from that one, the goal of the carbon economic value instrument, there are from 3 activities. First, from the reduction emission, there are several activities, and also in increase the carbon absorption, there are also at least 4 activities included, and also to maintain absorption, there is a business sector can actively participate in maintaining forest and land cover as a conservation goal. For example, in conservation area, both inside and outside of conservation forest area. That all of this activity will follow or will achieve the goal of the follow net zero in 2030. That's all that I want to share to you. I beg to Pak Surya. Terima kasih, Pak. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Rwanda. You are precise in time. And then now we know how the policy, how the delegation from the government were framing appropriate to support the economic, to support the business, as well as in accordance with the study from the researchers. So after 5 speakers talk about this, then we can see how the importance of we have to work together. Not only the economic opportunity, but also how the government strengthen the collaboration. And then this time is for discussion. I invite to you all, if there are some questions or comment to all participants, including in Jakarta, Dr. Yanto. Or if there is no question, perhaps another statement, important statement will be addressed to reiterate the important aspect that you will mention for these 10 minutes ahead. No? You? Or the audience? Or we will ask some question. I think this is a good example how the government setting the goals, the target, and establish the corridor for all actors, and then there is opportunity and there is a good experience to implement the ecosystem restoration as mentioned by Ms. Elim Samba, and the opportunity that will be created by the chambers of commerce and industry, and there is also a good opportunity to globally known through the CDP. No? No. Okay. If there is no, I think then no. Will we closing statement perhaps?
Yeah, just want to emphasize, I think we need to understand about the restoration effort is not something easy because of we need, that's why as experience in our company start with the developed methodology and also seeing the result and involving all the scientists is really important. Like Bowo said, is collaboration is really important. So we want to share here that until restoration result can we see together is need a long term. So I've seen in other countries as well, they need like 30 years to recover all from the degraded area until we can see the secondary forest coming back. So yeah, that's sometimes maybe all the stakeholder who never see the forest. So I think this is learning curve from us as well. So we need support each other to understand that the restoration is something that the long term. But of course, we are together have to develop how to measure the success and the efforts, so we can see that the goals will achieve together. Thank you.
Thank you, Elim Samba. Pak Once, would you add? Thank you, and I give you perhaps some closing statement.
I suppose my last thoughts are really just that last slide that I showed that shows, and we're seeing it all over the climate conference at the moment, how the only way we're ever making progress is when business and government are working together, and that you've got that kind of synergistic cycle between the two, that government can't set frameworks that business can't work with. So the frameworks are going to be appropriate, but they're also going to be ambitious enough to reach the targets we need to reach. So I think what we've heard here, how private sector is contributing and how government is setting the frameworks and the targets, how it's starting to work well, and I'm hoping that also we need to measure the progress on that, and I'm hoping that the system we presented is one option for how we measure that progress.
Pak Rwanda, will you give some closing? Cukup, enough. And then, for me myself, I learned a lot from this session. Oh, okay, Pak Yanto, perhaps you give
yes.
Closing statement. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. I have two points at least. Yeah, the first one, government is not the one and only responsible for ecosystem restorations. The improvement of private sector is the good point. The positive thing of the private sector's involvement in this activity is almost no budget constraint. Yeah, at least compared to the government or the compared to the community. The private can invest on the green investment, green project, and the main thing is today is not only private stand alone in financing the ecosystem activities, ecosystem restoration activities. I mean, but the private sector, for instance, the IPP Sinarmas, IPP collaborate with other agencies, other non-government institutions for restoring the landscape. Yeah, so this is the new pathway for private sector collaborate with the other donors or government and non-government agencies to restore the landscape. And the second one, the positive thing is there is intensive observation for private sector in restoring landscape. They have many manpower availability and also the good and educated skill in the field. Yeah, this is the first one. The second one is about the develop methodology, yeah, in the private sectors. The first methodology, we propose the landscape typology-based restoration. We overlay level of degraded land cover, socioeconomic footprint, and others that lead to find in one landscape it's possible to conduct more than one ecosystem restoration strategies. The second one, many places in the field, in the landscape, is very degraded land. So this is not easy to restore the area. In the wet season, there is water very high, and also the dry season, the threat is fire. So we propose to a small scale restoration. So we have to create small and small and small, and also we can create the separate new forest and to be a link as a corridor in the next previous time. So this is the one option for how to accelerate the ecosystem restoration in the degraded area. Thank you very much, Pak Bowo.
Thank you, Pak Yanto. Pak Rwanda, it's okay? Yeah. Okay. And then, as I said before, and I myself also learned from this session, the first is collaboration is a must. Under the global risks, we have to collaborate each other with clear direction for the government and clear opportunity by the private sector, and also implement it in the field in a climate action as shown by the private sector, the Asia Pulp and Papers, and accommodating on facilitating by the chambers of commerce and industry. That's all our session in the afternoon today. Thank you to you all that attend this important and interesting topic. Thank you to the speakers, Ibu Elim, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Onte, and in particular our DJ that still attend our meeting. Thank you so much. Hope you still help. And tomorrow we wait you coming again in Indonesian Pavilion. Thank you. Oh, photo session, sorry.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished panelists and speakers here in Glasgow and in online Indonesia, I suppose. So that was this session on forest restoration business perspective in achieving Indonesia Volume Net Sink 2030. we are finished for the day, and see you tomorrow again starting at 9 a.m. We're going to speak more about forest sector, about NDC, about South-South cooperation, about women saving the planet, and then also insight and experience from Bio, CF, ISFL. So see you again tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.